500 years to see the Ram temple being constructed at the very Ram Janmasthan where I am standing today. And it's been litigation of over 70 years to have this dream come true for over 80 crore Indians, but many more devotees across the world. The Ram temple is finally a reality. With that, it marks a seminal moment in Indian Indic civilization, because this is the first of those many struggles that has come to fruition when it comes to erasing the markers of invaders and reclaiming the rightful spot of Lord Ram for his temple. On January 22, 2024, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be coming here for the first big milestone as far as this Ram temple is concerned, which is the consecration ceremony. There is already a Ram Lala Virajman in a makeshift temple. Not just that Ram Lala, but a new Murti of Ram Lala will be consecrated at this Ram temple. From here on, those are the two Swarups of Ram Lala that will be prayed to by devotees. And from the very next day forward, the doors of the new Ram temple will be thrown open to thousands, possibly lakhs of devotees who are waiting very eagerly to do their first darshan. Today we have a very special guest, the chairman of the Ram Janmabhoomi Ram Temple Trust, Nendra Mishra, joining us, who was entrusted the very difficult task to ensure that not just that the Ram temple is built with good deadlines in mind on time, but also that it is built to specifications of those concerned, of those in the know, and those who have the knowledge of how the Ram temple should be built. We'll speak to Nendra Mishra, who will give us more information about not just the January 22 program, but also what to expect if you come next to the Ram temple.
On 22nd, the consecration takes place, which is right here. You walk straight. There is a sanctum sanctorum. We will have chance to go there. And there, the program will start around 12 o'clock when the Prime Minister arrives. Of course, the guests will be here, right in front.
Where we are
yes,
right now.
They will be there. At the ground level,
on the stairs that just
below
this level
the stairs
as well, and this is the main entry of the
this
temple.
is the main entry, and you are standing on the eastern gate, which is the entrance of the temple. And then of course the Prime Minister enters and he goes there for the prayer and the final about 2 hours of religious functions. The devotees would come from this Parkota.
Right.
Parkota, for better understanding, is a place which is given to the devotee for parikrama.
Right.
So this construction will go round the temple.
Like a corridor.
And it is about 795 meters going to be. This is not a simple corridor. There is a thought process to it. There is outer wall, and the inner side it is open towards the temple. So anybody doing parikrama, of course, will be seeing the temple.
Yes.
The outer wall provides, in a way, the safety, the security for the temple, because no one then can enter. So in a way, its all entry is blocked from all the fronts except the eastern entry here. Now on the wall which is being created, each wall is in the form of a panel. The panel will have a bronze mural. That mural is roughly about 6 feet by 4 feet. And what is going to be the story there? I am covering it right in the beginning so that one can understand the significance of Parkota. It will display the ethical values of Ram and how that became relevant to those who pursued it, those who adopted it, those who became the part and parcel of the thought process of Maryada Purushottam.
And the construction of this Parkota is actually more complex than the temple. Would that be fair to say?
Well, it's costlier than the temple.
Costlier than the temple.
Yeah. May not be complex that much, because the complexity we learned here. Later on, of course, that got repeated, because whatever construction technology was adopted here has been adopted there. But just to get the idea, this eastern entrance gets connected immediately. There is a road which is called Ram Mandir Marg. So there is a road going, and that opens to the main road. So we are talking about 800 meters of walk for the devotee, entering from this Parkota and then climbing up. So at the moment there is a temporary place where the god is located. So he really comes here, from there, the Chal Murti, Utsav Murti, which is there at the moment, that Murti will come on that day, on 22nd. And then the Achal, which is being carved,
the new Murti,
that will be installed here. So after 22nd, the devotees naturally must have darshan. So 23rd
You don't want
is the
them
day.
to wait till the entire construction is
No,
over.
no. At the moment they are going there, they will definitely see.
Want to come.
Yeah, want to like to come when it is being, the Pran Pratishtha or consecration has taken place.
So प्राण प्रतिष्ठा जो यहाँ पे होने वाली है 22 जनवरी को प्रधानमंत्री आ रहे हैं, उसमें एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात नृपेंद्र मिश्रा जो बता रहे हैं वो ये है कि जो रामलला की अभी जो विराजमान मूर्ति है वो तो यहाँ आएगी ही, लेकिन उसके अलावा नई मूर्तियां भी बन रही हैं, और मेरे ख्याल से 3 मूर्तियां बन रही हैं जिसमें से एक का सिलेक्शन होगा।
जी।
तो ऐसा क्यों किया गया है कि 2 चीजें, कि एक तो 3 मूर्तियां बनेगी, फिर उसमें से एक का सिलेक्शन होगा, और दूसरा कि वहां से तो मूर्ति आ ही रही है जो विराजमान है, लेकिन नई रामलला भी विराजमान होंगे।
अच्छा, आप ये सभी को आपके माध्यम से जानकारी मिल जाएगी। 3 मूर्तियां तो इसलिए थी क्योंकि जो आर्ट वर्क बना कि भगवान कैसे दिखेंगे, जो उनको विवरण दिया गया कि किस प्रकार, किस उम्र की उनकी मूर्ति होनी चाहिए, किस प्रकार की, किस ऊंचाई की, लंबाई की होनी चाहिए, समचरण होना चाहिए, मतलब एक ही लेवल पे हो, फिर अजान बाहु होना चाहिए, मतलब उनके हाथ जो हैं वो लंबे हैं टिल गोइंग टू द नी. सो ऑल दोज डिस्क्रिप्शंस व्हिच आर देयर इन द रामायण of Maharishi Valmiki and later Tulsidas ji, all that was picked up to describe. But then we could not have depended on one sculptor.
Right. You wanted options.
Yeah. So the selection will be made finally. Sometime the trust will decide that which of the 3, which is being carved here only, somewhere in Ayodhya.
In Ayodhya.
Yeah. Will then be selected for the Pran Pratishtha, and that Murti will come here.
So all of this complex, you're saying 3,200 crore rupees have been received. And
3,250 crores.
Yeah. And you will get much more now that foreign donations are allowed. But what would be the total cost? Because this is not just the temple, mind you, for the benefit of our viewers. There is of course a parikrama parkota going all around, and it's even costlier than the temple so far, right?
बिल्कुल,
इसका
बिल्कुल.
कितना अभी कॉस्ट आया?
अगर अंदाजन इसका 700 करोड़ है, तो परकोटा जो 795 फीट में होगा, वह लगभग 900 करोड़ का है.
बट ये कॉम्प्लेक्स एक्चुअली बहुत बड़ा होने वाला है. ये 71 एकड़ में एक कॉम्प्लेक्स है. तो अगर लोगों ने काशी विश्वनाथ धाम में जो रिकंस्ट्रक्शन हुआ है, जो कॉरिडोर देखा है, आप इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि ये उससे बहुत गुना बड़ा होगा. तो इसकी कॉस्ट में फिर बहुत
जी, ये इसमें एक तो देखिए भूमि की सीमा नहीं थी. काशी विश्वनाथ में भूमि की सीमा थी.
दिक्कत थी.
और कुल मिलाकर के अभी जो अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है, सब निर्माण कार्य लगभग 2000 करोड़ में पूरा होने की संभावना है. लेकिन ये बहुत कुछ निर्भर करेगा क्या क्या जुड़ता है. ऑडिटोरियम की बात हो रही है, म्यूजियम की बात हो रही है, ट्रस्ट ऑफिस होगा, गेस्ट हाउस होगा, और एक बहुत बड़ा स्ट्रक्चर जो आपने देखा नहीं देखा तो आप कृपा करके वहाँ 1 मिनट रुक करके देख लें. वो है पिलग्रिमेज फैसिलिटेशन सेंटर, जहाँ पर कि लोगों को होल्डिंग करीब 5000 लोगों की स्पेस होगी. जहाँ पे लोग अपना सामान जमा कर सकेंगे और उसके बाद दर्शन के लिए आएंगे, और कुछ वहाँ पर अन्य सुविधाएं भी होंगी श्रद्धालुओं के लिए। तो वह भी एक बहुत बड़ा कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रहा है और वो 22 जनवरी तक पूरा हो जाएगा।
So let's go inside the temple now, and Mishra sir will explain to us the intricacies of what the devotees are likely to see. First, of course, the Prime Minister and some of the seers are going to be coming on January 22nd. What is it that is going to be described, to them?
देखिए, यहाँ पे जब अब हम लोग एंटर कर रहे हैं तो रफली टेम्पल का लंबाई जो है वो 390 फीट है जी। इसकी जो चौड़ाई है आयाम वो लगभग 300 फीट है। इसमें जब हम सीधे वॉक करते हैं तो सैंक्टम सैंक्टोरम के अलावा यहाँ पर 3 मंडप हैं, जो एक गुरु मंडप है, एक यहाँ पर रंग मंडप है जी, और एक यहाँ पर स्लिप हो रहा है, एक थर्ड मंडप है, और 2 साइड के मंडप मिलाकर के 5 हो जाते हैं जी। एक तरफ प्रार्थना मंडप होगा, एक तरफ नृत्य मंडप होगा। अच्छा। तो इस प्रकार से 5 मंडपों के उसमें आप वॉक करते हुए चलेंगे। ये पहला मंडप है।
ये जो हम अब पहुंच रहे हैं, ये राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का पहला मंडप है। ऑलमोस्ट तैयार हो चुका है जी। यहाँ पे जो पिलर्स की जो नक्काशी वगैरह है वो सब हो चुकी है, और ये भी जो इसकी गुम्बद भी है वो भी तैयार हो चुकी है। तो इसका भी कुछ,
ये रंग मंडप है।
ये रंग मंडप है, सबसे पहला मंडप जी। हाँ। तो इसका कुछ सिग्निफिकेंस होता है
जी। इसका एक तरीके से उल्लास
जी।
You are now reaching the stage of what is called utmost happiness. हमारे आर्किटेक्ट थे, उन्होंने मंदिरों के निर्माण की एक शैली थी, नागर शैली, उसके भी हैं, उन्होंने उसे एडॉप्ट करके इसका नाम दिया जी। अब इसमें जो महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ आप देखेंगी, you see the pillars.
Yes.
And
these are some of the sculptures that are there. बहुत सारी मूर्तियाँ इसमें पिलर्स में बनाई गई हैं।
ये इसका एक हिस्सा है जी, अपर मोस्ट जी। ये आप इस तरीके से समझें कि ये इनको हम नृत्यांगना नहीं कहते हैं जी। They are not just dancers, but they are पावर, शक्ति। तो उसका है, ये वो हैं जो भगवान के अराइवल पर खुशियाँ मना रही हैं जी।
मैं कोशिश करूंगी कि मेरे जो वीजे हैं वो ज़रा दिखाएं कि इसकी जो पूरी गुम्बद है वो तैयार हो गई है और उस पर सारी नक्काशी हो चुकी है। ये फर्स्ट मंडप है राम टेम्पल का, और यहाँ पे पूरी तैयारी हो चुकी है। कुछ मूर्तियाँ अभी भी बन रही हैं जिसकी शिल्पकारी अभी होगी। जैसे कि मेरे साथ में यहाँ पैटर्न बना हुआ है, कुछ अभी थोड़ा सा हो गया है, इसको पूरा नक्काशा नहीं गया है और थोड़ी सी बची है। तो ये सारा काम अभी ऑब्वियसली ख़त्म किया जाएगा क्योंकि थोड़ा बहुत काम बचा है यहाँ फर्स्ट मंडप में भी। सो ओवरऑल हाउ मेनी वर्कर्स डू यू थिंक हैव वर्कड ओवर द कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ दिस टेम्पल सो फार?
Well, at the moment there are about 2,500 people who are working.
Okay. And I believe it's day and night construction.
Oh yes, yes.
It's all 3 shifts.
Oh yes. And that also, to be honest, we keep reviewing it. It is not adequate.
Not adequate.
Yeah, if we have to finish. By the way, you may like to know that this stair takes you to the first floor.
First floor.
Yeah.
And this mandap is not closing on the first floor. Will this have a height going up to the 3rd floor?
This will go up to the 2nd floor.
Okay.
Yeah, so first floor and 2nd floor. Now you are actually last but one. After this you will go to the Sanctum Sanctorum.
Right. So what is this? This is also the 3rd mandap.
Yeah, this is Guru Mandap.
This is
you have
Guru Mandap.
really entered Guru Mandap.
Okay. And this looks really majestic.
Yeah, and this will go up to another 2 stories,
Right.
first and second floor. To ensure that the safety of the devotees,
You've
this
covered it.
so that the work will go on
Right.
while the devotees will make
Cross
a queue and go.
So this is some marble floor work that is here. So clearly a lot of attention is
Yes.
being paid to the inlay work and the marble work that is on the floor of the temple as well.
This is the exactly you will have the feel how the entire flooring will come, in which there will be this kind of a art design in the center. There will be border on the sides. लोगों को कुछ confusion सा होता है कि जो निर्माण है वो पूरा हो गया,
जी जी जी
तो ये नहीं है, भूतल का निर्माण पूरा हो जाएगा।
जी।
फर्स्ट फ्लोर और सेकंड फ्लोर का निर्माण
और जो पूरा कॉम्प्लेक्स है
हाँ,
वो भी बनता रहेगा।
तो वो 2 फेज में है। पूरा मंदिर दिसंबर 2024 में हो जाएगा। श्रद्धालु यहाँ तक आएगा,
जी।
यहाँ से उसके भगवान के दर्शन होंगे।
तो अब हम 3 मंडप पार करके यहाँ पर पहुँच गए हैं और अब आप देख सकते हैं कि ये गर्भगृह है। दिस इज द सैंक्टम सैंक्टोरियम एंड आई कैन ऑलरेडी सी दैट इट्स लुकिंग रियली ग्रैंड एंड फैसिनेटिंग बिकॉज दिस इज स्टोन टिल हियर बट बियॉन्ड that is marble on the walls,
yes,
right?
yes.
So that is all white marble, संगमरमर का ये मार्बल है जो इंडिया का बहुत फेमस है। और मैं देख रही हूँ कि एक पेडेस्टल भी तैयार हो चुका है।
जी।
तो उस पेडेस्टल पे उस हाइट के बाद अब रामलला की मूर्ति लगेगी।
बिल्कुल आपने सही गेस किया। ये वही स्थान है जो कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने
जहाँ पे
5 अगस्त 2020 को एक शुभारंभ का पूजन किया था।
जी जी जी।
उसके बाद निर्माण कार्य हुआ।
तो मैं ये देख रही हूँ मिश्रा जी की ये कुछ ऑक्टागोनल टाइप शेप लग रही है। इसका कोई सिग्निफिकेंस होता है? ये जो गर्भगृह का जो डिजाइन है इस पे क्या विचार हुआ था?
विचार तो काफ़ी हुआ कि स्क्वायर हो, ऑक्टागोनल हो। अंत में श्रद्धालु को ध्यान में रखा गया।
जी।
एक चैलेंज तो यह था कि वास्तु और नागर शैली में यह कहा जाता था कि ये जो पार्ट है जो खुलेगा भगवान के दर्शन के लिए, यहाँ पर सोने के 2
द्वार होंगे,
द्वार लगेंगे। तो इसकी इतनी भी चौड़ाई वो बहुत समझते थे।
अच्छा।
हाँ, आप अगर ध्यान करें तो अधिकांश मंदिरों में जो छोटा होता है,
जी जी जी,
तो उनको इस पर आपत्ति थी कि ये आप बहुत लंबा कर रहे हैं, संभवतः 12 फीट है। और उसके बाद एक दूसरा चैलेंज था कि इसको हम इस प्रकार से सपोर्ट दें कि स्टोन के वेट को ये सस्टेन कर सके।
जी जी बिल्कुल।
जो कि CBRI को देखना था, सेंट्रल बिल्डिंग रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट को। तो उन्होंने देखने के बाद यह अपनी स्वीकृति दी कि आप इतना कर सकते हैं, इससे ज़्यादा करेंगे तो प्रॉब्लम होगी सस्टेनेबिलिटी की। इसके ऊपर आप अभी देख नहीं सकेंगी, वो विष्णु जी का है और वो एक तरीके से समुद्र मंथन की कहानी है, जिसमें हर एक फिर 9 ग्रहों को दिखाया जा रहा है। फिर यहाँ पर 2 द्वारपाल होंगे जिनका नाम जय और विजय होता है। अच्छा। वो यहाँ पर लगेंगे। अच्छा। और फिर साइड में हनुमान जी और गणेश जी की मूर्ति होगी। ये जो स्थान है भगवान का, जिसको हम सभी विश्वास करते हैं कि यहाँ पर भगवान राम
जन्मे,
प्रकट हुए। तो इस स्थान को 2 मूर्तियों के साथ रखा जाएगा। इसीलिए ये आप देखेंगे लेवल्स हैं।
जी जी जी।
नीचे वाले लेवल पे वहाँ जो वर्तमान में मंदिर है वो यहाँ पर आएगा
जी।
और उसके ऊपर
जो नई मूर्ति
है वो है, और वह मूर्ति 51 इंच की बनेगी जी। तो इस प्रकार से कैलकुलेटेड हाइट में लगभग 71 इंच की हाइट पे हो, जिससे कि वह इधर से दिखाई भी दे सके। और दूसरा एक महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ ये है कि राम नवमी के दिन भगवान के माथे पर सूर्य किरण पड़नी चाहिए
ऊपर से।
हाँ, तो वो सूर्य किरण कैसे आए, यह कार्य CBRI और एस्ट्रोनॉमिकल इंस्टीट्यूट पुणे ने किया।
तो वो सूर्य किरण ऊपर से आएगी या सामने से?
नहीं,
ऊपर से आएगी।
ऊपर शिखर से एपर्चर होगा, आएगी, और आने के बाद वो रिफ्लेक्ट होगी
और उनके माथे पे रिफ्लेक्ट की जाएगी,
और फिर वो आएगी।
चलिए, रामनवमी पे ये भी जब देखेंगे लोग, हर रामनवमी में ये भी देखा करेंगे।
एक तरीके से वो बड़ा ही महत्वपूर्ण क्षण होगा।
जी।
और हम लोगों को बड़ा ध्यान रखना है, क्योंकि बहुत संख्या में लोग चाहेंगे कि उसी समय रहें।
हाँ, रामनवमी के दिन वो देखने आएंगे कि जिस समय
हटे नहीं।
तो किस समय होगी ये सूर्य किरण?
वो रामनवमी के दिन 12 बजे दिन,
12 बजे दोपहर में उनके माथे पे सूर्य किरण पड़ेगी। The construction of the Ram Temple in itself is a huge moment for Indian civilization. But the construction of the Ram Temple is not just that. It is also a complete transformation for the city of Ayodhya. From an airport to the expansion of the railway junction, to broadening of roads and highways, to a lot of the other spots which devotees come to in Ayodhya being beautified. There's a lot of work, as many as 200 big and small projects that are ongoing in Ayodhya in preparation for the devotees, lakhs of whom that will come once the Ram Temple throws its doors open. To begin with, that is going to happen on the 23rd of January 2024. But of course, as the entire temple and the temple complex gets readied, it will be able to take a lot more devotees, and that number will always be ever expanding, not just from UP, not just from India, but from across the world. So this is a big challenge for the city of Ayodhya too, and the current government of Uttar Pradesh too, as much as it's the challenge to ready the Ram Temple on time and to throw open its doors. The challenge for the city will be to be able to handle that kind of a load that will be coming into Ayodhya. With camera person Rajesh Bhardwaj in Ayodhya, Shivani Gupta, CNN News 18. Hey, pal pal mein, yug mein, har kshan mein Ram, har kad mein, har man mein, khan khan mein Ram, Ram Siya Ram. Becoming a reality. Long before anybody could have imagined or predicted that the Ram Temple was going to become a reality, or when it was going to become a reality, there have been countless such workers working in the Karyashala in Ayodhya. From the 1990s, stone has been sent to this Karyashala, started by the VHP back then, and work on such pillars of the Mandir has been ongoing. At that time, nobody knew the date, but everybody had the faith that the Mandir will become a reality. In fact, the architects of this temple had designed the Ram Temple design way back in the 1990s. It was even popularized by the VHP on their booklet. It was presented at a Kumbh. And today's design has only expanded on the design that was first made in 1990. Let me speak to this worker here. भैया, आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
राजस्थान से।
तो आप इस कार्यशाला में कब से काम कर रहे हैं?
साल भर हो गया।
अच्छा, अब तो मंदिर पूरा बन ही गया है। यहाँ का जो पत्थर है ये बहुत सालों से यहाँ पे आया हुआ है, और इस पत्थर को भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा।
पत्थर को भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा
जी। तो आपको क्या बताया गया है? आपका काम चल रहा है तब से वैसे ही?
काम चल रहा है हमारा, चालू है।
आज जब मंदिर बन के तैयार होने वाला है, उस पे कुछ कहेंगे? क्या आपके मन में क्या ख्याल है? मंदिर अब बन गया है, उसकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होने वाली है,
खुशी है हमें, जल्द से जल्द हो जाएगी।
While pilgrims are undertaking long routes tracing Lord Ram's return to Ayodhya, and CNN News 18's Aman Sharma is with ISKCON's 41-day-long bullock cart yatra that reached Ayodhya near Ram Mandir after a 650-kilometer-long journey from Delhi. Let's take a look at this long journey of faith.
So behind me you can see the ISKCON bullock cart yatra. This started 41 days ago from Delhi, from Indraprastha, and it is going all the way to Ayodhya. It is now in Ayodhya, and we are seeing ISKCON's devotees, ISKCON saints dancing in front of the bullock cart. They will culminate this journey on January 22nd, the day of the grand opening of the Ram Temple, a 41-day journey which has been done over 635 kilometers. The mode of transport was the bullock cart. The idea, was to go slow. The idea of ISKCON was to go slow, touching villages and towns where they could spread the teachings of Lord Ram. They have gone through villages, towns, all the way. This is the bullock cart on which this bullock cart, Ram Pad Yatra, from Delhi Indraprastha to Ayodhya Dham has been carried out. It started on 10th December last month and it is culminating on 20th January today. The Sri Ram Pran Pratishtha Samaroh ke uplaksh mein ISKCON on this bullock cart yatra from Delhi to Ayodhya, and you can see the enthusiasm behind me of the ISKCON devotees, of the ISKCON people. And this is the Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. This is the ISKCON's bullock cart going right way to the Ram temples after a 40-day long journey from Delhi.
Well, saints, sages and devotees from around the world are thronging Ayodhya ahead of Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha ceremony. CNN News 18's Aman Sharma also spoke to a devotee of Ram Lalla who visits Ayodhya all the way from London and says that it was the power of devotion that brought him here. Let's take a look.
How big is this day, do you think, in the context of what all the history has been of Ram Janambhoomi? How big a day is this for not just Indians, maybe Hindus across the world?
So it is a very, very huge day. You might have seen that there's certain days that shook the world, and this is one of those days. So on the 22nd of January 2024, it is a groundbreaking day. And for those Sanatani, because for so many years there's been a struggle to openly be able to celebrate your dharma, your religion, and now we're getting that on a world stage. The whole world is here, and it is absolutely a wonderful opportunity for us all.
Don't you think the journey from London to Ayodhya is very long? Is this devotion which brings you, or is this the urge to be here on the big day?
You could say it is devotion.
Namaste ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the breaking news show on CNN News 18 and I'm Sakshi Litoria here to walk you through all the latest news and headlines from the nation and across the globe. Well, the studio looks all Rammai. We are in a Rammai mood as well, and with all those festive vibes, let's begin with the updates that we have received straight from Ayodhya and talk about the preparations there on the ground. The countdown to the divine Pran Pratishtha in Ayodhya's Ram Mandir has commenced, and in a few hours, Ram Lalla will grace the Sanctum Sanctorum. Tomorrow marks the end of the long wait for the inauguration of the grand Ram Temple in Ayodhya, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with several other dignitaries, will attend the ceremony.
जिसके लिए मन में गंगा जिसके हाथ में है जीते भी मरते भी काम काज करते भी सुख में दुख में हर एक मुख में गर जाएगी ना जय श्री राम.
Well, as I said before, tomorrow is going to be the end of that long tapasya, the end of the long wait for the inauguration of the Bhavya Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Prime Minister Modi himself, along with several other dignitaries, will attend this ceremony. More than 50 captivating musical instruments from various states will be played at the grand event, and Nendra Mishra of Ayodhya is in fact the designer and organizer of this grand Mangal Vadal. The sacred rituals, including a divine bath with 114 urns and the Shaya Divas ritual for Lalla, will be held today itself. With that, we are slipping into some of the breaking news now coming in.
Indeed, a matter of concern for the city of Ayodhya and in fact Uttar Pradesh. This is CNN News 18's mega exclusive. According to the top intel sources, we are learning that Gurpatwant Singh Pannu is at it again. He is planning a major attack in Lucknow. Pannu is trying to sabotage any important place and in fact disrupt the peace at any important place in India when the Ayodhya event will be going on. We'll bring you more details about this threat coming in straight from Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, according to our sources that gave out this report to CNN News 18. But right now, to our viewers, we have to tell you that according to the top intel sources, CNN News 18 is reporting that Gurpatwant Singh Pannu is planning a major attack in Lucknow. He's trying to sabotage the peace in the place where the Ayodhya event will be going on. We have CNN News 18's Nendra Mishra joining us live on the broadcast. Nendra, give us more details about this.
Well, that's right. This is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for our viewers ahead of Pran Pratishtha in Ayodhya. In fact, India's most wanted Gurpatwant Singh Pannu have been issuing threats, since last 1 month. And this time around, what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us is an interception that has been accessed by CNN News 18, and perhaps in this audio interception, he could be heard talking about or perhaps issuing some sort of a directions to his people to do some action in Lucknow. In fact, he could be heard saying, as per the audio clip that has been provided to us, he could be heard saying that some action needs to be done in Lucknow and other places, so that it can disrupt or create some sort of a communal disharmony and tensions in the area. Now, what actions he is referring to, the agencies are trying to decode that, but this is something which Manoj Gupta is telling us, that an audio has been intercepted and CNN News 18 has managed to access that audio clipping. In fact, Gurpatwant Singh Pannu is India's most wanted. There's a dossier that has also been shared with the countries from where he operates. Time and again, India has, our agencies have taken action against his people and his associates in India. But if you remember, during the farm protest and even otherwise also, each time around he comes up with a threat, a warning, to do some sort of a damage or create tension or communal disharmony in India by releasing video messages and and hateful sermons. But this time around, this is an interception. It is not some message that has come from his social media handle. It's an interception which agencies are trying to decode, and perhaps they are on it. In fact, a few days back, there were reports that some 3 individuals have also been nabbed by UP ATS, and in fact the interrogation was going on. They apparently had some links with gangsters sitting abroad. So right now the intel agencies are on high alert, given the Pran Pratishtha, which is going to take place in Ayodhya tomorrow. The highest level of security protocols have been put in place. In fact, if I talk about the security in Ayodhya, then 10,000 CCTV cameras, AI technology is being used to recognize the face of the criminals and the suspicious people. ATS commandos are on ground. The entire Ayodhya has been turned into a cantonment as far as the security arrangements are concerned. So the security is tight here in Ayodhya and in fact in other parts of the country, because there are high chances that antisocial elements like Gurpatwant Singh Pannu could create some sort of a trouble to create problems or tensions in the society. Back to you.
Siddhant, thank you so much for walking us through all those crucial details as far as this threat coming in from Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, according to the reports that CNN News 18 has received. But Siddhant, coming back to you, could you tell us more about the amped up security in Lucknow specifically, because this threat has been issued for Lucknow?
Well, yes, that's right. In fact, the whole of Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath was in Ayodhya. He is speaking to the senior officials of UP Police every day. UP Police is also coordinating with the other state police forces, the bordering state police forces. They are also speaking to the security setup in Delhi as far as this entire Pran Pratishtha ceremony is concerned. In fact, a lot of VIPs are going to come to Ayodhya. Prime Minister himself is going to be here. So every day there is a security review of how the arrangements are going to take place in Ayodhya and otherwise, and in fact in other parts of the state, because Ayodhya could be tough for these anti-social, anti-India elements, but as far as the other parts are concerned, they could use an opportunity to sort of destabilize some procession passing by, or they can also create trouble in some other city of India. And this particular threat alert is for that it's not just about Ayodhya, but they could create tensions, they could deliberately do some actions in the other parts of the country also to sort of get media light and create attention. So that is something which the intel agencies know. In fact, there are multiple alerts that have been issued both by IB and the other intelligence agencies as far as this Pran Pratishtha ceremony is concerned. All protocols are being followed in Ayodhya and the other states of other cities of Uttar Pradesh, and in fact the whole of India. Precautions are being taken in the sensitive places. This is what police is telling us, that the locals have been roped in to sort of keep the event, so that event goes peaceful. So that one exercise is also going on right now. As we were talking about Ayodhya, 10,000 CCTVs, AI-enabled CCTVs, anti-mine drones have also been will be used. There is a proper jammer system that we could see across Ayodhya that have been installed. So all level precautions are being taken. The ATS forces, CRPF Jawans have been extra forces have been sent to Ayodhya. Then there is going to be the Jawans on the boats in the river Saryu to guard the river route which comes to Ayodhya. So that is also one thing which we would get to see tomorrow, because that route from Gonda could also be used by antisocial elements. Back to you.
Right, Saddam. Thank you so much for walking us through all those crucial details. Right now, we are shifting focus to another piece of breaking news now coming in. Well, we are learning that on the day of Pran Pratishtha, Prime Minister Modi will spend 5 hours in Ayodhya. The countdown for the grand Pran Pratishtha ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, of the Ram Temple has already begun, and around 7,000 dignitaries from across the world will attend the event in Ayodhya on January 22nd. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will preside over the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, and before the event, he is following a strict 11-day Anushthan or special ritual which includes sleeping on the floor and consuming only coconut water. We'll bring you more details about his full itinerary as far as his visit to Ayodhya tomorrow is concerned. We are learning that he will be there in Ayodhya for 5 hours. We have CNN News 18's Aman Sharma joining us live on the broadcast as well. Aman, could you just walk us through Prime Minister Modi's entire itinerary for tomorrow?
See, Sakshi, we are learning that Prime Minister will be spending a total of 5 hours in Ayodhya. He will be landing here around 10:30 a.m. straight away at the Ayodhya airport from Delhi. From there, he enters the Ram Janambhoomi premises at around 11 a.m. He takes a chopper ride from the airport till near the Ram Janambhoomi premises. From 11 a.m. to 12 noon, the Prime Minister is expected to take a round of the entire Ram Janambhoomi premises. He's going to inspect the entire area. He's also going to expected to meet all the laborers and the workers who have worked on the construction of the Ram Temple, the Shramjeevis. He's expected to have an interaction with them. He may also do some jap before entering the Garbhagriha of the Ram Temple. All the important guests are expected to be in by 10 a.m. All the 8,000 invited guests, the top names from industry and Bollywood, everybody, the saints and the seers are going to be here before 10 a.m. There's a special Mangal Dhwani Karikram being organized by the trust for all these guests from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. before the Prime Minister arrives. Prime Minister will be spending about 45 minutes in the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. He comes out for a public function around 1 p.m. At the Ram Temple, where he'll be addressing the various invitees as well as people from across the world and across the country who would be very keen to listening to him on this occasion on the entire Ram Janambhoomi struggle over the years. What is the sentiment in the state for how big a day is. The Prime Minister will be speaking, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS Chief will be speaking, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be speaking. There will also be a Pushp Varsha on the entire temple premises from helicopters during this function. Another important facet of the PM visit is after the public program, PM will be proceeding to Kuber Tila. This is inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. Kuber Tila is an ancient a Shiva temple, Lord Shiva temple, and the belief is that Lord Shiva has always stayed close to where Lord Ram was born. So this is the Kuber Tila's legacy. This is the mythological importance of Kuber Tila, that Kuber Tila has also been refurbished and redone. So not just Lord Ram, even Lord Bholenath has got a new concrete house. Prime Minister will be going to Kuber Tila as well, and he's expected to leave Ayodhya for Delhi around 3:30 p.m. Sakshi.
Right, Aman. Please stay with us. We have some more breaking news now coming in. This is the word coming in straight from RSS chief. Now, ahead of the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat has said that Ram Janmabhoomi issues should have been sorted out many years ago, but because of politics, it couldn't get resolved. After that, he also went on to say, and I'm going to quote him here, that after independence, when the Somnath temple was unanimously renovated, the discussion about such temples started and erupted. He spoke this while blaming the appeasement politics currently being played around the Bhavya Ram Mandir. So that is the word coming in straight from RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, while making a pitch to celebrate the new temple and end the bitterness for the new era. He said ahead of the Pran Pratishtha ceremony that Ram Janmabhoomi issue should have been sorted out many years ago, but because of the politics that is currently being played out, it couldn't get resolved. And apart from that, while blaming the appeasement politics being played around not only Ram temple but many temples, he said that after independence, when the Somnath temple was unanimously renovated, the discussion about such temples started. He said this while blaming the appeasement politics. So that is the word coming in straight from RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. He will be there tomorrow at the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, and as told by CNN News 18's Aman Sharma, he will be delivering a speech tomorrow at the Pran Pratishtha ceremony as well. We have CNN News 18's Payal Mehta joining us on the broadcast. Payal, could you give us more details about this word that has come in straight from RSS chief? It's a very crucial word coming in just a day ahead of the Pran Pratishtha.
Yes, the RSS chief, Dr. Mohan Bhagwat, has put out an article essentially where he's listed the entire timeline of the building of the Ram temple, saying that the fight has been a long drawn one. It should have happened, just after independence, but it seems that the political will was not there and there was no voice for the Hindus, either their concerns or even their emotions and sentiments. And he said, the British, when they were ruling India, they tried to actually divide and rule in the name of Hindu versus Muslim, and that actually in a way continued because political parties adhere to that sort of an ideology. That is something which he's saying. And also very importantly, what he's saying is that the Ram temple has been built. It's been a long struggle. It's been many years of struggle. Many people laid down their life for the Ram Mandir, but now that the Ram Mandir has been built, all the controversies and all the difference of opinion needs to now end. So essentially, Mohan Bhagwat, without naming any political party, has said that there has been a faction which has been created where you call Paksh and Vipaksh. All that needs to end because Ayodhya essentially means the land where there can be no war and there can be no differences. That does not have to be any struggle. So obviously, in a way, he's calling on, because remember, a lot of political parties who have been invited for the consecration ceremony have said that they will not be able to come because they feel this is a BJP RSS program, but essentially Ram sabke hai aur sab mein Ram baste hain. That is the message that the RSS chief is giving out over here. Just a day before the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, where he himself will be present and he will be in fact participating in the ceremony along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Right, Payal. Thank you so much for walking us through all those crucial details as far as the word coming in from RSS chief is concerned. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on that. But right now, swiftly shifting our focus back towards the celebrations there in Ayodhya. CNN News 18's Aman Sharma also spoke to a devotee of Ram Lala who visited Ayodhya all the way from London and said that it was the power of devotion that brought him here. Take a look at that exclusive report.
How big is this day, do you think, in the context of what all the history has been of Ram Janmabhoomi? How big a day is this for not just Indians, maybe Hindus across the world?
So it is a very huge day. You might have seen that there's certain days that shook the world, and this is one of those days. So on the 22nd of January 2024, it is a groundbreaking day, and for those Sanatani, because for so many years there's been a struggle to openly be able to celebrate your dharma, your religion, and now we're getting that on a world stage. The whole world is here, and it is absolutely a wonderful opportunity for us all.
Don't you think the journey from London to Ayodhya is very long? Is this devotion which brings you, or is this the urge to be here on the big day?
You could say it was devotion that brought me here. The thing that attracted me to India was the fact that I needed a guru, right? I needed Brahmanish Tattva Veda guru. And I was very lucky that I met one, Her Holiness Master Shamiji. And it's really amazing that here in Ayodhya, the energy, the positivity here, because everyone's talking about Lord Ram. right? And majority of the time people are talking about wealthy things, other things, but now everyone's talking about Lord Ram. They're talking about the Ramayana, they're talking about Hindu Sanskriti, Veds, Mandir, the ancient texts that have guided us through so many ages, not just thousands of years, but ages. And it's really amazing to see here in Ayodhya that there seems to be this divine light that just seems to be shining throughout.
So those were the devotees who came all the way from London to India. But let's talk about the celebration there in London as well. CNN News 18's Sanjay Suri reports from London, where the excitement and devotion are high for the upcoming Ram Mandir's Pran Pratishtha. Take a look at that report as well.
Very extensive preparations are underway all around Britain to celebrate the opening of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Simultaneous celebrations will be held at more than 300 temples across the country, and more than 200 Hindu organizations have issued a joint statement expressing joy and solidarity with the opening of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Celebrations then at temples in Aberdeen in Scotland, in Cardiff in Wales, in Northern Ireland, all over London, all over Britain, right here in Wembley, and of course in Leicester, which is near Haridwar in Britain. This level of celebration is perhaps the biggest that we have seen among Hindus ever in Britain.
So we are so happy for the inauguration of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. 500 years we waited for this day. 76 battles or so. And so in the celebration and in happiness, all the Hindu communities of East London decided that we'll get together. Let's do a celebration where everyone enjoys.
So happy होने का पर्व है, ये प्रश्न ही आपका गलत है. आज तो हमारे राम भगवान हमारे घर पधारे हैं, मेरी चौखट पे यार चल के राम आए हैं. इससे
We're extremely proud of what's happening in India. We're extremely proud that the Mandir is being built. The Mandir has been built in India, and we're here to celebrate, to let India know the whole of the world is with them.
अयोध्या में राम पधारे, मेरे पितामह पधारे, ये उनका निमंत्रण है सबके लिए. अयोध्या से अक्षत यहाँ तक आए, वो चाहते हैं कि हम सब उनकी यहाँ पर बुलाएं अपने अपने घर में, और ये अक्षत का 2-2 दाना अपने जेब में रखें, हमेशा उनका आशीर्वाद रहेगा.
Well, with those festive vibes, we are now quickly shifting towards a quick break. Stay with CNN News 18 as we will come right back with more news and updates right on the other side.
पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम. पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम. राम सिया राम किया विष्णु कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम. राम सिया राम किया विष्णु कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम.
The thing that attracted me to India was the fact that I needed a guru, right? I needed Brahmanism Tattva Veda guru. And I was very lucky that I met one, Her Holiness Master Shamiji. And it's really amazing that here in Ayodhya, the energy, the positivity here, because everyone's talking about Lord Ram, right? And majority of the time people are talking about wealthy things, other things, but now everyone's talking about Lord Ram. They're talking about the Ramayana, they're talking about Hindu Sanskriti, Veds, Mandir, the ancient texts that have guided us through so many ages, not just thousands of years, but ages. And it's really amazing to see here in Ayodhya that there seems to be this divine light that just seems to be shining throughout.
2 दिन पहले आपको खोलना पड़ा मजबूरन दूसरा जो टेंट सिटी है, इसमें कितने टेंट्स हैं? 39 आपने बताया.
मैं पहले से प्रिपरेशन था, हम पहले से प्लान था और सब कुछ प्लानिंग के अकॉर्डिंग ही हुआ है, कोई दिक्कत.
इसमें क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज रहेंगी जो लोग आएंगे उनके लिए, क्योंकि खास करके बहुत सारे लोग चाहते हैं, एक तो लोगों की ये रहती है कि पास में मिल जाए कहीं मंदिर के, इसके अलावा क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज रहेंगी लोगों के लिए यहाँ पे?
मैम मंदिर यहाँ से अप्रॉक्स 2 किलोमीटर है, 2 से 2.5 किलोमीटर है. और अगर फैसिलिटीज़ की बात करें तो जो भी फैसिलिटीज़ आपको एक होटल में मिलती हैं, जैसे आपने रूम अभी देखा, तो रूम के अंदर आपको सभी वो फैसिलिटीज़ मिल रही हैं, सारी अमेनिटीज़ वो मिल रही हैं जो एक 5 स्टार होटल में मिलती हैं. और प्रवेग लिमिटेड जो हमारी कंपनी है, उन्होंने कोशिश करी है कि जो भी अपनी फैसिलिटीज़ होटल में मिलती हैं, जैसे जिम हो गया, क्लब रूम हो गया, प्लस एक योगा का स्पेस है हमारे पास सेपरेट जो ओपन एरिया में है, और प्लस अपना कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम हो गया, तो वो सारी फैसिलिटीज़ हमारे पास हैं। रेस्टोरेंट्स है जो प्योर वेज रेस्टोरेंट है, तो जो भी चीज़ें एक होटल में मिलती हैं और एक इंसान को कंफर्टेबल रिलैक्स करने के लिए चाहिए होती हैं, वो सभी में है।
अभी तक का क्या फीडबैक रहा है आपका, क्योंकि ना ये एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट है खास करके इस रीजन में। गुजरात में तो हमने पहले से ही देखा गया था कि इस तरह के, अभी तक आपके पास क्या फीडबैक आया है आपकी टेंट सिटी के बारे में?
मैम फीडबैक अभी तक सारा पॉजिटिव है एंड वी आर गेटिंग वेरी गुड रेस्पॉन्स ऑल्सो। मार्केट से बहुत अच्छा, बहुत पॉजिटिव रेस्पॉन्स है।
टैरिफ के बारे में लोग पूछना चाहते हैं यहाँ पे, क्या क्या रहता है टैरिफ रहने का यहाँ पे?
मैम टैरिफ क्या है, वो डायनेमिक रेट्स रहते हैं एज पर द ऑक्यूपेंसी, एज पर द अवेलेबिलिटी। बट येस, हमारा जो प्रवेक लिमिटेड का सोचना है वो ये है कि टैरिफ जो है वो पॉकेट फ्रेंडली होना चाहिए एक मिडिल क्लास पीपल के लिए।
Well, Ayodhya is vibrating with
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. We have some breaking news now coming in. Well, this is about Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. She has posted on her social media account that Tamil Nadu government has banned watching the live telecast of Ayodhya Ram Mandir's programs on January 22nd. We'll bring you more details about the tweet that she has actually made, for which we have CNN News 18's Mugilan joining us on the broadcast. Mugilan, a very good morning to you. Could you quickly take us through the tweet that has been posted by Finance Minister and the details that she has shared, because she is saying that Tamil Nadu government is banning all the telecast of the live programs which are going to be telecasted tomorrow?
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has tweeted based on a Tamil Daily's news item stating that there is a prohibition to carry out any special pujas in the temples which come under HRNC department in Tamil Nadu. But when we checked with the HRNC officials, and they have categorically denied that any such orders were given to any of the temples in Tamil Nadu, that there should not be any special pujas should be conducted on 22nd. That is when the Pran Pratishtha happen in Ayodhya. So now the HRNC has dismissed it as a false information, as a rumor. And this particular newspaper has not got any official version, is what we are hearing from the HRNC officials. So now they are completely denying that that an order was given not to conduct any special pujas in the temples which are come under HRNC. But yes, what we are learning is that there are some groups which wanted to broadcast the consecration inside the temple, for which the permission so far has not been granted, is what we are hearing from the HRNC officials. But we are getting information on that also, because in no temples anywhere any special broadcasts are allowed. But we have to wait and watch what HRNC will decide in that matter.
Mugilan, do we have any word coming in from Tamil Nadu government over these allegations made by Finance Minister via her tweet?
Exactly that. As soon as the tweet was made, we got in touch with the HRNC department, which is responsible for managing the temples in Tamil Nadu, and they have categorically denied that no such orders were given. And it is a completely rumor, a false information that has been spread by few in Tamil Nadu.
Right, Mugilan. Also, if you could just walk our viewers through the programs that are going to be there tomorrow for the Pran Pratishtha ceremonies live telecast that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is actually saying that are being banned by the HRNC. Could you give us more details about that?
As far as here in Tamil Nadu, no such special screenings usually happen in anywhere in temples here in Tamil Nadu, but the finance minister has said that there was a permission sought to broadcast the consecration. Yes, we also heard from the HRNC officials that a few people have sought permission to screen the consecration inside the temple, which usually doesn't happen inside any temples in Tamil Nadu. But we have to wait and watch what the HRNC will be deciding on that matter. Anywhere, so far we have not seen any such special screening happening in any temples of the Tamil Nadu, but we have to wait and watch what HRNC decides in this matter. But as far as the special pujas, the prohibition of special pujas are concerned, the HRNC department have categorically said that there was no such order, there was no such ban or prohibition in conducting any special pujas in any of the temples that come under HRNC in Tamil Nadu.
Right, Mogilan. Thank you so much for bringing us all those crucial details straight from Tamil Nadu. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on that story. But right now, it's time to close the show. Stay with CNN News 18. We'll continue to bring you all the details and developments straight from Ayodhya. Thanks for watching for now.
पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम।
जय
Participation. And CNN News 18's Shivani Gupta is reporting from Ayodhya with all the latest news and updates from the ground. Let's take a look at this report.
Stone has been coming to this Karyashala in Ayodhya since the 1990s. At that time, the movement was at its peak. It obviously lost a little bit of its fervor since then, post the mid-1990s, but work here in the Karyashala has never stopped, and special care has been taken that all the stone that is there in this Karyashala is still used in the construction of the Ram temple. The VHP and the architects have made sure that this stone that many people have come here over the years to visit when there was no mandir, and many people used to come here and even worship these stones, because at that time there was no Ram temple, but their belief was that this stone will become the Ram temple. So special care has been taken by the VHP and the Teeth Sheth Trust today to make sure that this stone does not go waste. All of this stone eventually will be used in the construction of the Ram temple. Even today, there are a lot of people who are coming to this Karyashala, who are actually clicking their pictures with this. There is still a lot of faith and devotion associated to these stones. And there was a time when people used to come here and worship these stones because there was nowhere else to go and worship. That's really the story of the faith associated with the Ram temple, which is today becoming a reality. Long before anybody could have imagined or predicted that the Ram temple was going to become a reality, or when it was going to become a reality, there have been countless such workers working in the Karyashala in Ayodhya. From the 1990s, stone has been sent to this Karyashala, started by the VHP back then, and work on such pillars of the Mandir has been ongoing. At that time, nobody knew the date, but everybody had the faith that the Mandir will become a reality. In fact, the architects of this temple had designed the Ram temple design way back in the 1990s. It was even popularized by the VHP on their booklet. It was presented at a Kumbh. And today's design has only expanded on the design that was first made in 1990. Let me speak to this worker here. Bhaiya, aap kahan se aaye hain?
राजस्थान से।
राम आएंगे तो अंगना सजाऊंगी, राम आएंगे तो अंगना सजाऊंगी, दीप जला के दिवाली मैं मनाऊंगी, मेरे जन्मों के सारे पाप मिट जाएंगे, राम आएंगे, मेरी झोपड़ी के भाग आज खुल जाएंगे, राम आएंगे, राम आएंगे, आएंगे, राम आएंगे, राम आएंगे, आएंगे, राम आएंगे, हो मेरी कुटिया के भाग आज खुल जाएंगे, राम आएंगे, मेरी झोपड़ी के भाग आज खुल जाएंगे, राम आएंगे, राम आएंगे, राम आएंगे।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है. There's a reason why she's gone viral on Instagram, isn't it? There's a reason. and Insta Reel se real is fantastic. Swati, thank you so much for doing this for us and for joining us here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, I have to say hello. आपको तो hello कहना ही भूल गया. My name is Anand Narasimhan and we are here as part of our continuing coverage on Ram Mandir for India here on the News 18 network, and this is a very special panel. He's called Maryada Purushottam, but has he been fair to the ladies, especially the one big lady in his life, that is Sita? He's been a devoted son to his mother, listened to his stepmother, but did he stand by his wife? Did he do the right thing every time when it came to the women of Bharat of those times? Many questions to be asked, and of course we'll also celebrate Ram Mandir. With me are also two very how do I say, people I admire in the work that they have done, especially in the literary field. Neena Rai, author of the book Ayodhya, the splendid ancient city of Lord Rama. That's your book, isn't it? I love that book cover, Neena ji, fantastic. और आप उसकी हिंदी में भी ट्रांसक्रिप्ट आई है ना? तो दोनों बुक आपकी हैं. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And next to her is somebody who's also a very good friend, and we've had multiple run-ins when she unraveled the Mahabharata, then she's unraveled the Ramayana. Now she's unraveling many other things on Insta Reels, and then they are real fans also. So lovely ladies, thank you very much. So I'm the sore thumb in this all-women panel. सबसे पहले ये किसके भाव से लिखा है कि मेरी झोपड़ी के भाग आज खुल जाएंगे? तो कि ये शबरी के भाव से लिखा जा रहा है? हाँ, अमी जी बताइए किसके भाव से लिखा गया है गाना?
जो भाव है, जो गाना सुना है, वो तो शबरी जी के ही भाव का है. और आपने जो टॉपिक की बात करी, आप सोचिए उनके जीवन में जितनी भी स्त्रियां आई, उन स्त्रियों ने उनसे बहुत प्रेम किया. उनके लिए वो ऐसे कहते हैं ना कि वो प्रतीक्षा करती रही उनसे मिलने की. तो ऐसे थे श्री राम, जिनके लिए उनके जीवन की प्रत्येक स्त्री उनकी कामना करती थी, उनसे प्रेम करती थी.
No, but there are those who believe he was a chauvinist. Now, there's been so many things about that's been said about Ram. So one of the things is that he's been a chauvinist. Would you agree, disagree?
I would absolutely disagree, and those who've read the book Ramayana Unraveled, I have very clearly explained why. And ये मेरा explanation नहीं है. अगर आप वाल्मीकि रामायण पढ़ेंगे, जो भी वाल्मीकि रामायण पढ़ेगा, वो मेल शॉविनिस्ट इस निष्कर्ष पर तो पहुंच ही नहीं सकता. और अगर मेरे पास समय है तो मैं इसे थोड़ा सा विस्तृत में बताना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है श्री राम के विषय की जो ये भ्रांति है, ये दूर होना अत्यंत आवश्यक है. और अधिकतर ये बात तो है जो है वो तो सीता जी के परिप्रेक्ष्य में ही कही जाती है ना? तो उनके संबंध को समझना बहुत ही आवश्यक है. वाल्मीकि जी जब उनके विवाह के पश्चात के जीवन की बात करते हैं तो वो कहते हैं आख्यातम हृदयाम हृदय. उनके हृदय एक दूसरे से बात करते थे. सीता जी और श्री राम को शब्दों की भी आवश्यकता नहीं थी, हृदय से बात करते थे. ऐसी उनकी समझ थी, ऐसा उनका संबंध था. हाँ. अच्छा, उसके पश्चात जब वनवास जाने की बात आई तो श्री राम नहीं चाहते थे कि सीता जी उनके साथ आए, क्योंकि वन का जीवन, कोई वो पिकनिक में तो जा नहीं रहे थे, वन का जीवन तो भयंकर होता है. और वो वही बात सीता जी से कहते हैं. सीता जी तब यहाँ तक कहती है कि अच्छा आप मुझे डरा रहे हो, क्या आप मेरी रक्षा नहीं कर सकते? ये तो वही बात है कि जैसे मेरे पिताजी को तो शायद पता नहीं था कि रामम जमाताराम प्राप्त स्त्रियम पुरुष विग्रह. वो कहते मेरे पिताजी को नहीं पता था कि शायद पुरुष के रूप में स्त्री के साथ मेरे पिताजी को जमाई मिला है, वो वैसा है. यहाँ तक सीता जी कह देते हैं. और श्री राम उनको आलिंगन करते हैं, क्योंकि सीता जी बहुत दुखी है. और वो कहते हैं कि देवी तव बत दुखे न स्वर्गम अपी न अभिरोचिए. हे देवी, तुमको दुख देकर तो मुझे स्वर्ग भी नहीं चाहिए, तुम मेरे साथ अवश्य चलोगी क्योंकि तुम चाहती हो. परंतु तव अभिप्रायम अविज्ञाय वासम न रोचये अरण्ये. अगर तुम्हारा अभिप्राय ना हो, अगर तुम्हारा मत ना हो, तो मैं वनवास तुम पर थोप नहीं सकता. ये वनवास जाने की बात भी वो उनका ओपिनियन, उनकी मर्जी जानकर उनके साथ ले जाते हैं. और जब वो जानते हैं कि अच्छा ये मेरे साथ आना चाहती है, तो वो जो शब्द उन्होंने कहे है ना, वो भी बहुत सुंदर है. वो कहते हैं अनुगच्छस्व माम भीरु सह धर्मचरी भव. सह धर्मचरी भव. वो ये नहीं कह रही कि अच्छा तुम मेरी सेविका बन जाओ, ऐसे कुछ. वो कह रहे तुम मेरे साथ धर्म में मेरे 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 मित्र के भांति चलो, मेरे सहपाठी के जैसे चलो, है ना, सहधर्मचरी,
इक्वल
पार्टनर। और यही जो बात है वो उनके पूरे जीवन में दिखाई देता है। आप शुरुआत ही देखिए ना, अपनी माता जी को दिया हुआ वचन पालने के लिए जो पिताजी ने उनको दिया था, वो वनवास में जाते हैं। मतलब उनके साथ जो पहली जो घटना या दुर्घटना या जो भी कहो, वो तो एक स्त्री के कारण हुई है, और जिनकी आज्ञा उन्होंने मानी है। फिर सीता जी का स्वयं का ये ओपिनियन का ये मत था कि उनको जाना है वनवास, है ना। और आप थ्रू आउट देखो, उन पर ये जो लांछन लगता है मेल शॉविनिज्म का, वो केवल वो एंड के बाद के कारण लगता है कि लोग कहते हैं अरे ऐसे कैसे सीता जी के कैरेक्टर पे प्रश्न उठा दिया।
Correct. Now pause there. Let's also welcome the other guest who's joined us, and then we can continue this conversation. The one and only मालिनी अवस्थी जी। मालिनी जी, थैंक यू सो मच। आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ आपका कि हम जब भी आपको आग्रह करते हैं आप सदैव आ जाती हैं। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। स्वाति मिश्रा जी हैं, नीना राय एंड अमी गनात्रा। नीना जी, you wanted to say something quickly?
मैं ये कहना चाहती थी कि अगर आप वाल्मीकि रामायण पढ़ेंगे तो वाल्मीकि रामायण में राम जी ने जगह जगह पे सीता को प्राण प्यारी कहा है। प्राण प्यारी का मतलब है कि जो मेरे प्राणों से मुझे ज्यादा प्यारी है। तो वो सीता जी को ऐसा ओहदा देते हैं अपने जीवन में। सीता जी को किडनैप रावण ने किया ही क्यों था, ये कोई प्रश्न पूछता ही नहीं है। सीता जी को सिर्फ रावण ने इसलिए किडनैप किया था क्योंकि वो भी जानते थे कि राम जी का जो लाइफ है, जो जीवन है, वो सीता में बसता है। तो जब राम जी ने राक्षसों का वध किया, जो पहली बार जो राक्षसों का वध किया, जब जनस्थान टूट गया, उसके बाद एक राक्षस था जिसने रावण को जाकर के बोला कि विष्णु के अवतार जैसा कोई आया है जो पूरी की पूरी एंटायर क्रिएशन को क्रिएट कर सकता है और उसे खत्म भी कर सकता है। सो ही कैन क्रिएट अ क्रिएशन एंड ही कैन डिस्ट्रॉय द क्रिएशन सिंगल हैंडेडली। यू डू नॉट स्टैंड अ चांस। तो रावण पूछता है अब हम क्या करें? उसने पूरा जनस्थान तो उजाड़ दिया है, सारे राक्षसों को, अकेला आदमी 14,000 राक्षसों को मार चुका है। कहता है आपके पास कोई होप नहीं है, तो अब क्या करें? तो रावण इतना बड़ा कायर था, तो रावण को वो कहता है कि राम जी की जो लाइफ है, जो प्राण है, वो उन सीता में बसती है। सीता को उठा ले आओ तो राम खुद मर जाएंगे। इस कारण रावण द कॉवर्ड किडनैप्स सीता and takes her away. So, and then you said, was he a chauvinist? Tell me something. राम जी को जब पता चला, पहले तो राम जी को पता नहीं था कि रावण उठा करके ले गया है। तो जब राम जी को पता चला कि रावण उठा के ले गया है, तो वो क्या कहते हैं? वो कहते हैं जिस छल जो मेरी प्राण प्यारी को ले गया। और ऐसे नहीं कि वो कह रहे हैं, लाइक वी आर टॉकिंग, पूरा डिस्क्रिप्शन दिया है वहां पे कि जब उनको जेवर मिले सीता जी के, तो वो जेवर को देख के लक्ष्मण को कहते हैं देखो देखो सीता के जेवर, और रोने लगते हैं, अपने हृदय से जेवर को रखते हैं और धरती पे गिर जाते हैं। कहते हैं उनका वक्त स्थल भीग गया था रो रो के। कहते हैं जो छल मेरे साथ हुआ है रावण, तुमने जो मेरी पत्नी सीता को उठाया है, इस छल के कारण मैं पूरे राक्षस के रेस को वाइप आउट कर दूंगा। क्या ये एक मिसोजिनिस्ट आदमी कह सकता है कि मैं सिर्फ रावण को नहीं मारूंगा, मैं रावण के पूरे रेस, पूरे वंश सबको खत्म कर दूंगा? और इस कारण रावण, मतलब रामायण के बाद जब आप महाभारत के समय तक आते हैं, राक्षस गिन चुन के कम हो जाते हैं। और क्या आपको पता है कि जब रावण कहता है कि मैं कितना पावरफुल हूं, तो वो पता नहीं, he says that there are around 30+ million Rakshas in the world. 30+ million Rakshas, that's the population of America today. The third largest population. So Ram destroys the whole race of Rakshasas from the face of earth. जब आप महाभारत तक आते हैं तो आपको इक्के तुक्के राक्षस की कहानियां मिलती हैं। Is this the work of a misogynist or is this the work of a man who says that enough is enough and no more of this? And I love my wife so much, and he goes all over there.
Well, that's a lot to say, but let's come back to another thing. सरजू तट पर हम थे जब 5 अगस्त 2020 को पूजा हुई थी। मालिनी अवस्थी जी,
है।
अब वही सरजू तट पर आज भी हैं जब 22 जनवरी को प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होनी है।
बिल्कुल याद है मुझे। बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है आप लोग का सबका सुनना, ये इसलिए क्योंकि मुझे इसलिए रोचक लग रहा था क्योंकि एक लंबे समय से राम कथा और भगवान राम का पति के रूप में उनका स्वरूप, उस पर बड़े सारे कह लीजिए बहस होती है, विमर्श होता है, और स्त्री विमर्श वाले तो प्रायः राम पर को बहुत आरोपित करते हैं इसको लेकर के, और इस स्तर पे कि कभी कभी बहुत वो एक असहज स्थिति तक हो जाती है। हाईएस्ट अथॉरिटी पे जो सीट है उसके दायित्व, उनकी जवाबदेही एक अलग स्तर की है जिसको वास्तव में जन सामान्य नहीं समझ सकता। बड़ा आसान है आलोचना करना, लेकिन सर्वोच्च सत्ता पे बैठे व्यक्ति की जवाबदेही और उसकी विवशताएं, जिस पर आज भी हम लोग कितने इतिहास पुरुषों पर आलोचना करते हैं, विवेचन करते हैं, लेकिन उसकी विवशता वही जानता है। वहां पर प्रजा को एक आंख से देखना और किसी के कहने पे पत्नी को छोड़ देना, ये बिल्कुल एक सतही बात, एक पंक्ति की तरह लगती है। मैं इसका दूसरा पक्ष आपके सामने रखती हूँ। क्या ऐसा संभव नहीं हुआ होगा कि एक ऐसी स्वाभिमानिनी स्त्री, एक ऐसी सक्षम स्त्री, सीता जी जैसी, जो इतनी सबल हैं, इतनी विलक्षण है, जिनके लिए पिता उस समय स्वयंवर रचते हैं कि जाति कुल के आधार पे नहीं, योग्यता के आधार पे मेरे पति का वरण होगा, जो उस कुल में इतनी विलक्षण है, इतनी असाधारण है कि उनके पति उनको एक पत्नी व्रत का वचन देते हैं विवाह की रात
जी।
इसीलिए मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम कहलाते। उनके पिता की 3 रानियां थीं, बाबा की और भी ज्यादा रानियां थीं, और वो पहले होते हैं कि नहीं, जीवन में अब दूसरी स्त्री को मैं उठाकर आंख देखूंगा भी नहीं। तो सीता का सौभाग्य इसलिए परम सौभाग्य माना गया। हम अवध के, हम लोग क्या, तो आज भी सीता जी का सिंदूर भरा जाता है, सौभाग्य सुहाग गाया ही सीता जी का जाता है कि भाई ऐसा पति मिले, क्योंकि ये सबसे बड़ी बात है, एक निष्ठ प्रेम, उसका वचन राम ने दिया जो निभाया। सीता जी इतनी स्वाभिमानिनी है कि जब ब्याह करके आती हैं, और स्वाभिमानिनी ही नहीं, इतने अपने मन की भी हैं कि जब वनवास होता है तो वो राम से कहती हैं कि इसीलिए विवाह करके लाए थे, अब तो हमने जीवन में सुख दुख संघर्ष इसका वचन लिया है, तो आपका वनवास आपका अकेले कैसा हो गया, मैं भी जाऊंगी। वहीं पे उर्मिला है, वो अयोध्या रहती है, सारी रानियां वन में रहती, वो जाती हैं। यानी अपना निर्णय स्वयं लेने वाली स्त्री थी, उनको कोई कुछ कहने वाला नहीं था। यहाँ पे अब दूसरी बात, किसी के कहने पे वन पे चली जाए, मुझे तो लगता है यदि एक निष्ठ प्रेम उनका था तो सीता जी का प्रेम क्यों नहीं ऐसा हो सकता कि यदि, मतलब मैं सिर्फ इसको यदि के ही रूप में कह रही हूं, विमर्श है तो विमर्श है, कि आलोचना होती देखी हो, पति को असहज, राजा को, पति को नहीं, अपने उस प्राणों से प्रिय पति को, राजा को यदि असहज स्थिति में देखा हो तो स्वयं वन को क्यों न गई हो। मेरी जैसी यदि पत्नी होती तो हम लोग तो कई बातों को नहीं कह पाते कि किसी मर्यादा के पालन के लिए हम लोगों को बहुत असाधारण त्याग करने पड़े जी। बहुत असाधारण संयम रखने पड़े जो कभी जग जान नहीं पाया। तो सीता की कहानी तो कोई नहीं जान पाया कि क्या पता कि सीता ने सत्य की रक्षा करने के लिए, पति के सम्मान की रक्षा करने के लिए, अयोध्या के राजा की नीति की और सम्मान की रक्षा करने के लिए कि तुम यहां रहो, मेरे कारण समस्या, मैं जाती हूं। लेकिन इस पक्ष की कोई बात नहीं करता। मुझे लगता है जिस तरह, और जब राम जाते हैं तो वो स्वयं कहते हैं कि अब मैं संतुष्ट हूं कि अब लव कुछ तुम्हारे पास गए, मैं अब जाती हूं वापस। एक हम लोग क्या, लेकिन लोकगीतों में सीता का पक्ष रखा है समाज ने, क्योंकि वो स्त्रियों ने गाने रचे। उसमें बड़ा एक गीत मिलता है कि जब वशिष्ठ जी आते हैं, गीत में है कि मनाने के लिए, सुनाएंगे ऐसे ही बता रही हूं मैं कि वो एक वशिष्ठ जी आते हैं मनाने के लिए, वो कहते हैं कि तुम कितनी समझदार थी सीता, क्या हो गया है तुमको, पति ने यज्ञ रखा है, तुम्हें मैं ले जाने आया हूं। आश्रम आते हैं तो वो कहती हैं, तुहार कहा मनबय गुरु, परग दुई चलिबय हो, जियत जी मुंह अयोध्या के नाहे दिखबय हो। गुरु जी आपका कहना मानूंगी, 2 पग चल के जाऊंगी क्योंकि आपने आदेश दिया है, लेकिन अब जीते जी अयोध्या का मुंह नहीं देखूंगी। ये चूंकि हम इस बात को इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखें कि राम सीता की कहानी हर एक भारतीय की कहानी है, हर स्त्री की कहानी है। तो अपना अतीत, अपना भोगा हुआ जीवन का दंश भी लोगों ने सीता के दंश में देखा, राम की कथा में देखा। हर परिवार में एक राम होता है जो कि पूरे परिवार को ढोता है, वहन करता है। पिता की गलती हो तो भी परिवार को एक करके रक्षा करता है। ऐसे में सीता को यदि निकाल दिया हो, पहले उस जमाने में पति, भाई हम लोगों ने 70 साल से पहले देखा है 2-2 ब्याह, 3-3 ब्याह, भगवान ने भले ही मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम रखे हो। तो यदि सीता को निकाला हो और ऐसी किसी भी स्त्री को निकाला हो तो वो सीता की कहानी का सच हर स्त्री का सच बन गया। ऐसे बहुत सारे गीत मिलेंगे जिनमें कि सीता के विरह का ये पक्ष, वन में जाने का पक्ष मिलता है। और इतने कारुणिक पक्ष हैं कि उनको आप सुने तो आपको लगता है कि ये अलग राम कथा लिखी जानी चाहिए। लेकिन मैं बार बार कहती हूँ, वो लोक में जो स्त्री का कष्ट और व्यथा व्याप्त थी, उन्होंने सीता को नायिका मान के अपने जीवन को उनमें देखा और इस प्रकार की बड़ी कथाएं लिखी। ऐसी कथाएं लिखी हैं कि उनको लक्ष्मण जी वन लेके जा रहे हैं, राम ने निकाल दिया है और उनको वन में लेकर के जा रहे हैं लक्ष्मण जी। और जब उनको प्यास लगती है तो वो उनको वहीं पर छोड़ करके चले जाते हैं और लौट करके आते हैं। और तब सीता जी कहती, लक्ष्मण तुम विपत्तिया के साथ ही बोलते हैं कि मेरी विपत्ति के साथ ही लक्ष्मण तुम कहाँ हो। तो बस वो जल पिलाते हैं और पलट करके चले जाते हैं। सीता जी कुछ कहती नहीं है और उन्हें धोखा सा लगता है कि वो वहीं बैठी रही, चले गए। ऐसे अनेक गीतों के प्रसंग हैं, ये कथाएं हैं, लोक कथाएं हैं, उपकथाएं। किसी ने अपने आप बीती को उस गीत का रूप में नायिका सीता, जैसे हर नायक राम है, तो ऐसी बहुत कथाएं मिलती हैं। लेकिन इस विमर्श में मुझे लगता है कि सत्यता शायद कम है। ये विरह यह अवश्य हो सकता है कि सत्य की रक्षा के लिए, राज्य की रक्षा के लिए राम को अपने प्रिय की कहीं ना कहीं रक्षा करने के लिए यदि ऐसा अधर्म में देखा हो, संकट में, धर्म संकट में, तो सीता ने स्वयं अपने प्राणों से प्रिय पति को बचाने के लिए अयोध्या छोड़ दी हो, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
क्या बात है।
अच्छा, आपको मैं और एक बात बताती हूँ जो मेरा पर्सनल अनुभव है। मैंने कुछ टाइम इंडोनेशिया में काम करा है, तो वहाँ जावा करके एक जगह है जिसका उल्लेख रामायण में आता है। जब सीता जी के खोज के लिए सुग्रीव अपनी सेना को भेजते हैं तो ईस्ट की तरफ वो कुछ वानर सेना को भेजते हैं। तो और वो उसमें श्लोक है कि यावा द्वीप, सुवर्ण द्वीप वगैरह, उसका श्लोक में मेंशन है। और आज भी अगर आप जावा जाओ तो भले वहां के लोग तो कन्वर्ट हो चुके हैं, पर वो आज भी अपने आप को मानते हैं कि हम तो उनके हैं, वो हमारे पूर्वज रह चुके हैं। वहां से जो लोग आए, आपके भारत से जो लोग आए, अच्छा इंडोनेशिया में वेस्ट डायरेक्शन को बारात बोलते हैं, वेस्ट डायरेक्शन को बारात। तो इंडोनेशिया के वेस्ट में क्या है, भारत है ना। सो दे कॉल दिस इज बिकम लाइक वो जेरोक्स फोटोकॉपी में बोलते हैं ना, वैसे वेस्ट इज बिकम भारत फॉर देम, ठीक है। और वो कहते हैं कि यहाँ से जो सुग्रीव के लोग आए थे, हम तो उनके लोग हैं, वो अभी भी मानते हैं ये बात।
तो सुग्रीव के वंशज मानते हैं अपने आप को।
एग्जैक्टली, मतलब सुग्रीव की सेना के वंशज, ऐसा वो मानते हैं।
देखिए ये ना, मेरे पास समय बहुत अल्प है, इसलिए आई हैव टू वाइंड दिस अप। स्वाति जी, this has become a conversation that can carry on, and but I hope you enjoyed making all the effort. इतनी मेहनत करके आप आई, कुछ तो आपने गाने भी सुनाए, बट कुछ इनके
इतना ज्ञान मिला मुझे यहाँ से, इसकी तो मुझे उम्मीद भी नहीं थी। इसके लिए मैं आपको थैंकफुल आपके लिए हूँ कि मुझे इतना सब कुछ जानने को मिला, और ऐड ऑन करूंगी अपने नॉलेज में ये सब कुछ। और आगे जब मैं थोड़ी और बड़ी हो जाऊंगी तो मैं भी अगर बोलूं तो आप सब जैसा बोल सकूं आगे चल के कभी ऐसा।
पर मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि आप क्यों भजन गाना चाहते हैं? Why do you want to, in your career, in your music, I know you sing a lot of things, you got a lot of, but why, what attracts you to this?
अच्छा, मतलब ये क्वेश्चन काफी लोग पूछते हैं कि आप भजन क्यों गाती हैं, क्यों गाना चाहती हैं, Why do you want to sing भजन? एक्चुअली मैं बिहार से हूँ और यूपी बिहार में जितने लोग हैं रिलेट कर पाएंगे कि ये वांट नहीं है, ये आई थिंक ब्लड में है कि बचपन से हम हर चीज में पूजा देखते आए हैं। कभी देख रहे हैं मम्मी कुछ प्रसाद बना रही हैं, छोटे छोटे आटे के प्रसाद बना रही, मम्मी से पूछो मम्मी ये क्या है, तुम क्यों बना रही हो, तो बोलेगी मैया जी के पूजा हो गई, मैया जी के पूजा होता तो उसके लिए। कभी शिवरात्रि की पूजा हो रही है, कभी सूप डबडबा के और अलक्ष्मी को भगाते हैं सुबह सुबह। हर जगह पूजा है, हर जगह भक्ति है, तो भक्ति तो इनबिल्ट ही है, ऐसा लगता है कि ये हमारे ब्लड में है भक्ति.
So it's not something that you want to do or have to do. It's just you do.
It's just in my blood. Yeah.
हो जाता है.
जी.
तो इस कार्यक्रम को शेष करने का भी मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा. Final something that you can sing for us, please.
Sure. हो रघुनंदन दीन दयाल हो तुम, रघुनंदन दीन दयाल हो तुम, श्री राम तुम्हारी जय होवे, श्री राम तुम्हारी जय होवे. ओ रघुनंदन दीन दयाल हो तुम, श्री राम तुम्हारी जय होवे. राजा राम तुम्हारी जय होवे, श्री राम तुम्हारी जय होवे, भगवान तुम्हारी जय होवे. ओ रघुनंदन दीन दयाल हो तुम, श्री राम तुम्हारी जय होवे, राजा राम तुम्हारी जय होवे. इस जग के पालनहार हो तुम, इस जग के पालनहार हो तुम, भवसागर तारणहार हो तुम, भवसागर तारणहार हो तुम. तुम इष्ट सभी के दाता हो, तुम इष्ट सभी के दाता हो, भगवान तुम्हारी जय होवे, श्री राम तुम्हारी जय होवे. हो रघुनंदन दीन दयाल हो तुम, रघुनंदन दीन दयाल हो तुम, श्री राम तुम्हारी जय होवे, राजा राम तुम्हारी जय होवे, भगवान तुम्हारी जय होवे, श्री राम तुम्हारी जय होवे.
क्या बात है. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू.
कब से काम कर रहे हैं?
साल भर हो गया.
अच्छा. अब तो मंदिर पूरा बन ही गया है. यहाँ का जो पत्थर है ये बहुत सालों से यहाँ पे आया हुआ है और इस पत्थर को भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा.
पत्थर को भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा.
जी. तो आपको क्या बताया गया है? आपका काम चल रहा है तब से वैसे ही?
काम चल रहा है हमारा, चालू ही है.
आज जब मंदिर बन के तैयार होने वाला है उस पे कुछ कहेंगे? क्या आपके मन में क्या ख्याल है? मंदिर अब बन गया है, उसकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होने वाली है.
खुशी है हमें, जल्द से जल्द हो जाएगी.
Well, pilgrims are undertaking long routes tracing Lord Ram's return to Ayodhya. And CNN News 18's Aman Sharma is with ISKCON's 41-day-long bullock cart yatra that reached Ayodhya near Ram Mandir after a 650-kilometer-long journey from Delhi. Let's take a look at this long journey of faith.
So behind me you can see the ISKCON bullock cart yatra. This started 41 days ago from Delhi, from Indraprastha, and it is going all the way to Ayodhya. It is now in Ayodhya, and we are seeing ISKCON's devotees, ISKCON saints dancing in front of the bullock cart. They will culminate this journey on January 22nd, the day of the grand opening of the Ram Temple, a 41-day journey which has been done over 635 kilometers. The mode of transport was the bullock cart. The idea, was to go slow. of ISKCON was to go slow, touching villages and towns where they could spread the teachings of Lord Ram. They have gone through villages, towns, all the way. This is the bullock cart on which this bullock cart Ram Pad Yatra from Delhi Indraprasth to Ayodhya Dham has been carried out. It started on 10th December last month and it is culminating on 20th January today. The Sri Ram Pran Pratishtha Samaroh ke uplaksh mein ISKCON on this bullock cart yatra from Delhi to Ayodhya, and you can see the enthusiasm behind me of the ISKCON devotees, of the ISKCON people. And this is the Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. This is the ISKCON's bullock cart going right way to the Ram temples after a 40-day long journey from Delhi.
Well, saints, sages and devotees from around the world are thronging Ayodhya ahead of Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha ceremony. CNN News 18's Aman Sharma also spoke to a devotee of Ram Lalla who visits Ayodhya all the way from London and says that it was the power of devotion that brought him here. Let's take a look.
How big is this day, do you think, in the context of what all the history has been of Ram Janambhoomi? How big a day is this for not just Indians, maybe Hindus across the world?
So it is a very, very huge day. You might have seen that there's certain days that shook the world, and this is one of those days. So on the 22nd of January 2024, it is a groundbreaking day. And for those Sanatani, because for so many years there's been a struggle to openly be able to celebrate your dharma, your religion, and now we're getting that on a world stage. The whole world is here, and it is absolutely a wonderful opportunity for us all.
Don't you think the journey from London to Ayodhya is very long? Is this devotion which brings you, or is this the urge to be here on the big day?
You could say it was devotion that brought me here. The thing that attracted me to India was the fact that I needed a guru, right? I needed Brahmanism guru. And I was very lucky that I met one, Her Holiness Master Shamiji. And it's really amazing that here in Ayodhya, the energy, the positivity here, because everyone's talking about Lord Ram, right? And majority of the time people are talking about wealthy things, other things, but now everyone's talking about Lord Ram. They're talking about the Ramayana, they're talking about Hindu Sanskriti, Veds, Mandir, the ancient texts that have guided us through so many ages, not just thousands of years, but ages. And it's really amazing to see here in Ayodhya that there seems to be this divine light that just seems to be shining throughout.
2 दिन पहले आपको खोलना पड़ा मजबूरन दूसरा जो टेंट सिटी है, इसमें कितने टेंट्स है? 39 हमने बताया।
मैं पहले से प्रिपरेशन था हम।
Good afternoon, I'm Pallavi Ghosh, and the countdown for the Pran Pratishtha beginning tomorrow has begun. Well, the countdown to the divine Pran Pratishtha in Ayodhya's Ram Mandir has commenced, and in a few hours, Ram Lalla will grace the sanctorum. Had a montage.
स्वागत गान गाए जिसके लिए मन में गंगा जिसके हाथ में है, जीते भी मरते भी काम काज करते भी सुख में दुख में हर एक मुख में गर जाएगी नाम।
Well, tomorrow marks the end of a long wait for the inauguration of the grand Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with several other dignitaries, will attend this. More than 50 captivating musical instruments from various states will be played at the grand event. Nendra Mishra of Ayodhya is a designer and organizer of this grand Mangal Vadan. The sacred rituals, including a divine bath with 114 urns and the Shayad Divas ritual for Ram Lalla, will also be held later today. Okay, to some breaking news, and this is some to do with politics. After Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has claimed that in an HRNC managed temples in Tamil Nadu, people are being threatened for organizing bhajans, feeding the poor, celebrating with sweets, even as people wish to watch the live telecast of the Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha. However, the HRNC has now issued a clarification that this is a false information which was spread that the charity department has denied permission to perform the puja in the name of Ram tomorrow in temples of Tamil Nadu. No such notification has been given by the endowment department. So we're going to try and go across to our reporters on the ground. But as we all know that the Ram Mandir, as much as it is bhavya, has also been mired in a lot of politics, not just in Bengal, but also in Tamil Nadu. Now, an accusation or an allegation has come in that temples which are planning to organize puja, feed the poor on this bhavya occasion, are now not being allowed to do so by the department, the concerned department across the temples in Tamil Nadu. That clarification has come in, saying that this is an absolutely wrong allegation which has been made. No such order has been issued. So we are going to try and get some more clarification on this and go across to our reporters on the ground. Okay, let me just go across to Mugilan, who's now joining us on the phone line. Any clarification which has come in, because now there is this accusation, counter accusation which is coming in, led by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman herself.
Now the HRNC department, which manages and governs the temples in Tamil Nadu, have categorically denied any such given to any temple that comes under the HRNC department. And this was a particular news article that was carried out by a Tamil daily. And based on that, the finance minister have tweeted. But when we spoke with the HRNC officials, even the top level officials, they also have categorically denied any such order that has been given to the temple. And they have also said regarding the screening of the consecration inside the temple, the permission for screening anything inside the temple is usually not given. Is the official clarification we are getting from the HRNC officials. And they also say that the news article, the news report that that was published by the Tamil Daily seems motivated is the reaction what we are getting from the HRNC department. So as of now, the HRNC department have categorically denied giving any such orders to prohibit any special pujas during the consecration tomorrow. So now the HRNC says that is completely false. And as far as giving the annadanam, that is giving special lunches inside the temple, that usually happen even if there is a consecration or not. Daily, the lunch is being provided at various temples in Tamil Nadu. So the HRNC department officials have categorically said that the allegations that have been made by the Tamil publication is completely baseless and it's a false information.
So Mugilan, just to add on to the question I just asked you, so what you're saying is that people are free, or temples are free to have any kind of an event or celebration of the big Ram Mandir moment which is going to take place in Ayodhya tomorrow.
Yeah, that is the word. That is the word what we are getting from the HRNC department. If there want to be any special pujas be performed, that can be performed. And as far as the screening is concerned, the permission for screening anything in temples is not usually given, is what we are hearing from the HRNC department, because they say anything that will happen inside the temple has to come as per the Agama ritual. So the screening is not generally been allowed in the any temples in Tamil Nadu, is the word what we are getting from the HRNC department.
All right. Thank you very much, Mugilan, for sharing your thoughts with us. So that's a clarification which has come in to that allegation coming in from the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. I'm just going to go across to my special guest this afternoon, Mr. Kartik Chopra. He's spokesperson of the Nirmohi Akhada in Ayodhya, Ravi Bhatt, who's also an historian. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Kartik, I'm going to begin with you first. It must be a big moment. Like for most of us, it is of course going to be a big moment and a closure to a legal and what has been a legal political fight as well.
Absolutely. In fact, this is a struggle for our Akhada for almost 490 years plus, where Mahan Shamanand and all his disciples were slaughtered when the Mughal forces came and destroyed the temple in 1528. After that, for generation after generation, our warrior saints kept were fighting to reclaim the site, very often succeeding over the years. In 1860s, we were amongst the first people to file cases for the deity. In 1885, Mahant Raghubar Das filed the first case to ask for permission for having a covering structure over the Ram Chabutra on which the deity was residing. In 49, it was these very idols that were put inside the structure. These are the ancient Pran Pratishtha deities of Bhagwan Ram Lalla Virajman, which now finally after the 2019 order were granted title. And we are very happy that these very Pran Pratishtha murtis itself are being replaced back in the Garbhagriha as been announced by concerned authorities later this evening. And finally, Bhagwan Sri Ram will be residing in his grand mandir on his very Janam Sthan itself. And for us in the Akhada, this is a great moment. And for, I will say, struggle over 5 centuries. And we request all political parties to please stop all politics over this. Tomorrow, our Honorable Prime Minister will be doing the final consecration ceremony of the Achal Murti. And this is a momentous occasion for the entire country, for our entire Bharatiya civilization. And the whole world is watching us. This is not the time for political parties to bicker over this grand event. And,
Mr. Chopra,
go ahead, ma'am.
there was this dharana which some people tend to make and peddle was that Ram Mandir is emotive only as far as people in North India or the Hindi heartland belt is concerned. But as the Prime Minister goes to it tracks down to south, he's visiting all the temples over there, and today of course he's in Dhanushkodi. Isn't it a fact that Ram is a thread which binds north to south, east to west?
Bhagwan Sri Ram is the soul of this grand nation. And when I say grand nation, I refer to ancient Bharatvarsh, across a geographical boundary that spreads far beyond the current boundaries of our country. And there is absolutely no debate on the fact that his divinity is worshipped across the entire world, across the entire length and breadth of the country, and has been for eons. So they're trying to create this north-south divide is absolute foolishness on behalf of, on the part of those who are doing it.
Okay. Mr. Bhatt is also, Mr. Ravi Bhatt, he's also joining us. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatt. Let's talk a little bit about history because this is something which has been a topic of much dispute. And today I want to talk about Dhanushkodi because that's where the Prime Minister is, the Ram Setu. Now, there are some who are demanding that, you know, the Ram Setu, the Ram Bridge should actually be built because that will be the next step forward. Just if you could capture for us the kind of history which is being tracked and traced and followed also by the Prime Minister and what really the entire journey, if I may say so, of Ramji has been about.
See, I tell you, the demand which the masses they are making, it is basically all few of the people who are raising the demand of making that setu. This is a sentiment of the Indian masses. You know, this is a sentiment of the not only one particular community, but it is of the masses who believes in the power of Ram, who believe, who have the faith in the Ram, who believe in Ram Raj. Now I'm getting back to the history of it. See, the Mahabharata and Ramayana, they too have mentioned about the Ram and Ayodhya, and it is in the Atharved. It is being mentioned about the Ayodhya, I mean, which is being compared with the city of heaven. The same is with the Iskan Puran also. This is being mentioned about it. Now coming back again, in the in Ayodhya, the Ikshawuk dynasty, Sun dynasty, Survanshi, they were ruling, and Lord Ram is from that dynasty only. And one of their forefathers' name was Ayodhya, and Ayodhya means the person against whom you can't wage a war or you can't conquer him. And by that name, the Ayodhya is being, the city of Ayodhya is named after Ayodhya only, the forefather of Lord Rama. And just believe it, how that important and religious this place was, that even during the time of the Buddhism and Jainism. In both the scriptures, it is mentioned in Buddhist scriptures as well as Jain scriptures. It is being mentioned about the Avidya, and this is Ayodhya itself is a place where not only how important this place was, that out of 24 Tirthankars, that the holy men of the Jains, the 5 was born there. Even the first one was the Rishabdev. He was also born there. And Lord Mahavir has spent lot of time there. At the same time, Lord Buddha also has meditated there and spent lot of time. Now, I'm simply telling you, this was the crossroad of 2 major trade routes. So it was such a populous place and prosperous place that all the preachers used to come over there and preach. Even Guru Nanak had also gone to Ayodhya in way back in 1510 and 15. He was also there. Guru Gobind Singh was also there. So I'm simply trying to tell you,
Mr. Chopra, this is what the question I wanted to come to you. You know, I was just listening to Mr. Mohan Bhagwat a short while back, and then he says that this is a time for all political parties to sink in their differences, and Ayodhya means a place jahan pe koi yudh na ho, and therefore it's time to forget all your political battles. But beyond the political battles, the point is also not that, Mr. Chopra, there's that tomorrow is also a day for everyone, irrespective of which religion you belong to actually be a part of this great moment for our country. I mean, you know, when Mr. Bhatt is talking about the Sikh Guru also having been to Ayodhya, I think that's the point which has now been exemplified.
It's not only Guru Nanak Dev Ji. In fact, during the hearings, this was part of our case submissions. His diary recordings of his visit, where he stayed at the historic Brahma Kund at the Gurdwara location there. He used to bathe in the holy Sarovar, Brahma Kund Sarovar there, and then go to the Ram Mandir. He records this. Later, Guru Tegh Bahadur Maharaj and Guru Gobind Singh spent a lot of time at this same very Gurdwara, where even some of the weapons of Guru Gobind Singh Ji are still on display at the ancient Gurdwara there. Hazrat Sheesh also has his grave some distance away from Ayodhya. So all religions have their holy leaders who have spent time in Ayodhya. The same way, going forward from here, Ayodhya is one of the greatest world heritage sites. It's not just important to us from the point of our Hindu civilization, our Hindu religion, but also a phenomenal World Heritage location where we hope people from all over the world will now come and visit and see the ancient grandeur and experience the phenomenal positive vibrations that exist in this holy site.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bhatt. Thank you very much, Mr. Chopra. Of course, we're going to be touching base with you because after all, tomorrow is the day that we all have been looking forward to. Thank you so much. And well, we are going to be keeping on top of this story about the Pran Pratishtha, which is going to begin tomorrow with the Prime Minister, of course, being there at the Pran Pratishtha tomorrow. I'm going to go across. Okay, I'm just going to go across to my my colleague Anand, who's there in Ayodhya at this point of time.
आनंद दे हम वही करें इसलिए इस तरह से।
अच्छा, आप यहीं रुकिए। हम इन तस्वीरों पे जहां प्रभु श्री राम है, लक्ष्मण है, सीता मैया है और हनुमान है, हमारी वाटकर बहनें हमारे साथ हैं। ये कितना सुंदर दृश्य है कि उनको भी ठंड लग सकती है तो उनको भी स्वेटर उड़ाकर, ऊपर मफलर उड़ाकर ऐसे उनको रखा गया है। दोनों राम जी और सीता लक्ष्मण जी के हाथ में धनुष भी है। मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि आपको बीच में मुझे टोकना पड़ा क्योंकि वो सडनली हमारे पास खबर आ गई थी। फिर से जरा राम धुन में और हमें राममय कर दें।
Okay, so Ayodhya is all Bhavya and everyone has played an important role in contributing to the building of the Ram Mandir. And I'm just going to go across to a report which has been put out by my colleague Siddhant. In fact, he's interviewed one of the businessmen who, Rakesh Pandey, who has contributed the CSR funds to the development of Ayodhya's renowned Surya Sthamb as well as Ram Sthan. In fact, Mr. Rakesh Pandey is a participant in the Adhar Modi event in Abu Dhabi, and he now discussed the global spread on how Ram has actually woven the entire world together as far as the Bhavya Ram Mandir is concerned.
सफर है, यहाँ भी आप मंदिर के इर्द गिर्द के विकास से जुड़े रहे, आपकी चाहे सूर्य स्तंभ की हो या और जो विकास के कार्य आपने यहाँ पे किए। आबू धाबी में आप प्रधानमंत्री का कम्युनिटी इवेंट, वहाँ भी मंदिर अगले महीने इनॉग्रेट होने जा रहा है, तो इसको थोड़ा संक्षिप्त में बताइए।
मतलब इसी हम लोग के लिए बहुत अच्छी बात है कि एक तो ये अयोध्या पावन नगरी में हम लोग कुछ कर पाए। जैसे जो भी विकास के कार्य हुए उसमें हमारा भी एक छोटा सा गिलहरी सा योगदान है। राम स्तंभ और सूर्य स्तंभ जो कॉन्सेप्ट है अयोध्या विकास प्राधिकरण का, और हम लोग शुरू से कहीं ना कहीं बहुत नरेंद्र मोदी से मोटिवेटेड है। आई एम पार्ट ऑफ इंडियन डायस्पोरा इन अबू धाबी एंड दुबई। सो ये 13 फरवरी को कार्यक्रम हुआ है, क्योंकि 14 तारीख को वहाँ भी हमारे लिए सौभाग्य है सनातन के लोगों के लिए कि वहाँ भी मोदी जी उद्घाटन करने जा रहे हैं, और कल परसों यहाँ भी मोदी जी उद्घाटन करने आ रहे हैं।
आप मेरे को एक बात बताइए, जो सूर्य स्तंभ और राम स्तंभ का कंसेप्ट है, इसको समझाइए और आपका क्या योगदान रहा है।
आप अपने पिताजी को अगर कोई तोहफा दें तो उसमें नहीं लिखेंगे कि सौजन्य बड़ा पुत्र या सौजन्य छोटा पुत्र। तो हम लोग सब ईश्वर श्री रामचंद्र के वंश के हैं, उन्हीं के लोग हैं, उन्हीं वो हमारे पिता तुल्य हैं, हमारे भगवान हैं, और उनके लिए एक छोटा सा ये अयोध्या विकास प्राधिकरण का ये एक प्रयोजन था और कार्य था। उसमें हम लोगों ने एक छोटा सा गिलहरी का योगदान किया। इस तरह से बनाई गई है कि इसका जो मटेरियल है वो फाइबर के साथ मिक्स है, और कुछ हिस्सा इसमें मेटल है। टॉप में इन्होंने जानबूझ के ये सूर्य का जो प्रारूप बनाया है, और ताकि
ये किससे बना है? जो टॉप
वो फाइबर का है, वो भी फाइबर का है, और ये एवर लास्टिंग है, मतलब काफी लंबे समय तक इवन गर्मी और जाड़ा ये दोनों
चेंज करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी?
नहीं है, मुझे लगता है कि कम से कम आने वाले 15 सालों तक तो नहीं पड़ेगी, बट हो सकता है कि हीट की वजह से अगर कुछ चेंजेस आए तो ऑफकोर्स मेंटेनेंस का पार्ट है वो हो सकता है।
वो हो सकता है।
Okay, so there's some news which has come in, and there's a clarification which has been issued by the Civil Aviation Ministry. This is regarding some speculation that a private carrier had crashed in Afghanistan, but the clarification from the ministry is that the airlines is not an Indian carrier, as has been wrongly attributed by some sources. Nikhil, who tracks the Civil Aviation Ministry, is now joining us. Yes, Nikhil, what updates can you get for us?
Well, in the very start, there was this report which were coming out from the Afghanistan, where all the media outlets were reporting that an Indian passenger aircraft had crashed at one of the province in the Afghanistan, and there were some of the mountains. But the clarification has come out from the side of the Indian Civil Aviation Ministry that the plane that crashed in Afghanistan last night is not an Indian carrier, as is being wrongly attributed by some of the sources. In fact, further we have been given to understand that it was Moroccan registered small aircraft, but there are other details as well which are yet to be awaited. But there is also further details which are coming in that the Russian aviation authorities are reporting that a Russian registered plane with 6 people thought to be on board disappeared from radar screens over Afghanistan on Saturday evening, and the plane was said to be French-made Dassault Falcon 10 jet. The plane was a chartered flight which was traveling all the way from India via Uzbekistan towards the side of the Moscow. So there is this particular clarification which has already come out that it was Moroccan registered aircraft, and there is no Indian scheduled aircraft which was involved in this particular alleged accident.
All right. Thank you very much, Nikhil, for getting us those details. So DGCA confirms to CNN News 18 that it was not an Indian aircraft or an Indian carrier which had crashed in Afghanistan. There was some speculation and reports which are going across that this was an Indian aircraft. That clarification and closure has come in from the Civil Aviation Ministry, as Nikhil was reporting to us a short while back. So our top focus, of course, is going to be the Ram Mandir, where the Pran Pratishtha is going to take place tomorrow in Ayodhya, and the countdown has begun.
पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण भला, राम सिया राम सिया राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण भला, राम सिया राम सिया राम।
जय श्री राम।
और सब कुछ प्लानिंग के अकॉर्डिंग ही हुआ है, कोई दिक्कत।
इसमें क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज रहेंगी जो लोग आएंगे उनके लिए, क्योंकि खास करके बहुत सारे लोग चाहते हैं, एक तो लोगों की ये रहती है कि पास में मिल जाए कहीं मंदिर के, इसके अलावा क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज रहेंगी लोगों के लिए यहाँ पे?
मैम मंदिर यहाँ से अप्रॉक्स 2 किलोमीटर है, 2 से 2.5 किलोमीटर है। और अगर फैसिलिटीज़ की बात करें तो जो भी फैसिलिटीज़ आपको एक होटल में मिलती हैं, जैसे आपने रूम अभी देखा, तो रूम के अंदर आपको सभी वो फैसिलिटीज़ मिल रही हैं, सारी अमेनिटीज़ वो मिल रही हैं जो एक 5 स्टार होटल में मिलती हैं। और प्रवेग लिमिटेड जो हमारी कंपनी है, उन्होंने कोशिश करी है कि जो भी अपनी फैसिलिटीज़ होटल में मिलती हैं, जैसे जिम हो गया, क्लब रूम हो गया, प्लस एक योगा का स्पेस है हमारे पास सेपरेट जो ओपन एरिया में है, और प्लस अपना कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम हो गया, तो वो सारी फैसिलिटीज़ हमारे पास हैं। रेस्टोरेंट्स है जो प्योर वेज रेस्टोरेंट है, तो जो भी चीज़ें एक होटल में मिलती हैं और एक इंसान को कंफर्टेबल रिलैक्स करने के लिए चाहिए होती हैं, वो सभी में है।
अभी तक का क्या फीडबैक रहा है आपका, क्योंकि ना ये एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट है, खास करके इस रीजन में। गुजरात में तो हमने पहले से ही देखा गया था कि इस तरह के, अभी तक आपके पास क्या फीडबैक आया है आपकी टेंट सिटी के बारे में?
मैम फीडबैक अभी तक सारा पॉजिटिव है एंड वी आर गेटिंग वेरी गुड रेस्पॉन्स ऑल्सो। मार्केट से बहुत अच्छा, बहुत पॉजिटिव रेस्पॉन्स है।
टैरिफ के बारे में लोग पूछना चाहते हैं यहाँ पे, क्या क्या रहता है टैरिफ रहने का यहाँ पे?
मैम टैरिफ क्या है, वो डायनेमिक रेट्स रहते हैं एज पर द ऑक्यूपेंसी, एज पर द अवेलेबिलिटी। बट येस, हमारा जो प्रवेग लिमिटेड का सोचना है वो ये है कि टैरिफ जो है वो पॉकेट फ्रेंडली होना चाहिए एक मिडिल क्लास पीपल के लिए।
Well, Ayodhya is vibrating with faith and anticipation, and CNN News 18's Shivani Gupta is reporting from Ayodhya with all the latest news and updates from the ground. Let's take a look at this report.
Stone has been coming to this Karyashala in Ayodhya since the 1990s. At that time, the movement was at its peak. It obviously lost a little bit of its fervor since then, post the mid-1990s, but work here in the Karyashala has never stopped, and special care has been taken that all the stone that is there in this Karyashala is still used in the construction of the Ram Temple. The VHP and the architects have made sure that this stone that many people have come here over the years to visit when there was no...
Well, not just in India, but across the world, the Ram Mandir fervor has gripped the people. My colleague Sanjay Suri is reporting from London, where the excitement and devotion are high for the upcoming Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha tomorrow.
Very extensive preparations are underway all around Britain to celebrate the opening of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Simultaneous celebrations will be held at more than 300 temples across the country, and more than 200 Hindu organizations have issued a joint statement expressing joy and solidarity with the opening of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Celebrations then at temples in Aberdeen in Scotland, in Cardiff in Wales, and Northern Ireland, all over London, all over Britain, right here in Wembley, and of course in Leicester, which is near Haridwar in Britain. This level of celebration is perhaps the biggest that we have seen among Hindus ever in Britain.
So we are so happy for the inauguration of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. 500 years we waited for this day, 76 battles or so. And so in the celebration and in happiness, all the Hindu communities of East London decided that we will get together. Let's do a celebration where everyone enjoys.
So happy होने का पर्व है, ये प्रश्न ही आपका गलत है। आज तो हमारे राम भगवान हमारे घर पधारे हैं, मेरी चौखट पे यार चल के राम आए हैं। इससे
We're extremely proud of what's happening in India. We're extremely proud that the mandir is being built. The mandir has been built in India, and we're here to celebrate, to let India know the whole of the world is with them.
अयोध्या में राम पधारे, मेरे पितामह पधारे, ये उनका निमंत्रण है सबके लिए। अयोध्या से अक्षत यहाँ तक आए, वो चाहते हैं कि हम सब उनकी यहाँ पर बुलाएं अपने अपने घर में, और ये अक्षत का 2-2 दाना अपने जेब में रखें, हमेशा उनका आशीर्वाद रहेगा।
The ISKCON's 41-day-long bullock cart yatra has reached Ayodhya near the Ram Mandir after a 650-kilometer long journey from Delhi. Aman Sharma with this report.
So behind me you can see the ISKCON bullock cart yatra. This started 41 days ago from Delhi, from Indraprastha, and it is going all the way to Ayodhya. It is now in Ayodhya, and we are seeing ISKCON's devotees, ISKCON saints dancing in front of the bullock cart. They will culminate this journey on January 22nd, the day of the grand opening of the Ram Temple, a 41-day journey which has been done over 635 kilometers. The mode of transport was the bullock cart. The idea, was to go slow. The idea of ISKCON was to go slow, touching villages and towns where they could spread the teachings of Lord Ram. They have gone through villages, towns, all the way. This is the bullock cart on which this bullock cart, Ram Pad Yatra, from Delhi Indraprasth to Ayodhya Dham has been carried out. It started on 10th December last month and it is culminating on 20th January today. The Sri Ram Pran Pratishtha Samaroh ke upalaksh mein ISKCON on this bullock cart yatra from Delhi to Ayodhya, and you can see the enthusiasm behind me of the ISKCON devotees, of the ISKCON people. And this is the Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. This is the ISKCON's bullock cart going right way to the Ram temples after a 40-day long journey from Delhi.
And that's the big story which we are going to be tracking. The countdown has begun. The Pran Pratishtha is going to take place tomorrow in Ayodhya.
पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम।
जय
Many people used to come here and even worship these stones because at that time there was no Ram temple, but their belief was that this stone will become the Ram temple. So special care has been taken by the VHP and the Tirth Kshetra Trust today to make sure that this stone does not go waste. All of this stone eventually will be used in the construction of the Ram temple. Even today, there are a lot of people who are coming to this Karyashala, who are actually clicking their pictures with this. There is still a lot of faith and devotion associated to these stones. And there was a time when people used to come here and worship these stones because there was nowhere else to go and worship. That's really the story of the faith associated with the Ram temple, which is today becoming a reality. Long before anybody could have imagined or predicted that the Ram temple was going to become a reality or when it was going to become a reality, there have been countless such workers working in the Karyashala in Ayodhya. From the 1990s, stone has been sent to this Karyashala, started by the VHP back then, and work on such pillars of the Mandir has been ongoing. At that time, nobody knew the date. But everybody had the faith that the Mandir will become a reality. In fact, the architects of this temple had designed the Ram temple design way back in the 1990s. It was even popularized by the VHP on their booklet. It was presented at a Kumbh. And today's design has only expanded on the design that was first made in 1990. Let me speak to this worker here. भैया आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
राजस्थान से।
तो आप इस कार्यशाला में कब से काम कर रहे हैं?
साल भर हो गया।
अच्छा, अब तो मंदिर पूरा बन ही गया है। यहाँ का जो पत्थर है ये बहुत सालों से यहाँ पे आया हुआ है और इस पत्थर को भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा।
पत्थर को भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा
जी। तो आपको क्या बताया गया है? आपका काम चल रहा है तब से वैसे ही?
काम चल रहा है हमारा, चालू है।
आज जब मंदिर बन के तैयार होने वाला है उस पे कुछ कहेंगे? क्या आपके मन में क्या ख्याल है? मंदिर अब बन गया है, उसकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होने वाली है।
खुशी है हमें, जल्द से जल्द हो जाएगी।
Well, pilgrims are undertaking long routes tracing Lord Ram's return to Ayodhya. And CNN News 18...
Namaste, Jai Hind, and continuing our conversations about Bharat, the Hindu way of life, and various aspects. So we've spoken about caste, we've spoken about inclusivity, we've spoken about gender bias, but more importantly, do we need to learn a lesson or lessons on sustainability? Many say in Sanskrit the word dharma means that which sustains. Dharayate iti dharma. So somewhere sustainability is it ingrained, inherent to the Hindu way of life itself. On the consecration of, beg your pardon, on the Pran Pratishtha of Ram Lala at Ram Lala Virajman, 22nd of January, many believe this is perhaps the time that Bharat is ready to take off. Are we going to be able to take off in a sustainable way? A Viksit Bharat in 2047, will it also be a sustainable Bharat? Let's try and understand the Hindu way of life, or the Hindu way, or Hindutva and environment. Professor Nachiketa Tiwari is with us. Dr. Amit Srivastava is also with us. He's a professor in DU. Nachiketa ji is a professor with the IIT Kanpur. And of course, Swami Vijnananand ji is with us, Vedic scholar. He studied in the Gurukul. He's a BTech himself. Lot of scientists who've also picked up spiritualism. A lot of them who understood science and education and also now have picked up the spiritual way of life. But Vijnananand ji, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, पूरा विश्व हमसे कह रहा है कि सस्टेनेबल रहो, तो हम विश्व को सस्टेनेबिलिटी सिखा सकते हैं और शुड वी लर्न फ्रॉम देम?
नहीं, देखो क्या है, सस्टेनेबिलिटी के विषय में हमारा कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है कि हम सारे कॉस्मस को लिविंग बीइंग मानते हैं, है ना। उसमें हवा से लेकर, पानी से लेकर, पहाड़, नदी, पेड़, है ना, सबको लिविंग बीइंग मानते हैं। हम उनको लिविंग बीइंग की तरह से ट्रीट भी करते हैं, तो उसी कारण से हम उसकी रक्षा भी करते थे। भले ठीक है, हमारे पिछले 100 सालों से जो साइकोलॉजी डेवलप किया, सोशल साइंस डेवलप हुआ, कहा कि हम लोग बैकवर्ड, हमने पहाड़ की पूजा करते थे, नदी की पूजा करते थे, पेड़ की पूजा करते थे, लोगों ने चिढ़ाया। लेकिन अब उनको दिखाई देने लगा कि ये क्यों पूजा करते थे। जब पहाड़ की पूजा करते तो आप उसकी रक्षा भी करेंगे। आप चले जाइए तिरुवन्नामलई में लोग परिक्रमा करते थे, तिरुवन्नामलई का पहाड़ किस तरह से सुरक्षित है। आप नदी की रक्षा करते तो उसका लुक आफ्टर करते हैं, पेड़ों की रक्षा करते हैं। हम लोग बचपन में थे, शाम को कहते थे पेड़ को टच मत करो, है ना। हम मॉडर्न साइंस में सब पढ़ते हैं ना, करेक्ट, कि उसके बावजूद भी देखो सबसे ज्यादा पेड़ों का नुकसान, इन्वायरमेंट का नुकसान वेस्ट में ही होता है। वो जो डेवलप जो कंज्यूमर बेस्ड इकोनॉमी है, तो हमारा समाज क्या है, सब में लिविंग बीइंग देखता है ना, वही परमात्मा को देखता है। तो उसी के कारण से हमारा रेस्पेक्ट है, और इसी कारण से हजारों साल तक हम बड़ी इकोनॉमी थे। देखो एंगुस मेडिसन का जो स्टडी है, द वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी हिस्टोरिकल स्टैटिस्टिक, द वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी मिलीनियर पर्सपेक्टिव, डेटा देते हैं कि 1st सेंचुरी से लेकर 15th सेंचुरी तक हम लोग 34 से लेकर 35% तक की इकोनॉमी थी हमारी, हाँ। और 15 से लेकर 18 तक हम 20 to 22% वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी। इतनी बड़ी इकोनॉमी के बाद भी हमारे नदियाँ क्लीन थे, जंगल पहाड़ थे, डाइवर्सिटी थी। मैं एक बड़े इन्वायरमेंटलिस्ट से चर्चा कर रहा था, भाई इंडोनेशिया में इतने जंगल हैं तो क्या वहाँ पर वाइल्ड एनिमल की डाइवर्सिटी है? बोला कि नहीं है, क्योंकि वहाँ से मार के खा गए। तो हमारे यहाँ क्या है कि ये जो समाज था ना, रेस्पेक्ट वाली बात है, इसके कारण से डाइवर्सिटी था। इसलिए 100 साल, मुझे बता 100 साल पहले, 50 साल पहले रूरल ग्राम में हमारा जो लाइफ स्टाइल था वो गार्बेज फ्री था, हर चीज़ रिसाइकल हो जाता था। लेकिन जब से वेस्टर्न मॉडल का आया और प्लास्टिक आया और सारा कंज्यूमरिज्म आएगा, हम हर चीज़ को एक्सप्लॉइट करने लगे ना। तो इसी चीज़ से दूर करके अगर दुनिया को अगर बचना है, इस पृथ्वी को बचाना है और हेल्दी जो वातावरण रखना है भविष्य में, तो आपको पूरा हिंदू कॉन्सेप्ट है ना, जिसको हम कहते हैं केयर फॉर नेचर। हम एनवायरनमेंट की बात केयर नहीं करते, सभी कंप्रिहेंसिव नेचर की बात करते हैं, वो हमें करना होगा। और इससे हमें हमारा जो भी डिजेनरेशन हुआ वो भी सुधरेगा और दुनिया का भी सुधार होगा।
No, so we can tell the world how to care for nature, but Amit ji, I want to understand from you, is it unfair on 1/4 of the world's population, which is on 4% of the world's land mass, and which is now wanting to become a developed nation, to actually practice sustainability? You know, climate change, after nations have plundered, looted resources, you know, because of what America did, there is a, you know, this one in, ozone layer hole on Australia, but nobody is penalizing America for it, and they just get away with the sorry. But
It's the developing nations which are under stress, isn't it? So can we do it? Is it possible for us to do it? हम कर सकते हैं?
Actually, the best indicator for that sustainable use of resources is resource consumption per capita or pollution. If you take per capita, India has the lowest ecological footprint in the world. If we say, and still we are doing better than many countries in terms of combating climate change and as well as hand in hand economic growth. So what they are telling us that sustainable development we should work on in our way of life, in our dharma, in our traditions. It's like it's part of us, our entire Vedic dharma, and including all Jainism, Sikhism, Buddhism. वो धर्म हमारा लाइफ स्टाइल ही प्रकृति पे आधारित है। आप देखिएगा तो ऋग्वेद में वाटर साइकिल क्या मिलता है, ऋतुओं का वर्णन मिलता है, हम कैसे पानी को अच्छे से यूज करें। आप ध्यान दीजिएगा, अभी तक अंग्रेजों के आने के पहले तक हमारा कोई स्पीसीज एक्सटिंक्ट नहीं हुआ था। इतना हम लोगों ने इकोनॉमी में कंट्रीब्यूट किया, वर्ल्ड के लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी हम लोग सदियों तक रहे, लेकिन कोई भी जानवर यहाँ से विलुप्त नहीं हुआ, कोई भी वन खत्म नहीं हुआ। तो वो लोग, उन लोगों को हमसे सीखने की ज़रूरत है कि हमारा जो वे ऑफ लाइफ है और हमारा जो इवन उसको लोग सोशल टैबू बोलते हैं फॉर स्टडी, कि सेक्रेट ग्रुप्स हैं तो ये सोशल टैबू है, इसकी वजह से बचा हुआ है। जी नहीं, हमारा अध्यात्म ही नेचर पे आधारित है।
बट हाउ मच ऑफ फिलॉसफी, स्पिरिचुअलिटी, साइंस works when it is monies or dollars talking. So, because a lot of it, like Swamiji said, consumerism. It is also about the pressure of money that comes. So those who are telling you to save more, to work on sustainability, are also wanting you to spend more. Also wanting you to consume more. Consume not what you are making but what they are making. So how does one get out of this cycle?
You can look at this challenge of sustainability in two ways. The first way is the Western approach. It is actually, the argument is that, oh, we want to enjoy a lot of stuff and we want to have infinite amount of pleasure. But because there are limited number of resources, so out of helplessness, I have to do sustainability discussions and dialogue, and all this rhetoric has to be created. This entire narrative about sustainability in the Western world is anchored that I still want to pursue infinite amount of pleasure. Unless you confront that paradigm, real sustainability will not happen, because आपकी इच्छाएं तो अतृप्त रह जाएंगी।
Correct.
और फिर आप कोई ना कोई तरीका निकाल करके उन अतृप्त इच्छाओं की पूर्ति के लिए प्रयास करते रहेंगे। तो आप नियम बना देंगे, कानून बना देंगे, but at the end of the day, you will find out ways to break those things. The other approach is this भारतीय approach और हिंदू approach, कि आपकी अनंत इच्छाएं हो सकती हैं, लेकिन आपके पास सीमित साधन हैं, और ये अगर आप बुद्धिमान व्यक्ति हैं, जिनको अगर आपको बोध हो गया है, तो आप अपनी इच्छाओं को संयम में रखेंगे और उतना ही कंज्यूम करेंगे जितनी आपकी आवश्यकताएं हैं। आवश्यकताएं पर सीमा होती है, इच्छाओं पर
कभी सीमा नहीं होती।
सीमा नहीं होती।
So use what you need.
Use what you need। और इसमें एक जो समझिए, इसमें हम लोगों के यहाँ पूरी पद्धतियाँ बन गई हैं। उदाहरण के लिए हम लोगों के यहाँ इवन नॉन वेजिटेरियंस में अधिकांश डाइट जो है वेजिटेरियन होती है। लोकल रिसोर्सेज, आप जगन्नाथपुरी जी की तरफ चले जाइए तो जगन्नाथपुरी जी के यहाँ जो पूजा होती है और अर्चना, उनको जो प्रसाद चढ़ाया जाता है, सब लोकल मटेरियल से ही बनाते हैं। आलू का इस्तेमाल नहीं करते, प्रयोग नहीं करते हैं। तो लोकल का प्रयोग करिए, कम मांस को ग्रहण करिए, हो सके तो शाकाहार की तरफ जाइए। अब सारा साइंटिफिक डेटा बताता है कि मीट बेस्ड डाइट इज द बिगेस्ट पोल्यूटर इन द वर्ल्ड, लेकिन देयर इज नो इंटरनेशनल आर्ग्यूमेंट कि यू शुड माइग्रेट टुवर्ड्स नॉन मीट बेस्ड डाइट, बिकॉज आपकी इच्छाएं पूरी नहीं होंगी, आपको मजा नहीं आएगा।
See, Aarti Agarwal has written a beautiful book called Cownomics,
right,
which talks about this entire beef industry and how much of it is eroding soil, polluting, costing the environment, and it's the biggest polluter actually. But this is the most thriving industry too. तो इसमें भारत अपनी बात कैसे रखे? And भारत की व्यथा is or its position is similar to what the Africa nations are looking at. A lot of the Southeast Asian nations are looking at. A lot of the other developing nations, even in South America, a lot of them, if you make them understand what they need to do, they are ready to do. But how do we make this possible? Is there a solution to this even in the Hindu way?
नहीं, पहला तो नचिकेता ने जो बताया वो बहुत अच्छा है, महाभारत का अंदर है। भीष्म पितामह युधिष्ठिर को उपदेश दे रहे हैं कि ये संसार जो है ना, सारी पृथ्वी एक आदमी को भी दे दी जाए ना, उसका धरती पानी सारा चीज, तो भी उसकी तृष्णा पूरा नहीं होगी। भारतीय ने बहुत अच्छा है लिखा है, तृष्णा व जीर्णा वयमेव जीर्णा, तृष्णा जीर्ण नहीं, बूढ़ी नहीं हुई, मैं बूढ़ा हो गया। भोगो न भुगता वह में भुगता, भोग भोगे नहीं हम नहीं भोगे। इसलिए हमारे यहाँ है ना वही जुडिशियस यूज वाली बात है, हमें करना है। रही बात जैसे नचिकेता ने फूड की बात की इन्होंने की, देखो भारत में है ना अभी भी हमारा पर कैपिटा मीट कंजम्पशन 2 पाउंड है। इंग्लैंड और अमेरिका में पर कैपिटा मीट कंजम्पशन 275 पाउंड है। कैन यू इमेजिन कितना ह्यूज डिफरेंस है। तो अब हिंदू वे यही है इसके अंदर कि जो हमारी जो आवश्यक नीड है उसको पूरा करो, है ना, ग्रीड को पूरा मत करो। ग्रीड के चक्कर में जाओगे तो कभी ये एक पृथ्वी जो है ना, एक पृथ्वी नहीं, हमें कई पृथ्वी बनानी पड़ेगी तब भी पूरा।
बट लाइक दे से इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ चॉइस। अब देखिए रामलला प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रही है, दे विल से कि श्री अयोध्या में 5 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर के आसपास कुछ भी नहीं होगा। देयर विल बी नो मीट सर्व, देयर विल बी नो बुचरी, नो शॉप। देयर विल बी अदर्स हु से यार इट इज माय राइट टू ईट, मुझे जो भी है खाने दीजिए। कुछ लोग ये भी कहेंगे तो राम भी तो हंट कर रहे थे, वो भी तो मांस खाते थे, ऐसा भी लिखा है।
दो चीज़ आनंद जी मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, यहाँ जो बात कर रहे हैं, देखो कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी चीज़ हैं जो हमें समाज के ऊपर निर्भर करती। मुझे याद है कि सॉरी टू से वो जब दिल्ली में पिलियन ड्राइवर को दोनों को हेलमेट पहनने के लिए कहा गया, तो जैसे चौधरी लोग आते हैं गांव से दिल्ली में, तो एक ने कहा कि भाई दिल्ली पुलिस ने पकड़ लिया कि भाई तुमने हेलमेट क्यों नहीं पहना है ना, तो चौधरी ने दिया भाई सिर तो मेरी फूटेगी, तुम्हें क्यों चिंता हो रही है, चिंता हो रही है। अगर वैसा करोगे तो कुछ समाज के नियम है ना जो सबके लिए है ना। तो फूड चॉइस की बात के अल्टीमेटली जो सस्टेनेबल होगा। मुझे याद है 15-20 साल पहले पाकिस्तान जैसे देश में जो प्योर मांसाहार पर है, वहां पर मीट का शॉर्टेज हो गया, तो उन्होंने कहा एक दिन सप्ताह में मीट नहीं बिकेगा, है ना। तो आपको हमें देखना होगा कि ये हमारे सस्टेनेबिलिटी नहीं है, केवल चॉइस नहीं है, हमें कोएग्जिस्ट करना है। तो ये जो जियो और जीनो दो का हमारा सिद्धांत है ना, उसको हम मानना पड़ेगा, तभी हम इतने बड़े पॉपुलेशन समाज को अच्छी तरीके से ले चल सकते हैं। और वही हिंदू दृष्टि है जिसके अंदर पहाड़, नदी, जंगल, जानवर, एनिमेट, इनएनिमेट सबकी रक्षा हो सके।
नहीं, पर कहीं ना कहीं ये कहते हैं ये हिंदुत्व एजेंडा है, वेजिटेरियनिज्म।
नहीं, हिंदुत्व एजेंडा मतलब आप आर्ग्यू करने के लिए कुछ भी कह सकते हैं एजेंडा है, बट व्हेन यू लुक एट द रियलिटी, लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज, इनफाइनाइट डिजायर्स, इस संदर्भ में इट्स कॉमन सेंस दैट यू हैव टू रेगुलेट योर डिजायर्स and you should pursue things which are required and not pursue so much things which you just desire. I mean, this is common sense. So this is also a question of your educational system कि आप किस प्रकार से मनुष्य को समझा रहे हैं, उसको पढ़ा रहे हैं। अब जैसे हम लोग बोलते हैं दिवाली पर जैसे एक उदाहरण आता है ना कि पटाखा नहीं छोड़ो। नाउ यू कैन आर्ग्यू कि पटाखा फोड़ना चाहिए, नहीं फोड़ना चाहिए, पॉल्यूशन होता है, नहीं होता है, बट देयर आर पीपल हु आर आर्ग्यूइंग कि पटाखा नहीं फोड़ना चाहिए क्योंकि उससे पॉल्यूशन होता है। If you think there is logic in having a particular type of diet or promoting a particular, आप किसी को enforce नहीं कर सकते। पूरे भारत में अनादिकाल से हर तरीके का लोग खाते पीते हैं, मनुस्मृति में भी उल्लेख आता है कि मांस लोग खाते हैं। लेकिन अगर आप शिक्षित कर रहे हैं लोगों को कि एक तो इससे हिंसा होती है, पीड़ा होती है, और दूसरा आप ही का भविष्य गड़बड़ाएगा, आप नहीं तो आपके आगामी बच्चों का, उनकी जनरेशन का भविष्य। देयर इज आल्सो अ क्वेश्चन ऑफ एजुकेशनल सिस्टम। एक कहीं लिख नहीं सकते हैं, कहीं लिख नहीं सकते कि इस प्रकार का नियम बनाया।
करेक्ट, बट नाउ वी आर एट आई विल आस्क यू अगेन प्रोफेसर अमित, वी आर एट अ प्रोसेस ऑफ ग्रोथ। सो वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट थिंग्स फॉर ग्रोथ इज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। द मोमेंट यू अंडरटेक कंस्ट्रक्शन देयर विल बी पोल्यूशन, द मोमेंट देयर इज ग्रोथ देयर विल बी एस्पिरेशन, देयर विल बी मोर व्हीकल्स ऑन द रोड। Now, I cannot go ahead and ask for electric vehicles when there are no battery charging points. I can't even meet the demand of 140 crore electric vehicles on the road. It's not possible. So, there will be a consumption of fossil fuel. On the one hand, you want me to improve my life, increase, there is wealth creation happening. On the other hand, you are saying, no, I will not give you resources. On the one hand, you want better infrastructure, but you're saying don't construct because it will pollute. Now, how do we balance this? See, if we are in Delhi right now. 700 was the AQI yesterday. 40% vehicular pollution, 37% consumption of construction because of construction. Then what do I say?
अभी कैसा हुआ देखो, दिल्ली की बता रहा हूँ मैं. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट, मैं जब दिल्ली में 85 में आया था उस समय दिल्ली में 10 लाख व्हीकल थे और कलकत्ता, चेन्नई, मुंबई मिला करके दिल्ली में उनसे दुगना व्हीकल थे. कारण क्या कि हमने उस समय पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट दिल्ली का कोलैप्स हो गया था. डीटीसी इतना कोलैप्स हो गया, तब लोगों ने सब मारुति या सब लोगों ने कार खरीदना शुरू कर दिया और फिर धीरे धीरे बढ़ गया. यदि हम अपने शहरों को, जहाँ जैसे दिल्ली जैसा पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट बहुत अच्छा कर दें, जैसे लोगों ने मेट्रो बनाया, लेकिन जिस तरह का और प्लानिंग होना चाहिए और जितना रैपिड होना चाहिए, हमारा रिंग रोड, आउटर रिंग रोड, ये सब बनना चाहिए. तो जब पब्लिक इस पर जाने लगेगी तो ये जो मेजर पोल्यूशन जो हो रहा है दिल्ली में, तो वो तो व्हीकुलर पोल्यूशन है.
40% इज व्हीकुलर पोल्यूशन. बट उसमें भी तो समय लगे ना. देयर इज अ टाइम लैप्स. नाउ द अदर थिंग वी आर आल्सो सीइंग इज दैट देयर इज ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ अर्बन माइग्रेशन टुवर्ड्स अर्बन एरियाज. हाउ डू आई स्टॉप इट?
Solution lies in the things what Swamiji and Professor Nachiketa has said. We have to develop our way of development. Like we don't need to import what West is doing. Like they are focusing on individual consumption. But here in our traditions, our society is basically focused on the collective development. Exactly.
Okay. So consumption also should be looked at from a collective aspect rather than an individual
exactly aspect. If you see that they studied environment from the point of views like in Quran and in Bible, there even spiritual things are based on consumption. In our society it is other way around. Like in Kathopanishad, like it is said that entire universe is like a people upside down, like roots are above and तना
अदर शाखा.
जी. तो इसमें सब एक साथ हैं. आपका मतलब जो सुप्रीम पावर से लेके और जड़ चेतन तक एक ही पार्ट हैं. तो हम उसको कंजम्पशन के हिसाब से नहीं देखते हैं. हम उसको अपने नियम और जो समाज में जो बना है, हमारा जो ट्रेडिशन है, उसके हिसाब से हम देखते हैं. हम उसको भोग.
So you are saying that we need to formulate our own ways.
Exactly.
A lot of it we have done.
ऐड कि देखो डेवलपमेंट के क्यों मेट्रो सिटी इतने क्यों रस हो रहा है, क्योंकि हमने पिछले 75 साल में, जिसमें कांग्रेस ने सोशलिस्टिक मॉडल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट किया, हमने अर्बन सिटी सब सेंटर को डेवलप नहीं किया. अगर 500 बड़े मेरे सेकंड टायर, 2 टायर, 3 टायर के सिटी हम लिवेबल बन जाए, जहां एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, इकोनॉमिक जनरेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट की अच्छा सुविधा होगी, लोग दिल्ली नहीं आएंगे. आप चले जाओ जर्मनी में गांव की जमीन शहर से ज़्यादा महंगी है. लोग शहर में कौन रहता है? जो लोअर क्लास शहर रहता है, जो रिच है गांव में रहता है. तो उसके कारण से वो हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जो फैसिलिटी, वो धीरे धीरे गाँव में डेवलप करनी चाहिए. और वही चीज़ है कि अंत में जिसको कहते हैं, गांधी जी की बात कर रहा हूँ कि गाँव में रहते हैं, भारत गाँव में रहता है, तो गाँव को भी लिवेबल हमें बनाना है, जिससे कि माइग्रेशन नहीं हो. और जैसे जैसे देखो माइग्रेशन नहीं होगा. अब देखो मैं बता रहा हूँ, दिल्ली और मेरठ वाला एक्सप्रेसवे बन गया. जो लोगों ने गेस्ट हाउस वगैरह बिजनेसमैन रखे हुए थे, आते थे, अब कोई नहीं आता है, सब उन्होंने बंद कर दिया. वहाँ से मेरठ से एक दिन में आते हैं, चले जाते हैं. तो ये क्या कि सभी सिटी, मेजर सिटी के अलावा आसपास सिटी को सब लिवेबल बनाना होगा. थोड़ा उनका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप होगा. गांव में 3-4 चीज़ें हम लोग डेवलप कर दें, एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, तो देखो फिर माइग्रेशन रुकेगा.
वी नीड धर्मा-बेस्ड डेवलपमेंट and we need our perspective.
So what is this dharma-based development? Now are we seeing that in Ayodhya?
No, while perspective की बात कर रहे हैं. See, at the end of the day, आपकी food requirements पूरा होना चाहिए. There is no one who can argue कि भाई कम खाओ, जितना आवश्यकता है मिलना चाहिए. शिक्षा की पूर्ति होनी चाहिए, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की पूर्ति होनी चाहिए, आवास की पूर्ति होनी चाहिए. ये सब तो होना ही चाहिए, बिकॉज दीज आर द एक्चुअल रियलिटीज.
Yeah, basic needs.
So we have miles to go before we reach those saturation points in these particular dimensions.
So let me ask you this. Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra.
जी.
The vikas of the Ram Janmabhoomi Parisar.
जी.
How much of it is sustainable? How much of it is within the boundaries of keeping environment? Because प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के बाद राम राज्य की परिकल्पना नेक्स्ट स्टेप होगा
जी.
So one of the first things is dharma-based sustenance or environmental policy. So is it happening in Ayodhya? Can that become a model?
हाँ, तो I will not answer that question because I have not seen the new Ayodhya, but I think Swami ji has seen it. So I will ask him to answer this
क्या
question.
है, ट्रस्ट ने क्या है योजना बनाया है कि पूरे कैंपस को सस्टेनेबल बनाना है, पूरे कैंपस को सेल्फ रिलायंस बनाया है, यहाँ तक कि वेस्ट वाटर भी उसका भी ट्रीटमेंट करके ही यूज करेंगे, डिस्चार्ज करेंगे. तो वो मॉडल वो लोग डेवलप कर रहे हैं, अभी तो कर स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट है, 1 by 1 पूरा उनका मॉडल ये है कि हमें ये पूरा कैंपस सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग होना चाहिए,
जीरो वेस्ट,
ये जिसको कहते हैं वेस्ट प्रॉपरली, रिसोर्सेज का प्रॉपर यूजेज होना चाहिए. तो वो ऐसा उनका पूरा दृष्टि है, वैसी दृष्टि डेवलप कर रहे हैं. और ये क्या है कि ये अयोध्या में शुरू होगा ना, ये मॉडल फिर और जगहों पर भी इंस्पायर करेगा कि हमें ऐसे ऐसे अपने तीर्थ क्षेत्रों को, मंदिरों को डेवलप करना चाहिए जिससे इन्वायरमेंटली सस्टेनेबल हो, इकोनॉमिकली सस्टेनेबल हो, पोल्यूशन नहीं क्रिएट करते हो. ये सब है, दृष्टि है उसके अंदर.
इसमें एक चीज ऐड करना चाहिए एज एन आउटसाइडर, क्योंकि मैं नई अयोध्या में गया नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मैं दूर से क्या देखता हूँ कि अयोध्या में रेलवे सर्विसेज मजबूत हो रही हैं, हवाई अड्डे बन रहे हैं, लॉट्स ऑफ न्यू रोड्स आर बीइंग कंस्ट्रक्टेड, lots of new hospitals are being constructed, lots of educational campuses are coming online. ये सब पुरानी अयोध्या में नहीं था, क्योंकि मैं पुरानी अयोध्या देखा हूँ, छोटी छोटी तंग गलियाँ, ये सब. तो ये सब हमारी आवश्यकताएं हैं, ये हमें हर जिले में स्थापित करना.
हाँ, पर इसमें ये भी होना चाहिए that every temple city,
temple city नहीं, every district.
When I say temple city, largely because तीर्थ क्षेत्र, and there are lots of them developing, and there are lots of people coming and going. सबसे ज़्यादा. So then you should also make sure that the vehicular pollution is zero.
हाँ.
All vehicles there are battery operated.
ये चीज जब हमारी योगी जी से चर्चा हुई, मैं आपको बता रहा, योगी जी से चर्चा हुई तो योगी जी ने कहा कि धीरे धीरे हम डेवलप करेंगे. ये अयोध्या के दोनों साइड में बस अड्डा, ट्रांसपोर्ट हब जिसको कहते हैं ना, बना देंगे. गाड़ियां वहां रुकेंगी बाहर, और वहां से हम इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल देंगे, शटल जो शहर के अंदर मूवमेंट के लिए देंगी और फ्री देंगे अपनी ओर से. तो ऐसा उनका योजना है.
अरे वाह. तो with Ram Lalla and with Sri Ayodhya there is this sustainable temple economy.
Green Ayodhya का पूरा है. योगी जी इस मामले में पूरा फोकस्ड है.
Great, lovely talking environment, Hinduism, Hindutva, not ism, Hindutva, and also Ram Lalla.
एक data point देना होगा before you conclude.
Sure.
Lion became extinct in Europe in BC era, and lion continues to exist in Bharat even today. और BC में एक्सटिंक्ट हो गया, हाथी भी एक्सटिंक्ट हो गया यूरोप में. देयर इज डेटा. सो वी हैव टू कॉन्टेम्पलेट कि वहाँ क्यों एक्सटिंक्ट हो गया और हमारे यहाँ क्यों नहीं हो गया. उसके आधार पर वी हैव टू फिगर आउट व्हाट आर आवर स्ट्रेंथ्स इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल कॉन्शियसनेस, एंड वी हैव टू स्ट्रेंथन दोज स्ट्रेंथ्स फर्दर.
एंड आल्सो हु शुड एडवाइज whom.
हु शुड एडवाइज.
देखो इसके लिए मैं शांति मंत्र से समाप्त करता हूँ. उसके अंदर पूरा कॉन्सेप्ट ही है ना. देखो, ओम ध्यो शांति, अंतरिक्ष शांति यानी आकाश की, अंतरिक्ष की शांति की प्रार्थना, पृथ्वी शांति, आप शांति, जल में शांति, औषधय शांति, वनस्पते शांति, शांति देवा, विश्व देवा, शांति ब्रह्म शांति, सर्वम शांति, शांतिरेव, शांति सामा, शांति रेधि. ओम शांति शांति शांति. हम हर चीज में शांति की प्रार्थना करें. इससे बड़ा इन्वायरमेंट, नेचर के कॉन्सेप्ट का कहाँ अच्छा प्रार्थना मिलेगा.
Very well said, and on that note, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Abhar. Thank you.
Is with ISKCON's 41-day-long bullock cart yatra that reached Ayodhya near Ram Mandir after a 650-kilometer-long journey from Delhi. Let's take a look at this long journey of faith.
So behind me you can see the ISKCON bullock cart yatra. This started 41 days ago from Delhi, from Indraprastha, and it is going all the way to Ayodhya. It is now in Ayodhya, and we are seeing ISKCON's devotees, ISKCON saints dancing in front of the bullock cart. They will culminate this journey on January 22nd, the day of the grand opening of the Ram Temple, a 41-day journey which has been done over 635 kilometers. The mode of transport was the bullock cart. The idea, was to go slow. The idea of ISKCON was to go slow, touching villages and towns where they could spread the teachings of Lord Ram. They have gone through villages, towns, all the way. This is the bullock cart on which this bullock cart Ram Pad Yatra from Delhi Indraprasth to Ayodhya Dham has been carried out. It started on 10th December last month and it is culminating on 20th January today. The Sri Ram Pran Pratishtha Samarao ke uplaksh mein ISKCON on this bullock cart yatra from Delhi to Ayodhya, and you can see the enthusiasm behind me of the ISKCON devotees, of the ISKCON people. And this is the Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. This is the ISKCON's bullock cart going right way to the Ram temples after a 40-day long journey from Delhi.
While saints, sages and devotees from around the world are thronging Ayodhya ahead of Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha ceremony. CNN News 18's Aman Sharma also spoke to a devotee of Ram Lalla who visits Ayodhya all the way from London and says that it was the power of devotion that brought him here. Let's take a look.
How big is this day, do you think, in the context of what all the history has been of Ram Janambhoomi? How big a day is this for not just Indians, maybe Hindus across the world?
So it is a very, very huge day. You might have seen that there's certain days that shook the world, and this is one of those days. So on the 22nd of January 2024, it is a groundbreaking day. And for those Sanatani, because for so many years there's been a struggle to openly be able to celebrate your dharma, your religion, and now we're getting that on a world stage. The whole world is here, and it is absolutely a wonderful opportunity for us all.
Don't you think the journey from London to Ayodhya is very long? Is this devotion which brings you, or is this the urge to be here on the big day?
You could say it was devotion that brought me here. The thing that attracted me to India was the fact that I needed a guru, right? I needed Brahmanish Tattva Veda guru. And I was very lucky that I met one, Her Holiness Master Shamliji. And it's really amazing that here in Ayodhya, the energy, the positivity here, because everyone's talking about Lord Ram, right? And majority of the time people are talking about worldly things, other things, but now everyone's talking about Lord Ram. They're talking about the Ramayana, they're talking about Hindu Sanskriti, Veds, Mandir, the ancient texts that have guided us through so many ages, not just thousands of years, but ages. And it's really amazing to see here in Ayodhya that there seems to be this divine light that just seems to be shining throughout.
2 दिन पहले आपको खोलना पड़ा मजबूरन दूसरा जो टेंट सिटी है इसमें कितने टेंट्स है 39 आपने बताया
मैं पहले से प्रिपरेशन था हम पहले से प्लान था और सब कुछ प्लानिंग के अकॉर्डिंग ही हुआ है कोई दिक्कत
इसमें क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज रहेंगी जो लोग आएंगे उनके लिए क्योंकि खास करके बहुत सारे लोग चाहते हैं एक तो लोगों की ये रहती है कि पास में मिल जाए कहीं मंदिर के इसके अलावा क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज रहेंगी लोगों के लिए यहाँ पे
मैम मंदिर यहाँ से अप्रॉक्स 2 किलोमीटर है 2 से 2.5 किलोमीटर है और अगर फैसिलिटीज़ की बात करें तो जो भी फैसिलिटीज़ आपको एक होटल में मिलती हैं जैसे आपने रूम अभी देखा तो रूम के अंदर आपको सभी वो फैसिलिटीज़ मिल रही हैं सारी अमेनिटीज़ वो मिल रही हैं जो एक 5 स्टार होटल में मिलती हैं और प्रवेग लिमिटेड जो हमारी कंपनी है उन्होंने कोशिश करी है कि जो भी अपनी फैसिलिटीज़ होटल में मिलती हैं जैसे जिम हो गया क्लब रूम हो गया प्लस एक योगा का स्पेस है हमारे पास सेपरेट जो ओपन एरिया में है और प्लस अपना कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम हो गया तो वो सारी फैसिलिटीज़ हमारे पास हैं रेस्टोरेंट्स है जो प्योर वेज रेस्टोरेंट है तो जो भी चीज़ें एक होटल में मिलती हैं और एक इंसान को कंफर्टेबल रिलैक्स करने के लिए चाहिए होती हैं वो सभी में है
अभी तक का क्या फीडबैक रहा है आपका क्योंकि ना ये एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट है खास करके इस रीजन में गुजरात में तो हमने पहले से ही देखा गया था कि इस तरह के अभी तक आपके पास क्या फीडबैक आया है आपकी टेंट सिटी के बारे में
मैम फीडबैक अभी तक सारा पॉजिटिव है एंड वी आर गेटिंग वेरी गुड रेस्पॉन्स ऑल्सो मार्केट से बहुत अच्छा बहुत पॉजिटिव रेस्पॉन्स है
टैरिफ के बारे में लोग पूछना चाहते हैं यहाँ पे क्या क्या रहता है टैरिफ रहने का यहाँ पे
मैम टैरिफ क्या है वो डायनेमिक रेट्स रहते हैं एज पर द ऑक्यूपेंसी एज पर द अवेलेबिलिटी बट येस हमारा जो प्रवेग लिमिटेड का सोचना है वो ये है कि टैरिफ जो है वो पॉकेट फ्रेंडली होना चाहिए एक मिडिल क्लास पीपल के लिए
Well, Ayodhya is vibrating with faith and anticipation, and CNN News 18's Shivani Gupta is reporting from Ayodhya with all the latest news and updates from the ground. Let's take a look at this report.
Stone has been coming to this Karyashala in Ayodhya since the 1990s. At that time, the movement was at its peak. It obviously lost a little bit of its fervor since then, post the mid-1990s, but work here in the Karyashala has never stopped, and special care has been taken that all the stone that is there in this Karyashala is still used in the construction of the Ram Temple. The VHP and the architects have made sure that this stone that many people have come here over the years to visit when there was no Mandir, and many people used to come here and even worship these stones, because at that time there was no Ram Temple, but their belief was that this stone will become the Ram Temple. So special care has been taken by the VHP and the Tirth Kshetra Trust today to make sure that this stone does not go waste. All of this stone eventually will be used in the construction of the Ram Temple. Even today, there are a lot of people who are coming to this Karyashala, who are actually clicking their pictures with this. There is still a lot of faith and devotion associated to these stones. And there was a time when people used to come here and worship these stones because there was nowhere else to go and worship. That's really the story of the faith associated with the Ram Temple, which is today becoming a reality. Long before anybody could have imagined or predicted that the Ram Temple was going to become a reality, or when it was going to become a reality, there have been countless such workers working in the Karyashala in Ayodhya. From the 1990s, stone has been sent to this Karyashala, started by the VHP back then, and work on such pillars of the Mandir has been ongoing. At that time, nobody knew the date, but everybody had the faith that the Mandir will become a reality. In fact, the architects of this temple
Namaste, Jai Hind. I'm Anand Narasimhan and joining you live from Sri Ayodhya Dham, and where I am, from this path right behind me is where most of the devotees, right outside the road, they will be actually walking towards Ayodhya Dham. It's on the outside. There is a new flyover also that is being built, that is still under construction. So there is a lot of vikas, even as Vishwas is on its prime here in Ayodhya Nagari. Where am I standing? I'm standing at a place where there is a kitchen that's been set up by the ISKCON members. So the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, under the aegis of their Guru, Srila Prabhupada, they are now setting up a kitchen here which will provide food to all the devotees here round the clock, and they are primed to cater to at least 10,000 people. The kitchen is set up for at least 5,000 people, and along with that, interestingly, there is also, as per the Vaishnav Sampradaya, there is a yajna which is going on right now. This is to bring good positive vibrations and energies, and interestingly, the Yajaman here, or the person performing the puja, is a priest and also a devotee who's come all the way from Slovenia. So the gentleman who's dressed in white, he's actually all the way from Slovenia, and he's the one who is presiding on the yajna. So isn't it amazing that Ram is not just for Bharat, Ram is all across the world, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what we are bringing to you in our continuous coverage here at CNN News 18. That's just a bit of the News 18 Ram Dhun, or the Ram Anthem. Pranam Siya Ram. News 18 Pranam Siya Ram. Please download it, share it, listen to it, and make it an integral part of your playlist as we celebrate the Pran Pratishtha of Ram Lala. The preparations are primed. They are there, reaching up to perhaps today is the penultimate day. Tomorrow around 12:15 is when the Divya Muhurt is. Many say that this auspicious time is the most auspicious time over the next 3 years. And that's the reason the Pran Pratishtha is happening in that Lagna and that Muhurat, which is supposed to be very, very auspicious for Pran Pratishtha. And that's why that time has been chosen. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will come in. A host of VVIPs have been invited. There's a huge tent city that's been built. There are plenty of preparations. There is tight security all around. But there will also be celebration. Nendra Mishra is compiling a group of at least 50 musicians, 50 big instruments from across the country will be used in this grand celebration and sacred ritualistic music that will be put up just to energize the atmosphere a little more, as something that's seen a more than 560-year wait comes to fruition, ladies and gentlemen. As we speak today, there are still lots of vidhis and vidhans, a lot of rituals that are continuously going on inside the Sanctum Sanctorum to not just energize that entire area and also the murti or the vigraha. There will be a bath that will be given to the deity with 114 urns, and there will also the Shayadhivas ritual which will happen for Ram Lalla today, as we are all setting up and building it up, increasing the level of energy and divinity inside the Sanctum Sanctorum and infusing the vigraha as per the Murti Puja rituals all across. We've got news also coming through, quickly taking you through this, that after the Pran Pratishtha on the 1st of February, the ministers of the Yogi government, all the ministers of the Yogi government will visit on the 1st of February. Will it be extended to the MLAs also? We'll have to wait and watch. Will the entire assembly come in? We'll have to wait and watch. It's a day before the budget session of the UP assembly, which will commence on the 2nd of February. So we've got just this update at this point, that after the Pran Pratishtha, all the UP cabinet, all of them will be going and offering their respects and taking darshan of Ram Lalla at Ram Janmabhoomi. Let's go straight across to somebody who way back, we'll go to our reporters in just a bit. Aman Sharma is live, Siddhant is live, Payal Mehta is live. They've been covering every nook and corner and getting you all the pulse of the celebration and the build-up. How all of Ayodhya Dham is so Ramamay, as they say, because everybody is greeting each other with Ram Siya Ram or Jai Sri Ram. See? Now we've got Jai Sri Ram right behind me also happening, ladies and gentlemen. But the person who way back in the 70s, as a student under Lalji had come here to conduct the archaeological survey, is with us at this point. KK Mohammed ji, Namaskaram. This is Anand Narsaman here. Thank you very much for your time. How do you feel, sir? Is there a wave of emotion along with the archaeologist in you that who feels that the truth has prevailed? And finally, what is the deity's due is being given to the deity?
Yes, it's a great moment for all of us and for the entire country, perhaps for the entire world itself. And it's a moment of fulfillment also, it's a moment of satisfaction also for all of us. So we should rejoice the day and celebrate the day with all whatever we can think of. I think that moment is now fastly approaching. Let us celebrate it. That is what my wish.
Not just are you a famed archaeologist, but you're also well versed in the scriptures. You have also read the Upanishads, so the Sanatan Riti, the Sanatan, thought process, philosophy, you are well versed in it. May I ask you, KK Mohammed ji, who is Ram to us? Who is Ram to Bharatiya and Bharat?
Ramo Vigrahavan Dharma, Sadhu Satya Parakrama. Because he is the embodiment of Dharma, incarnation of Dharma. This certificate to Ramji was given by Maricha. Maricha was one of the co-conspirators in the scheme of Ravana. So he said that you don't do it. In Aranya Parva, he said, please don't do that, because Rama is the embodiment of all kinds of righteousness, Dharma. Ramo Vigrahavan Dharma, Sadhu Satya Parakrama. So we have a Maryada Purushottama, we have the Purushottama itself, and we are celebrating this one, the coming of Lord Ram after the Vanvas of 500 years. Because the earlier Vanvas was only for 14 years, and the second Vanvas is for 500 years. So this is a great moment for all of us. And he is being celebrated, he is being engraved, and he is in artistic depictions also. Rama is there in almost all the Asian countries and in all their folklore, mythology and history also. So it's a great moment for all of us.
You said Ramo Vigrahan Dharma. Why is the Vigraha roop or the personal roop of Dharma, why is Ram said to be that? And what were the values that still make him part of our lives?
That is, I mean, these dharmas are that he is the Maryada Purusha and he is the Purushottama. You cannot have any person, I mean, this one better than him. That is why we all celebrate him, and not only in India, go to Malaysia, Indonesia. These two countries are an Islamic country, but even then they have got their own, this one, Ramayana, and they celebrate it in Indian, this one in Indonesia, Malaysia, and then Thailand. Of course, Thailand is the Buddhist country. We have it in Cambodia. Recently I have been to Cambodia. Cambodia also it is there. A huge panel itself is there. So in Cambodia, in Vietnam, in this one, in all other countries also. In China also, he is well known, very famous. So it is that kind of Maryada Purusha whom we are now imitating, whom we are adopting. And it's a great moment and we should cherish it forever.
Should we look at it from a humanities point of view, that Hindus are getting their place of Astha? Should we look at it from a political point of view? You have faced a lot of criticism while you have got a lot of accolades for your work. You've faced threats, you've faced intimidation, you've faced ostracism. You've gone through a lot, KK Mohammed ji.
Truly, one has to, because because Rama had to go through the Vanvasa for 14 years earlier and then for 500 years also. So a little bit of pain all of us have to, go through. The anguish and the agony of the moments would be there. But that would be, after some time, everything would be forgotten. And the real Rama and the real, ideals for which he lived for, and that is Mahatma Gandhi's Rama also. So we all have to follow that Rama, and everywhere there should be a Rama inside every person. Then only we can uplift us, and that to that kind of authentic world. So let us strive for that one, and let us strive for that.
KK Mohammed ji, we've spoken about this, but I'd request you to just reiterate this. Many claim that yes, there may have been a temple here, but how do we know that this is a Rama temple, and why should this be considered Rama Janma Bhoomi? So what's the historical archaeological proof to this?
See, first of all, we have got a number of evidences that there was a temple there. So that is there. And then there is an inscription which was, recovered from that site, which is known as Vishnu Hari Shila Palak. So this Vishnu Hari Shila Palak, it very clearly and convincingly says that this temple is dedicated to that Mahavishnu who has killed Bali. So now the question is, who has killed Bali? It is all Prabhu Sri Ram. Again, it reiterates who has killed 10-headed person. And who is that 10-headed person? It is Ravan. And who is the person who killed him? It is Prabhu Sri Ram. So these are the convincing evidences on the basis of which we can say that it was dedicated to the Prabhu Sri Ram. And that itself is enough. And then if you go through the literature, in Aine-Akbari, written by Abul Fazl, there is a reference about the entire Ayodhya and the people who were thronging during the Chaitya, this one period. The reference is there. And then a traveler known as William Finch, he came in 1611. And 1611 was the period of Jahangir. He speaks about the site. He does not speak about, he speaks about the Rama temple, but he does not speak about the Islamic worship there. And after that, there was another Dutch person. He was a geographer also. Delit is his name. He has given enough references about the Rama worship that was going on there. Stephen Taylor, he was a Jesuit priest. He has given an elaborate description about it. And then the later this one, travelers who had come to the place, they have all described about the puja which was going on at Rampur for Rama, but not about Islamic worship. So it is on the basis of all these things, it could be convincingly proved that there was a Rama temple there. And it is on the basis of that the Honorable High Court, the Supreme Court has given the verdict also.
KK Mohammed ji, my final question to you, sir. What kind of values should Bharat now inculcate? Do you see this as a takeoff point for Bharat? And how can we do it?
Yes, this is a takeoff point for India, for Bharat. Now we have to live up to his own ideals also, because if he is Purushottama and if he is Maryada Purusha, we have to live up to that kind of values also. So for that, my humble request is that 5 acres of land has been given to the Muslim community. And the government should come forward so that, a magnificent mosque can also be at the place where it has been given to them. So that would be that, so that, that values can be enshrined in all these things. And we should follow up that kind of values also.
KK Mohammed ji, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for speaking with us. Always a pleasure. There is so much more we need to talk about Bharat's temples, and you're working very hard towards conserving them. That longer chat soon after the Pran Pratishtha. Thank you so much. Let's now bring the action back to Ayodhya Dham, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Let's come back to Ayodhya now, Ayodhya Dham, where my colleagues, friends, they have been here in Ayodhya and they've seen the build-up. They can sense the pulse, they've seen every nook and corner, they can in fact walk you all across the parisar itself because they know what all is happening. Aman Sharma is with us, Siddhant Mishra is with us and Payal Mehta also with us. Aman, first up, good afternoon. Thankfully we have sun today. Thankfully we can stand here without being chilled to the bones and to enjoy a little bit of sunlight. Somewhere even Prakriti seems to be turning in the right direction ahead of Pran Pratishtha to make it convenient for all to be able to enjoy this moment, this historic moment. Take us through what we can expect on the 22nd before you show us around.
Well, Anand, yes, the Prime Minister will be in Ayodhya today. That is the big moment that everybody has been waiting for and we have been waiting for since we have been here for a week now. Prime Minister, the schedule that we know so far, the Prime Minister will be spending about 5 hours in Ayodhya. He will be landing about 10:30 a.m. Straight at the Ayodhya airport. From there he takes a chopper and is arriving at the Ram Janambhoomi premises about 11 a.m. Between 11 and 12. We are expecting the Prime Minister to go all around the Ram Janambhoomi premises, also meet the labourers and the workers, the Shramjeevis who have constructed the temple, have an interaction with them. We may also see the PM do some jump for all we know, tomorrow, because that's a surprise what PM is doing between 11 and 12. Before the PM arrives, before 10, all the 8,000 invited people have to be in attendance. So all the leading industrialists, Bollywood personalities, saints and seers, everybody will be in place by 10 a.m. From about 12 to 12:50 p.m. what we are hearing, the PM will be inside the Garbh Griha for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. The patti over the eyes of Lord Ram idol, Lalla idol will be taken off. The PM will be putting kajal in the eyes of the Lord and showing him the mirror. And that is how the Pran Pratishtha ceremony is going to happen. Then he's going to come out of that Garbh Griha and come for a public address to all the invited people and of course to people listening to him across the country and across the world. Tomorrow it will be perhaps the most televised address of all time. The Prime Minister is expected to speak for about half an hour. We'll also have speeches by Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. After that, there will also be a flower pushp varsha over the entire temple premises by helicopters while this entire ceremony is going on. After that, a very special moment will happen when the Prime Minister will go to Kuber Tila, Anand. So Kuber Tila, as we all know, is inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. This is known as the place for Lord Shiva. So this is the saying is that Lord Shiva always remained close to where Lord Ram was born. So Kuber Tila is the place where there is an ancient Shiva temple which has also been refurbished. So sirf Bhagwan Ram ka nahi, Bholenath ko bhi concrete ka chhat mila hai is baar, and the Prime Minister will be going there as well, unveiling a Jatayu bronze statue which was installed there last week, and the PM is expected to fly out on about 3:30 p.m.
Right. Fantastic. That's the entire lineup of what we can expect, and you have to be with us here at CNN News 18 because we will get you the most comprehensive network coverage here on the News 18 network, especially on CNN News 18. Let's go across to Siddhant Mishra and then we'll save Payal, the best for the last, if I may say that. But Siddhant, you've seen the 1200 kilogram laddu, you've seen the huge lock that has been brought. What kind of preparations are going on? How is the excitement, and do you see the pulse growing? Where are you right now?
Well, Anand, right now I'm at Lata Mangeshkar Chowk. In last few hours, the chowk has completely got transformed into festivity, celebrations. In fact, Anand, I would like to give a glimpse. So this is going to be an entry gate to the Ram Path. This route will be taken by VIPs, saint and seers, and the other dignitaries. You can see the processions are being carried out on the Ram Path. So the vehicular movement have completely been stopped. What I can see, Anand, is that sadhu and seers are taking this route to go to their hotels. Now on my right, reporting from the famous. On both sides of this route, there is a cultural performance that are underway. They are preparing for tomorrow at the time of Prime Minister's arrival.
Right, Siddhant, I had to pull out of you because you are in the thick of the crowd, and the moment you're in the thick of the crowd, there is a frequency interruption with the audio waves, and that's why we couldn't hear you very clearly. Payal, whereabouts are you? What's the inside story? What should we expect? Can you tell us more about what the PM is going to do between 11 and 12? Why is that not mentioned clearly in the itinerary? Is there a surprise for everyone? Payal, can you hear me?
Yes, the audio
Payal,
is
can
very
you hear
patchy
me?
given the number of people who are around. But if you can repeat. Yes, I can.
Go ahead, please.
Right, Anand, what I see around me is complete festivity. It looks like a flash mob of sorts everywhere. Everybody around us has a phone in their hand. Everybody wants to capture these moments and probably record them for posterity, given the fact that this is such a huge occasion. It's going to be quite a security nightmare given the fact that there are a number of people who are really coming in over here. There are people who are coming in for invite. Most of them are on foot because the roads have completely been barricaded for vehicles who do not have a media pass or do not have a car pass to say the least as well. So that's the scene that we are seeing right now at the Ram Katha Park where we are currently at. And in a bit from now, obviously more security restrictions will kick in as we speak because there will be more sanitizing of the entire premises given the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be coming here tomorrow. But you see different states being depicted through the dance forms. Here is one example. My video journalist is going to show you another example. So that's a lot of festivity. Of course, there are saints who are coming in, there are young children, there are elderly, there are family members who are coming in. We'll try and see if we can get in a couple of them to... Right. Back to you, Anand.
Well, thanks for that, Payal. Paucity of time right now. We are on the weekend schedules, but we will go non-stop, and it will be a non-stop broadcast 6 a.m. onwards on the 22nd of January, ladies and gentlemen, right into the wee hours of the 23rd as we celebrate the Pran Pratishtha. Even today, the coverage is all about Ayodhya Dham, which is getting ready for the Pran Pratishtha of Prabhu Sri Ram. Stay with us.
Brought to you by
Ram Temple design way back in the 1990s. It was even popularized by the VHP on their booklet. It was presented at a Kumbh. And today's design has only expanded on the design that was first made in 1990. Let me speak to this worker here. भैया आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
राजस्थान से।
तो आप इस कार्यशाला में कब से काम कर रहे हैं?
साल भर हो गया।
अच्छा। अब तो मंदिर पूरा बन ही गया है। यहाँ का जो पत्थर है ये बहुत सालों से यहाँ पे आया हुआ है और इस पत्थर को भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा।
पत्थर को भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा।
जी। तो आपको क्या बताया गया है? आपका काम चल रहा है तब से वैसे ही?
काम चल रहा है हमारा, चालू ही है।
आज जब मंदिर बन के तैयार होने वाला है उस पे कुछ कहेंगे? क्या आपके मन में क्या ख्याल है? मंदिर अब बन गया है, उसकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होने वाली है।
खुशी है हमें, जल्द से जल्द हो जाएगी।
While pilgrims are undertaking long routes tracing Lord Ram's return to Ayodhya, and CNN News 18's Aman Sharma is with ISKCON's 41-day-long bullock cart yatra that reached Ayodhya near Ram Mandir after a 650-kilometer-long journey from Delhi. Let's take a look at this long journey of faith.
So behind me you can see the ISKCON bullock cart yatra. This started 41 days ago from Delhi, from Indraprastha, and it is going all the way to Ayodhya. It is now in Ayodhya, and we are seeing ISKCON's devotees, ISKCON saints dancing in front of the bullock cart. They will culminate this journey on January 22nd, the day of the grand opening of the Ram Temple, a 41-day journey which has been done over 635 kilometers. The mode of transport was the bullock cart. The idea, was to go slow. The idea of ISKCON was to go slow, touching villages and towns where they could spread the teachings.
युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम, पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम, राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बोलो, राम सिया राम सिया राम, राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बोलो, राम सिया राम सिया राम।
जय श्री
They have gone through villages, towns, all the way. This is the bullock cart on which this bullock cart Ram Pad Yatra from Delhi Indraprasth to Ayodhya Dham has been carried out. It started on 10th December last month and it is culminating on 20th January today. The Sri Ram Pran Pratishtha Samaroh ke uplaksh mein ISKCON on this bullock cart yatra from Delhi to Ayodhya, and you can see the enthusiasm behind me of the ISKCON devotees, of the ISKCON people. And this is the Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. This is the ISKCON's bullock cart going right way to the Ram temples after a 40-day long journey from Delhi.
While saints, sages and devotees from around the world are thronging Ayodhya ahead of Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha ceremony. CNN News 18's Aman Sharma also spoke to a devotee of Ram Lalla who visits Ayodhya all the way from London and says that it was the power of devotion that brought him here. Let's take a look.
How big is this day, do you think, in the context of what all the history has been of Ram Janambhoomi? How big a day is this for not just Indians, maybe Hindus across the world?
So it is a very, very huge day. You might have seen that there's certain days that shook the world, and this is one of those days. So on the 22nd of January 2024, it is a groundbreaking day. And for those Sanatani, because for so many years there's been a struggle to openly be able to celebrate your dharma, your religion, and now we're getting that on a world stage. The whole world is here, and it is absolutely a wonderful opportunity for us all.
Don't you think the journey from London to Ayodhya is very long? Is this devotion which brings you, or is this the urge to be here on the big day?
You could say it was devotion that brought me here. The thing that attracted me to India was the fact that I needed a guru, right? I needed Brahmanism Tattva Veda guru. And I was very lucky that I met one, Her Holiness Master Shamniji. And it's really amazing that here in Ayodhya, the energy, the positivity here, because everyone's talking about Lord Ram, right? And majority of the time people are talking about worldly things, other things, but now everyone's talking about Lord Ram. They're talking about the Ramayana, they're talking about Hindu Sanskriti, Veds, Mandir, the ancient texts that have guided us through so many ages, not just thousands of years, but ages. And it's really amazing to see here in Ayodhya that there seems to be this divine light that just seems to be shining throughout.
2 दिन पहले आपको खोलना पड़ा मजबूरन दूसरा जो टेंट सिटी है, इसमें कितने टेंट्स हैं? 39 आपने बताया।
मैम पहले से प्रिपरेशन था, हम पहले से प्लान था और सब कुछ प्लानिंग के अकॉर्डिंग ही हुआ है, कोई दिक्कत।
इसमें क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज रहेंगी जो लोग आएंगे उनके लिए? क्योंकि खास करके बहुत सारे लोग चाहते हैं, एक तो लोगों की ये रहती है कि पास में मिल जाए कहीं मंदिर के, इसके अलावा क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज रहेंगी लोगों के लिए यहाँ पे?
मैम मंदिर यहाँ से अप्रॉक्स 2 किलोमीटर है, 2 से 2.5 किलोमीटर है। और अगर फैसिलिटीज़ की बात करें तो जो भी फैसिलिटीज़ आपको एक होटल में मिलती हैं, जैसे आपने रूम अभी देखा, तो रूम के अंदर आपको सभी वो फैसिलिटीज़ मिल रही हैं, सारी अमेनिटीज़ वो मिल रही हैं जो एक 5 स्टार होटल में मिलती हैं। और प्रवेग लिमिटेड जो हमारी कंपनी है,
Namaste, Jai Hind. Ladies and gentlemen, when you come here, you don't want to leave this place. That's how tranquil, that's how peaceful, and that's how full of love this place is. And we are at the ashram of Sri Ravi Shankar in Kanakpura in Bengaluru South. Gurudev, Namaste.
Namaste, Anand.
Thank you so much. And such a pleasure to be able to meet you and speak with you. You are somebody who everybody wants a little bit of. And for you to spare time for us is very, very nice. Thank you so much. My first question to you, Gurudev. Pran Pratishtha is happening on the 22nd of January of Ram Lala Virajman. You've played a key role in trying to bring resolution to more than 500-year-long conflict. Can you take us through the process and what you're going through right now, or what you're feeling right now?
Yeah, I got involved in this when our Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, then Prime Minister in 2001, asked me to go and start talking to people and bring mediation. And so at that time, 2003, I suggested the same thing, 5 acres to be given to mosque and that place to be relinquished. And then we continued from 2017. Then though I refused to be part of the mediation committee, because I am not qualified for it. I am not a lawyer. My subject has been science and spirituality, nothing to do with the legal matters. So, but then Gogoiji said, you must, Gurudev, you have to be. In fact, I found out that I am part of the panel in an airport. Can you imagine that? Then one interesting thing I would like to share today is, when this was happening, I was in Chandigarh, and one night at 11:30 I got a call from PM, and PM said, Gurudev, ये आपका तपस्या का फल है, आप इसमें आगे बढ़िए, and दोनों समुदाय का सौहार्द से होना चाहिए. I mean, PM, he had this feeling that everyone should be part of a solution. He had such a concern for the country. I rarely talk to him once a year or sometime, and I don't call him much, and neither he. On one occasion he called when I was appointed as the mediator, then he said, "Aap kariye, aage badhiye." Sabka saath, sabka vikas. This is in his zahan mein hai. It's in his very nature. And even when the judgment came, he very clearly said it should not be seen as a victory over one community, because we're all one.
Yeah.
It's not victory over one, it's not credit to one and loss to someone else. So that the dard, the pain for the people of the country is something that one should appreciate. And now with this Ram Mandir, which has been a dream of people for so many years, is coming to a fructification, and there's such an excitement throughout the country. People want to be there. Of course, not everybody can go at the same time.
But Gurudev, Pran Pratishtha, what does this mean? There are those who would say Murti Puja is all pumkam, it's wrong. There are others who believe that the deity resides, divinity resides in the deity, and that's why our constitution gives the deity living rights, perennial living rights.
Correct.
So, why is this Pran Pratishtha important?
See, there is in our Shastra they say, मनीषीणाम अपसु देवता, मनुष्याणाम दिवि देवता, या बालानाम लोष्टकाष्ठेषु, यानिनो आत्मनि देवता.
Atmani Deva.
The devas reside in the atma, in the self of a jnani. But for bala, for the common people who are not jnanis, for just simple bhaktas, they will find the deity in in statues, in stone and in wood. And there is a whole vidhan, there is a whole prakriya, procedure for this in the agamas. There are 68 Shaktagama, 108 Vishnu Agama, about Vishnu, Vaishnava Agama, and 28 Shaiva Agama. I have read all that, I have seen them all. I know Pran Pratishtha can be done. See, now there is a big hangama when the mandir is not complete. How can you do Pran Pratishtha?
Correct.
I can challenge them. I can tell them. Now Sri Ramchandra himself did the Pran Pratishtha of Shivji.
At
In Rameshwaram. He did not build the temple first and did the Pran Pratishtha. Now Kedarnath, Bhagwan Kedarnath, Murti has been there from before.
Yeah.
Mandir was built later on. So, temple can keep building. Yeah, the Garbhagrah is complete. That itself is a big thing. And then when the Kalash Stapan happens, then another ceremony is there for that. There is a Kumbhabhishekam, like the south we call it.
Correct.
That is a 12-day procedure. Even the Pran Pratishtha, it's a very meticulous, beautiful science behind it. There is Jaladivas, a stone, first a stone is etched and then it is immersed in water for some time. And then in Dhanyadivas, it's put in all the grains. See, where the life is, it's in the water. And then it is in the grain. And then it's in the sprout. On top of it, you put several herbs. First you put mud on the vigraha. And then you grow some trees so that the prana shakti is brought in. Then when the prana pratishtha is done and the rays of sun has to fall on that idol. So, it is mind-boggling if you just go through the procedure that the agamas have enunciated in a Pran Pratishtha. And I feel it's a wonderful occasion for the country and people of this country, for the whole world in fact, that such a thing is happening in.
So who should conduct the Pran Pratishtha? There are questions about why is the PM the Yajaman? Some people are saying Shankaracharyas are not going. So how is it going to be blessed?
Any acharan, there could be some flaws, doshas. But the Guru's job is to remove all the obstacles.
Yeah. True.
The Guru samarth होते हैं, वो सारे दोष को हटा देते हैं, निवारण करते हैं. See, any date you pick, I can show you there are some flaws in that date.
Correct.
There can never be 100% correct muhurta. Every muhurta, whether astrologically or numerologically, in whatever science you see, even karma, any action, there will be flaws. And if you go on picking up the flaws, you will be nowhere.
Correct.
Sahajam karma kaunteya sadosham api natyajit. Gita, Bhagavan Krishna said every karma has some doshas, there will be some flaws in it. But you have to see when the positive things are so much, that weighs more. And the Guru's job is to go and clear any of those negativity or negative influence that must have, that would have or could have come into that place.
So, is there anything wrong with the PM being the Yajaman?
Not at all. In ancient days and PM, he is doing so much tapasya, 11 days he is fasting.
Yeah, I wanted to come to the Anushthan also, yeah.
Anushthan, no, I would request him to please, you don't need to do any of that. You have so much sattva, you want the betterment of the people of this country. My request to PM through this media is, please don't strain yourself. You are pure, your intentions are pure, please you go ahead. And the sadhu, sant and tapasvis of this country, they are there to do, we are there to do the tapas and all. He doesn't need to do any tapas. He has to take care, he is taking care of the whole country, the poorest of the poor of the country. He is concerned about the, the nation and the culture. I tell you, nobody has done so much to our Sanatan Dharma or even our Indian culture as our PM has done. I mean, it's not to just put some praise, but it's a fact. We have to acknowledge it. Nobody can say, can deny this fact. Yes, as I said, there are many agamas. Many agamas give very different things.
Correct.
Some yagyas, of course, only dampatis can do. These sannyasis cannot do some yagyas. And some other puja, some other things, everybody can do. And here, PM is doing the Pran Pratishtha as representing the whole nation.
Country.
And moreover, it is someone who is really caring for the culture, who believes in it. That is more important. If some PM doesn't even believe in the puja and he comes and does puja, Pran Pratishtha, that is not good. Here is someone who is deeply in love with it.
Yeah, he's an asthai.
He is an asthai, bhakt. And every year he does Navratri, 9 days fasting.
Yes.
Even if he goes to America, he does it. So, for a bhakt, there is no rules.
There is no rules.
I tell you, there is no rules.
The other aspect, Gurudev, many people are saying is, why a new Vigraha? There is a Ram Lalla who was in a tat. Itne varsh tat mein the. Unka kya hoga? Why do you have to bring a new Vigraha, do a new Pran Pratishtha and 5-year-old Ram Lalla?
See, that Ram Lalla who has already been there will continue to be there. I don't think they are going to discard that. That will be there. But it's nice to have another nice Pratima too.
Some say he may be the Utsava Vigraha. So,
yeah, there are Charamurti and Sthiramurti, and in a temple, usually both are kept. And that they are doing the right thing. See, if it's a new place, there is a different laws.
Correct.
I respect Shankaracharyas, they have their right, but there are different rules for different. If it's a new place, which is completely new, then you have to bring the Sanidhya, then you have to do a lot of other things. But this is a place which has been there from ages.
Yeah, Ram Lalla was always Virajman.
Always there.
Virajman there, yeah.
Ram Lalla was always Virajman. So you don't have to bring some other, energy there. Energy is already there in the place.
But do you think this conflict has been resolved, Gurudev? Do you believe that those who are now saying, Gyanvapi, Krishna Janmabhoomi, because you are somebody who spent years in conflict resolution, not just in Bharat, but the world over. For a conflict to resolve, both sides have to be amiable to a solution. But when we see Gyanvapi, when we see Krishna Janmabhoomi, one gets the sense that some actually want to continue to rub it in. They don't want the conflict to be resolved. Let me ask you your thoughts.
There are all type of people on this planet. And if one problem is solved, another 10 would arise. That's the nature of the world. That's the nature of samsara.
Yeah.
So you can never think that there will be a time where everything will be all right. Challenges do come, and samarth log hai, people who are capable, they will handle that. And we have to continue doing it. Yeah, there is no other choice.
Many believe that these contentious issues, especially for Hindus in Hindustan, Gyanvapi, Krishna Janmabhoomi, and some others, need to be resolved before we really take the turn towards moving in the direction that Bharat should move. A nation to grow, become Viksit. These innate conflicts have to be resolved.
If that was the case, our central government would have resolved this as soon as they came to power. In 2014-15. That's not the case. We have seen developmental work has began since even before, but then only few years back, Ram Lalla Virajman, that that conflict got solved. So, conflicts keep arising in this country with millions, with so many different languages, cultures, and caste. Where is the end to the conflict? They keep happening. But see, with one vision, with one vigor and enthusiasm, that people are coming together now and working together. That itself is something that's unique to India and laudable with the current leadership. I would say some of it definitely, of course, it goes to the culture and the people, and the leadership also shares that credit.
Gurudev, are Ram and Krishna kalpanik? Are they imaginary?
Those who say kalpanik, it is their kalpana only. They refuse to see the reality. When they could already find in Bet Dwarka all the ruins of so many years. Now, Harappa and Mohenjo-Dar civilization, they found it's much older than 8,000-year-old. Why would you not believe our own history, which has been enunciated in our own traditional Indian systems?
But
see, there is history written everywhere in Indian system as well. Itihasa itself means it so happened.
It so happened. So is it itihasa or is it mythology? History or mythology?
It is history, absolutely history. But see, in history also, there are kavis who can glorify it.
Yeah.
They could say, someone lived for 100 years, someone, say this, they lived 1,000 years. This is all the language of the poets. We must see in the midst of the poetry, we should extract the history, which is very obvious thing.
So you're saying you should extract the tattva out of the entire imaginary leap that's been taken or the creativity.
I mean, we are artists basically in India. We would like to see art everywhere.
Yeah.
So history also we have not depicted very dry. Even if you see the Mughal history, they've all glorified all the Mughal kings as Indra, Chandra, Devendra, like that.
Yeah.
Right. So the way of Eastern civilization telling history is more juicy. It's more decorative. It's more heartwarming. Because our history is connected to heart.
Yeah.
We take pride in the history.
Gurudev, the other contentious issue is Sanatan Dharma needs to be eradicated because Sanatan Pratha, Hindu way of life, is discriminatory, casteist. We are stuck between Varna and Jati.
I just wonder, why don't they see the good things also in Sanatan Dharma? Is only caste system in the Sanatan Dharma? It's a complete ignorance. I don't usually comment on ignorant statements. It's people of ignorance. See, even if you have to say something is bad, you have to go into the depth of it. And these people don't look into the depth of a subject. And they just go on rattling something take mileage for a small, short-term political gain.
But Gurudev, in the US, they are actually trying to form laws. SB 403 and others, using the ancestral law, they are trying to say that people who come from India are ancestrally discriminated. I'm sure you would be aware.
I know, but that has been now nullified. The governor has already, cancelled that law which was about to be made. He vetoed it.
ये रुकेंगे नहीं, and you know that if it enters corporate culture in the US, it will come back to Bharat very soon.
It will be a disaster. See, in this country, in Sanatan Dharma itself, among the 1,000 rishis have come from all backgrounds.
Yes.
Even our main Sanaka, Sanandana, they are all Dalits. Ramayana, Mahabharata, Valmiki and Vedas, they are from that community. So, among the 1,000 rishis, if you count, you can count in fingers, 3 or 4 only Brahmin backgrounds. All other rishis are from all other castes. Even our devatas, even Lord Shiva, Lord Shiva is a Nishada.
Nishada.
Nishada is untouchable. So there was no such rigid caste system like we are being perceived. Of course, in the Middle Ages, it has become much rigid. If you go little beyond, go to the history of our caste system. There has been saints in every caste.
Yeah.
They have been honored. And there have been Rakshasas or Asuras in every caste as well. Even Brahmins.
Yeah, Ravana was a Brahmin.
Ravana was a Brahmin. So, Adhyatma is the wealth of this country. See, everything has a place, and definitely this has place when today the mental health is a big issue world over. 1 in every 3 person are affected by mental health issues. And every 40 seconds, 1 person is committing suicide on this planet. What is definitely, this is the answer. Meditation, spiritual knowledge, Vedanta, Yoga Vedanta principle is the answer. You know, today's Vedanta has been tod marod karke, it has been presented in all buzzy language, buzzy, linguistic quote karke. Present kar dete hai. One lady said in America, we have sanitized yoga. Sanitized means what? They have removed Om, they have removed Om Shanti and everything. I said, you have robbed the yoga of its soul.
But when you have tried to teach Sudarshan Kriya to people who have nothing to do with the Hindu way of life, who've got nothing to do with yoga, haven't you and your teachers encountered this? You are trying to convert us. You are running a conversion.
We have faced many challenges, not one. Even when I went to Ayodhya dispute, resolution of the dispute, I have many brickbats were coming from both sides. Many Hindus were opposed to it, many Muslims were opposed to it. आपका इसमें क्या है? आप कहाँ से आ गए? So, when you are in a public work, when you are into anything that you believe is the right thing, or when you know it is the right thing to do, you don't care for what others comment for you. इसमें मान अपमान ये सब का कोई मायने नहीं रखता.
Is it so easy to let go of it and not get affected, Prabhu? Because ahem always comes into play, ego comes into play.
When it comes to play, you don't know it is coming into play. But once you know it is coming into play, you don't get bothered about it at all. That is the power of wisdom.
Because when Krishna says aham sarvasya prabhavo, it's okay. We cannot think that aham sarvasya, then it becomes the aham becomes different.
Why do you say that? You look into the Gyan aspect inside of you. Jivanam sarva bhutanam. What does Krishna say? I am the life in everybody.
Life in everybody.
So are you living? Are you alive? Then you are him, you are part of him.
Rama and Krishna, both are supposed to be upholders of Dharma. But both have different...
Completely opposite.
That is exactly why I questioned you, Prabhu.
Ram and Krishna's personality is poles apart.
Yes.
So that's the most interesting thing. See, even Parashuram. Parashuram is considered an avatar.
Yes.
But if you look into Parashuram's life, it's very stunning.
Yeah.
So, मैं कभी फिर इसमें गहराई से मैं बात करूँगा. But what I'm saying is, see, every avatar, everybody has lived on this planet and have shown something very unique. और वो सब हमारे साथ है, जीवन में है. उन सबको आत्मसात करके आगे बढ़ेंगे.
But you would believe that all of them stood to uphold Dharma?
Absolutely. और क्या?
Despite the varying methods and polarities in their personalities.
नहीं तो इतने सारे आगम शास्त्र क्यों बनते हैं? Why we have so many scriptures, so many Upanishads, and even Rigveda. There are 21 shakhas of Rigveda.
Yes.
101 shakhas of Yajurveda, 1000 shakhas of Samveda. So even Vedas are Ananta Veda. So many of them are there. So that is the beauty of Sanatan Dharma. There is place for everybody here.
Is Murti Puja okay?
As I said,
I'm coming back to that because many are saying this is being constantly attacked. It's been attacked. oh, you're idol worshippers, idolatrism, you're pushing this is not supposed to be in modern society, today's world, you're not supposed to do it.
No, who can say that? I don't need idol. Someone who has passed through that stage. You know, you come out of there is a difference between one graduating out of school and a school dropout. A school dropout says, I have come out of the school, doesn't mean much.
Yeah.
But a graduate can say, yeah, I've come out of the school.
Come out of the school. So, so the steps of graduation have to be. My final two questions, Gurudev. One is, with the kind of work that you are doing, you're present in over 180 countries, and something phenomenal happened. It was history created on American soil with the World Culture Congress. Are we going towards a more peaceful, sustainable Bhumi, or are we just going to witness so much more conflict? Even as we speak now, there are 3 or 4 wars going on.
Correct. You know, Anand, the world history, recorded world history of 6,000 years, you know what it says? Only 268 years in the human history have been there without conflicts.
Without conflict.
So if we have a few days in between here and there, we are lucky, I tell you. Conflict is part of the world. And our nature is to see, calm it down, douse it down, douse the fire. That's our nature. And we should continue to do it. See, the World Culture Festival we had in the National Mall, you know, it was, though it's a cultural and spiritual event, 1.1 million people sat together, meditated 3 days.
Wow.
Did yoga. It was first time in the American history that so many people congregated. For India, million people is not much.
But collective conscience, does that help?
Definitely, it helped. You know what happened? That 1 week there was no homicide in the whole of Washington DC.
Wow.
Every day there used to be 2-3 killings there. In those 1 week there was no homicide, and the police were surprised by that. And they said, we have never witnessed a program that's so peaceful, where we had nothing to do. So that's the power of meditation. You know, it can reform people, it can uplift the spirit. And more of that is necessary. You know, I'm glad that our Home Minister introduced in India, Ghar Ghar Dhyan.
Yeah, Ghar Ghar Dhyan, yeah.
This is really caring for people. घर घर में इतना क्लेश है, मानसिक तनाव है, उसको दूर करने के लिए, which country really looks after that everybody should prevent mental illness? Tell me. So we have certain very good things in this country that we need to pay attention to. Of course, there are a lot of issues. I'm not saying it's all rosy. There are issues which we need to keep attending to. World also same thing, conflicts keep rising, but we also see on the other side, the good things are also happening.
How are you able to keep politics outside of the spiritual realm, especially when events like 22nd January are going to happen? Everybody says it's all to just, polarize votes for May 2024. My final question is, what should people do on the 22nd of January, and how are you able to keep these two aspects separate?
See, 22nd January, Sri Ram Lala Pran Pratishtha is happening. It's a moment of celebration. Actually, people were in a mood to celebrate when the judgment came at that time itself. And it is the wisdom of this country, the government and our Prime Minister, to not to let that fire come along, and which would obviously would have hurt others. So people have been holding this wish to celebrate for so long, and now is the chance. 22nd January, now unleash that pressure that you have been holding in order to celebrate. There are 11 lakh Ram temple in this country.
Yes, Prabhu.
I said this, when the judgment comes, if it has come amicably with everybody's approval, we should have a grand celebration everywhere. And it's very wise that now that celebration is happening, and also they have been called for cleaning the temple. This is also an occasion
the Safai Abhiyan.
to Safai Abhiyan. Temple should be clean. Every temple should be clean, and it's happening good. So I would say everyone should celebrate. Keep aside the politics for a little while. Later on you can take it. It's going to come anyway after a few months. But now be united. Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Jains, everybody should come together, the whole world, because it's a moment of celebration after 500 years.
True.
Yeah?
Sarva Dharma Samabhava. That's why the magic of art of living. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great conversation, Gurudev. Thank
Very
you so much,
good.
Gurudev.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to spend nearly 5 hours in Ayodhya on January 22nd when he is coming here for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Sri Ram Temple. The schedule so far, which we have accessed, shows that the Prime Minister will be arriving straight from Delhi to the Ayodhya airport, landing at the Ayodhya airport at about 10:25 a.m. So at 10:55 a.m., the Prime Minister is expected to reach the Ram Janambhoomi premises by flying in a chopper from the Ayodhya airport to a spot near the Ram Temple. From 11 a.m. to noon 12, the Prime Minister will be inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. Nobody really knows what exactly the Prime Minister will do for that 1 hour. But what our sources are telling us, that the Prime Minister could take a complete round of the Ram Janambhoomi premises and also meet those workers and laborers who have toiled very, very hard for the last 3 years to ensure that the ground floor and the first floor of the Ram temple are now complete, and the second floor of the entire temple in fact will be
Namaste, Jai Hind, and I'm coming to you live from Sri Ayodhya Dham, and it's a list of 8,000 invitees. Quite extensive, one might say, but when 140 crore people want to be there in Ayodhya on that particular day when the Pran Pratishtha of Ramlala is happening at Ram Janambhoomi, and you are one of the 8,000, then you have to say that it's your luck, it's privilege. One of those very important persons or celebrities or somebody who are also Ram Bhakt is with me right now. So let's go right across to Madhur Bhandarkar. Madhur ji, खुश तो बहुत होंगे आप.
Yeah, Anand, absolutely thrilled, great euphoria, and very happy.
You are also Ramamay. You also won lovely.
Yeah, this basically the hotel people when I came over here, so they gave me this, and it was a welcome scarf, and very happy. It's written Jai Shri Ram all over, Shri Ram and all. Very nice.
How big is this moment? Were you ever involved with this entire struggle for Ram Janambhoomi in your heart as a filmmaker, as an Indian citizen? Did you ever want to support it? Did you oppose it? Were you neutral to it?
No, it was like that. See, the faith and the conviction which all Hindus believed, we always wanted a Ram temple to be over there. And जैसे कहते हैं आस्था का ये है कि आस्था है इतने सालों से. And since 1991-92, when we hearing this about the Ram temple, and definitely everybody wanted a Ram temple to be over there in Ayodhya, because I think it's one of the very important thing in the Indian history for Ram, the kind of belief we have, the kind of respect we have for Maryada Purushottam Ram. So I think that was very, very essential. And I think it's a great, tomorrow is going to be a historical day, and I'm very happy, very privileged to be part of this event, going to witness. And I had come earlier also, in 2020 I came when the temple was there in making, and 2023 also, last year, when I came for a UP summit, that time also I visited the Ram temple. So this is my third time, and this is the full time, like first time I'll be watching the full Ram temple inauguration.
Well, before we went live, we just gave him a sneak preview of the pictures that we have accessed. Aman Sharma had put those pictures out and I showed it to Madhurji. What do you think of these pictures? We'll try and put it out on air also. What do you think of these pictures, Madhurji? It's all being decked up, it's being decorated. Let me just, let's do this live right now. Let's open up the group, and we have these fantastic pictures
that have come through. What do you think? The celebrations are on, people are celebrating,
Absolutely dances are amazing. happening. You know, it was a great welcome when I came to the airport also. And euphoric moment. In the plane, in fact, I would tell you, Anand, it was
Ji.
so good and people were singing Hanuman Chalisa, Ram Bhajans, everything was superb. It was very nice. It was a different feeling, I mean to say. But this day cannot be forgotten, I think. So it was beautiful. The whole Ayodhya is so beautifully, you know, it's festive season over here completely.
No, why is it special for all of us?
Because I think the faith we have in Sri Ram and being Indian, we all believe that Ram is absolutely a god which we all believe in it. From the childhood, we have seen Ramayana as a play, then as a series we have seen of Arun Govil sir. So the strong belief is there on Lord Ram. And
तो आप उनमें से नहीं है जो वो मानते हैं कि राम काल्पनिक है?
नहीं, मुझे नहीं लगता. ये तो देखो आस्था की बात है, तो मानने के लिए माने नहीं माने ना, जैसे वैसी कहावत है ना. तो मुझे नहीं लगता इस तरह की बातें होनी भी चाहिए. I don't think so, because everybody has his own God and they believe in it.
जी.
तो ऐसा किसी you cannot say somebody के काल्पनिक है या फिक्शन है, ऐसा बोलना बहुत ही गलत है. I feel कि आपकी अपनी आस्था होती है, जिसमें भी विश्वास करते हो.
जी.
आस्था तो कहीं चीज की होती है ना. तो I think you believe in something and the conviction is there on Lord Ram. And we as Hindus, we have so many gods we worship, so many gods we believe in it. So that is absolutely. And Ram, I think so, he's not only a Lord Ram, everybody means I've been to London, US so many times, and there also people do. When you go to street also there in Trafalgar Square, if you see Times Square, I see so many times Hare Rama Hare Krishna people chanting over there. All this, you know, the ISKCON thing and all. You know, there's so many times we have seen this.
These are those pictures of the Ram temple which is decked up.
Wow.
It is looking fantastic at this point. I was just trying to get this. Amanthana has got it. This is in the night.
Amazing.
This is how it is looking. And looks like this is where you will be sitting at this point.
I'm really fortunate to Anand to witness this thing, and you're showing me this is definitely beautiful.
So this is how the temple is looking right now. It's not yet complete, but सजा के रखा है.
बहुत बढ़िया. It's looking so great. My God, amazing, mesmerizing.
Would you see this as these are the pictures? I think we'll try and take it live on the channel also. But would you see this as assertion, majoritarianism, or is it just that Hindus are getting to celebrate what is there?
You know, I don't think so. I think we. You know, I have to tell you this, Anand. I didn't want you to get this thing, but I'll tell you. You know, yesterday I went to a big wedding, a Muslim wedding. A friend of mine's son got married yesterday, and I went for the reception. And almost everybody knew, because it came on the media, social media, following my Instagram, Twitter, everywhere. They knew that I'm going for the Ram temple because I've been telling it, and news has also been come.
Correct.
And everybody was very happy. Like, I never, everybody said, I said, मेरे को जल्दी जाना, and everybody knew that I'm going to Ayodhya. So there was no animosity or something, you know, displeasure or something. I didn't see any kind of that kind of things, you know.
Isn't that the beauty of our country? That
That's
everybody.
the beauty,
So then, who are those who claim to represent certain groups and say कि कोई भी खुश नहीं है, सब दुखी हैं?
There will be section of people in every field, every field. You know, Anand, that will be always there in it can be any field. I mean, it can be film industry, it can be politics, it can be business world, anywhere. In your reporting age thing also, it can be like that. You know, if you are doing good for yourself, there will be certain people who will be jealous about you or trying to pull you down. So those kind of things will be always when there's everywhere, and they have opinion. That's the beauty of thing. I always say that people have opinion. Let them have the opinion about it. But I think I never find this kind of thing, because I have friends, and we as a film industry, I'm saying very honestly, for me as an independent filmmaker, I have been making film from last 25 years. I have worked with every kind of people, every religion people I worked on the set. We have Muslim, Christians, Parsi, Hindus, everybody. So there was never such things about, you know, those kind of things. I never felt it. I know so many Muslim people met me and they said, Madhur, congrats, you're going there, very nice. Hamare liye bhi dua mangna. So those kind of things were there yesterday also in the wedding, where almost 95% people were from the Muslim community. I went over there and everybody was saying, bhai hamare liye dua mangna, bhai hamare liye bhi dua mangna. So I think there was absolutely, the reverence of Ram is always there, I mean to say. Be it anybody, you know. So
because Allama Iqbal, the philosopher of Pakistan, philosophical father of Pakistan, has also said about Ram ki ahle nazar unhe imam Hind ki tarah dekhte hain. So that's the beauty. But आपकी इंडस्ट्री में किसी ने नहीं था, तू जा रहा है, you really going?
नहीं, I don't think.
क्यों जा रहा है?
मुझे किसी ने नहीं पूछा, किसी से नहीं, मेरे को ऐसा किसी ने पूछा नहीं. If they want to, maybe they are suppressing their emotion. Maybe that is the thing. But nobody asked me, and they were all happy about it कि आप जा रहे हो बोल के, जिसने भी बोला है. But I am very happy to be over here, and I think it's a historical thing. Everybody should celebrate Lord Ram. I think irrelevant of their faith, caste, creed, or any religion. I think because Ram, Lord, represent the country. It represent Bharat. It represent India. So I think everybody, the identity of Lord Ram is huge everywhere, worldwide. I'm talking about.
And you are okay with the Pradhan Mantri being there, PM Narendra Modi being there? Would you like to credit him for, a lot of what is happening in terms of Hindu revivalism, cultural revivalism, temple, reconstruction, restructuring, temple tourism? We're seeing a lot happening all across the country.
See, since 2014, if you see, PM Modi sir has done a commendable job in terms of as an Indian also I'm talking about. I travel so many times at film festival. I've been fortunate enough traveling twice to Cannes Film Festival in 2019 and 2023 last year also. And people are very, very, appreciate the kind of work he has done. The kind of respect we get over there as the Indians nowadays. Everywhere. Our passport has been great value nowadays. So I think he has done a great thing. Airports, infrastructure, roads, lot of things have been done. So detractors will be there in every field, like I said. So that will be always there. They will be keep talking about it. But I personally feel he has done an absolutely great job in last 10 years. And really, really we should appreciate the kind of work he has done.
Have you been to Ayodhya before? Do you see a change in Ayodhya?
Huge. I came in 2020 over here. And today though it's completely changed. I came in 2020 I came in 2023 I came, and this is 24. Completely changed. Lot of change. Lot of things have been changed. Roads, everything completely. And I know for the fact it is going to be a huge development in coming years. Because I always say that whenever any development takes place, that gives work to the local people over here. And that is very essential. To give work to the local people because they benefit. Even if we do shootings, wherever we do shooting in India or abroad, anywhere, because the local get a lot of money, lot of work they get, the skill they get, which is very good. And I think Ayodhya is going to be a huge for us completely. I'm going to say everybody is going to look for Ayodhya and coming here, and not only Indians I'm talking about, the foreigners, the people from all faith are going to be there.
So you're going to enjoy, and you're going to be one of the first people to do darshan after the Pran Pratishtha. So I hope you pray for all of us too. You're one of the few lucky ones.
Thank you so much. And I have taken a lot of money from my friends, people who have given me money to, जैसे चढ़ावा हम लोग कहते हैं, तो they all given me, तो I have an envelope जिनके सबके पैसे मैं इसमें डाला हो, तो वो भी चढ़ाना मुझे पड़ेगा.
जिन्होंने चढ़ावा दिया उनके लिए प्रसाद भी लेके जाना पड़ेगा.
प्रसाद भी जाना पड़ेगा. They want miniature also of Ayodhya temple, and they want me to pray on their name. So I'll do all the things. And I'm sure the prayers will be answered, and they will going to have a great year, this 2024, and a great life. And I pray for everybody. Let me pray for everybody, every people, and India completely. I think our India should go more and more leaps and bounds in coming future, another 10 years. And we are today we are noted by the global people also. We are on the global map. In terms of movies, in terms of industries, everything we are there. So the respect I know for the fact which I go travel, like I said, people, the respect we give for India, they give for is huge. They are curious to know about it. They know the kind of diversity we have. Still we are like one nation.
Absolutely. Madhur Bhandarkar entered the hotel, got welcomed, and then we pulled him out. So he's not even had the chance to savor the entire Ram verve that all of Ayodhya Dham is, because he's still inside the hotel. But we've given him a little bit of a primer. Madhur Bhandarkar, pleasure speaking with you, and have a
pleasure to meet you and talk to you.
Have a fantastic darshan.
Thank you. Jai Shri Ram, Jai Siya Ram.
Thank you so much. We're going to take a very short break on that note. Stay with us.
पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम. पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम. राम सिया राम.
year, the Prime Minister will be interacting with these Shramjeevis, the laborers and the workers who worked so hard on constructing the Ram Temple. He would also briefly do some jap before he enters the Ram Temple Garbhagriha for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Almost an hour before the PM arrives at the Ram Janmabhoomi premises, all the 8,000 invited guests will already be seated inside the Ram Janmabhoomi premises. There will be leading voices from leading stars in Bollywood, leading stars, leading voices from the industry, the leading saints and seers of the country will all be in attendance. From 12 noon to about 12:50 p.m., the Prime Minister will be inside the Garbhagriha of the Ram Temple for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony along with a few other dignitaries. Prime Minister will the patti over the eyes of the new Lord Ram idol will be removed in the presence of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will then be putting kajal in the eyes of Lord Ram and also showing him the mirror, a ritual for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony amidst a chants of hymns and other Sanatan Dharma rituals will be done while the Prime Minister is inside for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. After that, the Prime Minister will come out for a public program from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. where he will be addressing all the invitees and people from across the world and people across the country who will be watching on their TV screens that day. There will be first a speech by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, followed by a speech by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, and then the Prime Minister will give his sambodhan to the people, recounting the long struggle for the Ram Janmabhoomi temple and how the dream and the wish of thousands and millions and crores of people has come true. From there, the Prime Minister will be going on an interesting visit. He will go and visit the Kuber Tila inside the Ram Janmabhoomi premises. At about 2:10 p.m., the PM will proceed for Kuber Tila. This is situated inside the Ram Janmabhoomi premises, and there is an ancient Shiv temple on the top of the Kuber Tila, which has also been refurbished with a ramp being built right up till Kuber Tila for the convenience of the pilgrims who can go and visit the Kuber Tila. So along with Lord Ram, Lord Bholenath has also got a concrete chat above his head, finally under Ram Janmabhoomi premises. What we know about the Kuber Tila is that it is one of the major pilgrimage sites which have been discussed in the dialogue between Parvati and Lord Shankar under the Ayodhya Mahatma section in Sri Rudramal, which includes 43 mythological places, including the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi within the Ramkot area. Kuber Tila is one of them. It has been called the Sri Navratna in ancient tradition. The ancient Shivalinga is established on the Kuber Tila itself. It is believed that Mahadev is present near the birthplace of Sri Ram from time immemorial. It is also believed, just as the same way Lord Shiv is present there in the vicinity of Lord Ram's birthplace, just as Lord Brahma came and resided in the Brahmakund on the arrival of Ma Sita. It is also believed that on Kuber Mount, the Sri Kuber, the incarnation of Sri Vishnu is seated as a servant of Lord Ram in his kingdom Ayodhya in the form of symbol of glory and wealth. There is also a new Jatayu statue, a bronze statue that the PM could pay tributes at the Kuber Tila. This is a bronze statue which was installed on Kuber Tila of the bird king Jatayu just last month. And we all know how Jatayu had a very, very significant role in the Ramayana, trying to save Ma Sita.
Okay, there's some breaking news which is coming in, and this is from the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra. The Congress's General Secretary and Communication Department Head Jairam Ramesh has tweeted, and he's now made a controversial claim. To quote him, "My vehicle was attacked a few minutes ago at Jubo Gurihat, Sunitpur by an unruly BJP crowd who also tore off the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra stickers from the windshield. They threw water and shouted anti-BJNY slogans, but we kept our composure, waved to the hooligans and sped away. This is undoubtedly the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's doing. We are not intimidated and will soldier on." So we go across to my colleague Preeti, who's been tracking the developments as the yatra goes through Assam. Preeti, any word coming in from the state government by way of clarification as a counter to what Jairam Ramesh has claimed?
No word of clarification from the government as of now, but earlier also there were certain allegations being made by Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party in when they were doing the Nyaya Yatra in Lakhimpur, that some alleged goons tried to attack the yatra, and this is the same kind of situation that has been alleged by Jairam Ramesh now. But that time also it was seen that they tried to register a case. The case was not registered because there were no proper evidence. The videos were there, but there were no proper evidence. So the case could not be registered as stated by police, and they also refrained from giving any we can say official statement. Even now, until now, about this situation which has been alleged by Ram Ramesh about being attacked by a crowd, no government clarification has yet come in, and no case also so far we have known that it has been registered until now.
Okay.
But yes, today in the morning the Chief Minister addressed a press conference. He stated about the rally being carried out by Rahul Gandhi in Assam, and he stated that this time that he has chosen for doing the Nyaya Yatra rally, which is also coinciding with the Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha, he is trying to maybe create some kind of disturbances for which we should be on alert. And those places through which Rahul Gandhi is taking the rallies, they have been targeted. They have been declared to be we can say sensitive zones by Assam government. So far what has come from the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma on the rally by Rahul Gandhi this morning.
All right, Preeti, thank you very much. So Rahul Gandhi's Assam leg has been mired in a lot of controversy, with lots of attacks and counter-attacks going in from the Congress party and the Assam Chief Minister. Going to shift the focus back to what has been a top story as the countdown begins. Not just in India, but people abroad too are looking at with bated breath and looking forward to the Pran Pratishtha tomorrow. My colleague Sanjay Suri from London reports where that excitement, devotion is high for the upcoming Pran Pratishtha. Here's the ground report.
Very extensive preparations are underway all around Britain to celebrate the opening of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Simultaneous celebrations will be held at more than 300 temples across the country, and more than 200 Hindu organizations have issued a joint statement expressing joy and solidarity with the opening of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Celebrations then at temples in Aberdeen in Scotland, in Cardiff in Wales, and Northern Ireland, all over London, all over Britain, right here in Wembley, and of course in Leicester, which is near Haridwar in Britain. This level of celebration is perhaps the biggest that we have seen among Hindus ever in Britain.
So we are so happy for the inauguration of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. 500 years we waited for this day, 76 battles or so. And so in the celebration and in happiness, all the Hindu communities of East London decided that we'll get together. Let's do a celebration where everyone enjoys.
So happy होने का पर्व है, ये प्रश्न ही आपका गलत है. आज तो हमारे राम भगवान हमारे घर पधारे हैं, मेरी चौखट पे यार चल के राम आए हैं.
We're extremely proud of what's happening in India. We're extremely proud that the Mandir is being built. The Mandir has been built in India, and we're here to celebrate, to let India know the whole of the world is with them.
अयोध्या में राम पधारे, मेरे पितामह पधारे, ये उनका निमंत्रण है सबके लिए. अयोध्या से अक्षत यहाँ तक आए, वो चाहते हैं कि हम सब उनकी यहाँ पर बुलाएं अपने अपने घर में, और ये अक्षत का 2-2 दाना अपने जेब में रखें, हमेशा उनका आशीर्वाद रहेगा.
And back in Ayodhya, the UP government is running buses or electric buses for pilgrims. My colleague Aman Sharma gets us this ground report.
So we are starting in this electric bus from the Ram Temple premises, and this electric bus will take us right till the Lata Mangeshkar Chowk. This is the bus which devotees are using to travel in Ayodhya because other restrictions have come up, so everybody is traveling in these buses. तो एक बार पहले हो जाए जय श्री राम. भाई साहब कैसा माहौल है अयोध्या में?
बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है भाई साहब, और हम लोग माँ विंध्यवासिनी के धाम से आए हुए हैं जी, और हमारे यहाँ से देवराह हंस बाबा की तरफ से 1111 मन लड्डू का परसों रामलला को भोग लगेगा. क्या बात है. जिसमें 8 चांदी की थाल में जाएगा जी, और 10,000 VIP लोगों को झोले में जी, उसमें बाबा जी का साहित्य जी, और 11 लड्डू का स्टील का टिफिन का डिब्बा. क्या बात है. और उसके साथ साथ उसमें चुनरी जिसमें रामलला की पूरी बाबा की वाली लिखी है. उन्होंने 33 साल पहले भविष्यवाणी की थी कि राम जन्मभूमि राम की है, राम की होके रहेगी, और ये शांति से बनेगा.
और सभी धर्मों की सहमति से बनेगा।
कहाँ से आए हैं और क्या क्या?
मिर्जापुर से आए हैं।
मिर्जापुर से आए हैं।
हाँ, हमारे पूज्य देवरा बाबा जी का लड्डू बनेगा 11
जी हाँ, गए थे हम वहाँ 13 लाख लड्डू बन रहा है।
हाँ, 13 लाख लड्डू बन रहा है। उसको आप वेट में लीजिएगा तो 11 से 11 मन होता है। एक मन में 40 किलो होता है।
जी, क्या बात है। आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं और रामलला के दर्शन के लिए क्या 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 तैयारी है? 23 तारीख तक रुकेंगे?
27 तक है। हम यहाँ पे मुंबई से आए हैं, तो 17 को आ गए। भगवत गीता हम बांट रहे हैं, इस्कॉन की तरफ से आ रहे हैं, फ्री में भगवत गीता बांट रहे सबको
जी।
तो कल हमने 208 भगवत गीता बांट दिए और वही प्रोग्राम जब कर रहे हैं और 1 महीना तक हम करते रहेंगे।
Okay, we are going to now shift focus to some more news coming in, and this is what we had reported earlier. Live screenings were planned for January the 22nd in Kanchipuram in the presence of the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. The program near District Collectorate's office was cancelled after collectors denied permission for the screening. Preparations were underway and police have cleared everything from the venue. However, permission has been given for live proceedings inside the Kamakshi Amman temple. My colleague Purnima is getting us all these details. Over to you, Purnima.
Well, a grand public event was planned where the BJP decided that at least 1,000 people would participate. This included residents of Kanchipuram and also BJP cadre in the presence of Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister. However, that permission for that event was denied by the district collector, and everything was getting ready. Preparations were underway. If the tents and everything were removed by the police after the district collectorate's office denied permission. However, the good news is that the screening will take place inside the Kanchi Kamakshi Amman temple in Kanchipuram, and the permission for that has been approved by the district administration. So, out of 2 places, one will take place tomorrow from 8 a.m. onwards.
All right, Purnima, thank you very much, Purnima. So much politics over the Ram Mandir issue, also with claims and counterclaims coming in from the finance minister as well as from the Tamil Nadu government. This is going to be our top story even as the countdown begins for the Pran Pratishtha in Ayodhya tomorrow.
Of Ravana while Ravana abducted her and took her to Lanka. After all these programs at 3:30 p.m., the Prime Minister is expected to depart from Ayodhya, concluding his 5-hour long historic and a very, very religious and a very, very important visit on January 22nd for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to spend nearly 5 hours in Ayodhya on January 22nd when he is coming here for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Sri Ram Temple. His schedule so far, which we have accessed, shows that the Prime Minister will be arriving straight from Delhi to the Ayodhya airport, landing at the Ayodhya airport at about 10:25 a.m. So at 10:55 a.m., the Prime Minister is expected to reach the Ram Janambhoomi premises by flying in a chopper from the Ayodhya airport to a spot near the Ram Temple. From 11 a.m. to noon 12, the Prime Minister will be inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. Nobody really knows what exactly the Prime Minister will do for that 1 hour. But what our sources are telling us that the Prime Minister could take a complete round of the Ram Janambhoomi premises and also meet those workers and labourers who have toiled very, very hard for the last 3 years to ensure that the ground floor and the first floor of the Ram temple are now complete, and the second floor of the entire temple in fact will be complete by the end of this year. The Prime Minister will be interacting with these Shramjeevis, the labourers and the workers who worked so hard on constructing the Ram temple. He would also briefly do some jap before he enters the Ram temple Garbhagriha for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Almost an hour before the PM arrives at the Ram Janambhoomi premises, all the 8,000 invited guests will already be seated inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. There will be leading voices from leading stars in Bollywood, leading stars, leading voices from the industry, the leading saints and seers of the country will all be in attendance. From 12 noon to about 12:50 p.m., the Prime Minister will be inside the Garbhagriha of the Ram temple for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony along with a few other dignitaries. Prime Minister will, the patti over the eyes of the new Lord Ram idol will be removed in the presence of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will then be putting kajal in the eyes of Lord Ram, and also showing him the mirror, a ritual for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony amidst a chants of hymns and other Sanatan Dharma rituals will be done while the Prime Minister is inside for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. After that, the Prime Minister will come out for a public program from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. where he will be addressing all the invitees and people from across the world and people across the country who will be watching on their TV screens that day. There will be first a speech by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, followed by a speech by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, and then the Prime Minister will give his sambodhan to the people, recounting the long struggle for the Ram Janambhoomi temple and how the dream and the wish of thousands and millions and crores of people has come true. From there, the Prime Minister will be going on an interesting visit. He will go and visit the Kuber Tila inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. At about 2:10 p.m., the PM will proceed for Kuber Tila. This is situated inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises, and there is an ancient Shiv temple on the top of the Kuber Tila, which has also been refurbished with a Ram.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this very special presentation under our continuous coverage on Ram Mandir for India. 22nd of January, the Pran Pratishtha of Ram Lala at Ram Lala Virajman will take place. But the conversations are, what does this imply? What does this signify? What does this stand for? Is this a renaissance of Bharat, the Hindu culture, the Hindu way? And how does one answer those who are continuously taking pot shots at the Hindu way of life, be it the Sanatan Dharma or the Hindu religion as a faith or as a way of life as our courts have ordained? Bharat is Hindu. Ram is integral to Bharat. So Ram, Bharat and Hindutva. Let's try and understand this. This is the first of our many series of conversations or a mini series of conversations around these issues, and we'll try and bring out certain aspects where there is a lot of misinformation and of course the narrative push that's happening. Joining us now is Swami Vijnananand. He is somebody who's educated in a Gurukul. He's a B.Tech, so he's got a science background, but he's also a Sanskrit Vidwan, understands Vedic Parampara. So he will answer a few questions. कुछ प्रश्न उनसे तो पूछेंगे तो along with a lot of other hats that he wears. But इस discussion में तो यही आपका ठीक है ना परिचय दे रहा हूँ स्वामी जी. अच्छा है. Professor Nachiketa Tiwari is a scholar himself. He is teaching at the IIT Kanpur. He quit a fantastic job and a great academic career abroad and has come back to Bharat to do his seva here. Then Dr. Jagmohan ji is a Sanskrit scholar himself. So Sanskritam as a language, will it be revived? He is a professor at Hindu College in Delhi. तो चलिए आप सबसे मेरा पहला प्रश्न यही है कि राम मंदिर की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा को लेकर जो विवाद हो रहा है, यहीं से शुरू करते हैं। ठीक है। कुछ का कहना है कि प्राण प्रतिष्ठा खंडित मंदिर में नहीं होना चाहिए, कुछ का कहना है कि प्राण प्रतिष्ठा पीएम को नहीं करना चाहिए, कुछ का ये कहना है कि विश्व हिंदू परिषद राम तीर्थ ने इसको अपने आप कर लिया है, राम तो सबके हैं, फिर ये इसको क्यों नियंत्रित कर रहे हैं? इन सब का क्या उत्तर है स्वामी जी?
पहले चीज है, देखो एक मूर्ति की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा है ना, मंदिर की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा नहीं है। जब मंदिर पूरा कंप्लीट हो जाएगा तब उसको कलशाभिषेक से कम कहते हैं, है ना, और जिसको दक्षिण में उसको कुंभाभिषेक हम कहते हैं ना। अभी तो फर्स्ट बन गया है, जैसे आप देखते होंगे जिसका पास घर नहीं होता है तो पूरा जब भर बन जाएगा, लेकिन फर्स्ट फ्लोर भी बन जाए तो आदमी गृह प्रवेश कर जाता है ना। तो कम से कम फर्स्ट फ्लोर मंदिर का तैयार हो गया तो भगवान राम की मूर्ति की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा है, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं है। यही आपने देखा होगा कि सोमनाथ में हुआ, सोमनाथ में पूरा मंदिर बनने में तो वर्षों लगा, लेकिन जैसे ही फर्स्ट फ्लोर बन गया तो शिवलिंग की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो गई थी।
राजेंद्र बाबू ने ही
किया था। और इसमें कोई ऐसा अशास्त्रीय विधि नहीं है, सब शास्त्रीय विधान से हो रहा है। ये जो लोग जो हल्ला गुल्ला कर रहे हैं उनको शास्त्रीय परंपरा का ज्ञान नहीं है। पहले चीज तो ये है, मूर्ति की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रही है। मंदिर जब पूरा बन जाएगा तब कलशाभिषेकम, हम उत्तर भारत में कहते हैं, जिसको दक्षिण भारत में कुंभाभिषेकम हो, वो भी होगा। अभी तो पहला चीज शुरू हुआ, फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर रामलला की मूर्ति की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होगी, जो नया मूर्ति अभी शिल्पकारों ने तैयार किया है, शिल्पी लोगों ने। और वहां साथ साथ ये जो लोग कहते हैं कि रामलला विराजमान की मूर्ति का, वो भी मूर्ति वहां रखी जाएगी, वो भी मूर्ति वहां रखी
तो
जाएगी।
एक चर और एक अचर मूर्ति, ऐसा विग्रह,
हाँ,
ऐसा
जो
तो
चल अचल कहा जाता है, कि क्योंकि ये जो फिक्स मूर्ति हो गई तो कहीं जा नहीं सकती। जो भगवान रामलला विराजमान है वहाँ, वही भी वहाँ रहेंगे, उनकी भी पूजा होगी। और जब कभी वार्षिकोत्सव होगा, जैसे आपने देखा मंदिरों में नगर दर्शन होता है, वैसा उनको घुमाया जाएगा। तो दोनों की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा वहाँ पर स्थापना होगी, दोनों का ही आसन रहेगा, और जो नया जो मूर्ति उसका प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होगा। तो ये पहला विषय है। दूसरी चीज है कि लोग बोल रहे हैं कि
शंकराचार्य दूरी बनाए रखे हैं, विश्व हिंदू परिषद घेर लिया है, कुछ लोगों ने इसको पॉलिटिसाइज करके राजनीतिक लाभ उठा रहे हैं।
पहले चीज तो ये कहना समझना चाहिए, जो शंकराचार्य बोल रहे हैं, देखो ये सब शंकराचार्य को कोई कभी भी हिंदू मॉडर्न हिंदू समाज ने कभी एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया। इन जो बोल रहे हैं ना, ये सब शंकराचार्य ने अपने आप को डिस्क्रेडिट कर दिया है। कभी हिंदू मूवमेंट में, कभी हिंदू की रक्षा करने में, समाज की रक्षा में, धर्म रक्षा में इन लोगों ने कोई पार्टिसिपेट नहीं किया। ये तो जो अभियुक्त महेश्वरानंद बात कर रहे हैं, उनके गुरु स्वरूपानंद जो थे, वो तो राम जन्म मूवमेंट का हर समय सबोटेज करते रहे। तो कांग्रेस पार्टी के खास एजेंट रहे हैं, वो तो खुद ही कहते थे। उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, वो तो उनसे कोई दूसरी अपेक्षा नहीं है। मैं निश्चलानंद जी का बता रहा हूँ, तो निश्चलानंद जी घोर कास्टिस्ट व्यक्ति हैं खुद। आप उनसे जाके बात कर लीजिए, आप दूसरों की बात नहीं करें। इसलिए ऐसे लोगों का आज के समय में कोई महत्व नहीं। इन्होंने अपने आप को खुद डिस्क्रेडिट कर दिया है।
बट हिंदुइज्म इजंट इट कास्टिस्ट?
नहीं,
आई एम जस्ट ब्रिंगिंग इन प्रोफेसर नचिकेता जी दैट हिंदुइज्म इज, दे से हिंदुइज्म मींस कास्टिज्म। अब वो SB 403 in the US, that entire thing about ancestral rights and ancestral habits, and that's where they try to say that Hinduism itself is casteist. इसीलिए जो यहाँ से आता है वो दिमागी रूप से ही कास्टिस्ट होता है, इस तरीके से वो कह रहे हैं। तो ऐसा ही है।
तो इसको दो प्रकार से इस प्रश्न को देखना चाहिए। पहला तो कि जो हमारे यहाँ जो लिटरेचर है, हिंदू लिटरेचर, उसमें क्या इस चीज़ को सैंक्शन दिया गया है, और दूसरा समाज में जो है वो कहाँ से आया है। ये दो प्रश्न हैं। तो अगर आप हिंदू साहित्य देखें, हिंदू वाङ्मय देखें, और आप वेदों से शुरू करें, तो वहाँ ये कास्ट टाइप का कोई कॉन्सेप्ट उसमें डजंट कम एट ऑल।
So Vedas don't talk about casteism.
No.
But there is a talk about varna and jati, right?
Yes. In Veda, even this varna in very limited context it appears.
Because Krishna also says Chaturvarna Maya Shrishtham, no?
I will add here. I want to just add here. देखो हमारे यहाँ शास्त्र में बहुत क्लियर है, कहते हैं कि शरीर है ना पंचभूतों से बना हुआ है ना, अग्नि, पृथ्वी, वायु, जल, है ना, आकाश है, 5 तत्वों से बिना। तो सभी का शरीर एक ही चीज है। फिर कहता है सबका आत्मा एक ही है। तो कोई भेद है नहीं हमारा इस तरह का कोई कभी भी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन की कोई बात रही नहीं। अब बहुत अच्छा महाभारत में इसका डिस्क्रिप्शन है, डिस्कशन है, कि जब ये डिस्कशन होता है तो कहते हैं कि देखो सब लोगों ने अपने अपने समय के अनुसार अपना अपना प्रोफेशन अडॉप्ट किया, है ना। उस प्रोफेशन के साथ साथ ये लोग बन गए। और रही बात मॉडर्न टाइम में, तो देखो आपने देखा थर्स्टन था, अल्बर्ट थर्स्टन, जिन्होंने एक पुस्तक लिख दी कास्ट एंड ट्राइब इन सदर्न इंडिया, और कहीं बिना आउट ऑफ बॉक्स कहीं नोवेयर ही क्रिएटेड 300 कास्ट। वो सब कास्ट को उन्होंने सेंसस में यूज किया जस्ट टू डिवाइड, और तब से सारा नैरेटिव हो गया। पहले तो ऐसी कोई बात नहीं थी।
But there was discrimination, there was a classification. Yeah. So when you say guna karma vibhagasaha chaturvarna maya shrishtham, now is it because in this birth there is discrimination? Is it because you were born in the previous birth that you are being discriminated? How do you understand that? Because his scriptures also say that there will be each person, there is a brahmana, there is a vaishya, there is a kshatriya, and there is a kshudra. So that is because of their pravritti, their karma, or because where they are born.
Okay. So I'll address the other part also जो आप पहले बता रहे थे कि why is there discrimination, and the reason we get bothered so much is because we see that a particular class of persons, a very large number of people are in absolute misery, and they have been in this absolute miserable state over last at least 1000 years. How did this emerge? We have to understand that. Unfortunately, our country's intelligentsia has not explored एंड डन रिसर्च की इतनी मिजरी जो ये हम अनटचेबिलिटी से रिलेटेड है, और एब्सोल्यूट मिजरी में यू विल सी सोशल इंडिसेस दैट शेड्यूल कास्ट ऑन वेरी लोअर फुटिंग, शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स आर इन अ मिजरेबल स्टेट. व्हेन यू गो एंड डिग द हिस्ट्री, and the truth is not pleasant, so they have not touched it. What you find is that after these Islamic invasions started happening, there was a very big push to proselytize Bharat on the side of Islam. And as per their own principles and practices and their jurisprudence, a Hindu is not entitled to have agricultural land. And this was a way to force people into
hardship and
penury, and so that they ultimately accept Islam. Now and then associated, and it's very well documented by Islamic chroniclers and themselves. So land rights were taken away. Then whatever produce you produced, most of it was taken away. ये ज़मींदारी सिस्टम उसी समय डेवलप हुई. इसके पहले हमारे भारत में ज़मींदारी सिस्टम नहीं था. When you see all these movies which are inspired by a particular leftist thought, this entire ज़मींदारी system, it appeared. And as a consequence of that, rampant poverty developed in Bharat. So you may have heard that Mughals have a lot of splendor. So we had the birth of two big classes. One was absolutely poor people. They used to work very hard, and they used to sustain the splendor and the magnificence of Mughal lords and all that. It is in that context this very large scale misery appeared. And then when the Britishers came, they saw and then they interpreted this, that as if it is endemic and it is a feature of the Hindu society. But this was something which was out of persecution of Hindus.
So you're saying that there was...
I will add here on that your point. I was discussing with a retired judge who is from a lower caste, so-called lower caste. He told me, स्वामी जी, गरीबी अपने आप में एक जाति है ना. गरीबी जो है ना, अगर मैं पढ़ लिख कर के अमीर हो गया तो मेरा स्टेटस बड़ा हो गया है ना. लेकिन जब मैं गरीब था तो बोलता गरीब कोई भी हो ना, किसी भी जाति को उसकी अपनी अलग ही जाति है. तो ये सारी समस्या की जड़ वहाँ है.
So because Prime Minister Narendra Modi भी प्रोफेसर जगमोहन कहते हैं कि दो ही जातियाँ, हैव्स एंड हैव नॉट्स, जो गरीब है और जो गरीब नहीं है, और जो गरीब नहीं है उसको जो गरीब है उसकी मदद करने की आवश्यकता है. इसी स्वरूप में हमें देखने की आवश्यकता है. पर ये त्व शब्द को लेकर बहुत खेल खेला. जी. हिंदुइज्म और हिंदुत्व, इन दोनों अलग हैं. ये क्या है, ये इज्म क्या है, यहीं से शुरू करते हैं.
जी देखिए, क्या है कि यदि किसी भी शब्द को पहले आप समझना चाहते हैं तो क्या है कि हम व्याकरण की दृष्टि से, संस्कृत व्याकरण की दृष्टि से यदि बात करें तो हर उसमें एक प्रत्यय शब्द के अंदर जुड़ा हुआ होता है, और वो प्रत्यय कह लीजिए उस शब्द के सही स्वरूप को बताता है. यदि कह लीजिए क्या है कि आप त्व प्रत्यय केवल किसी जाति, किसी शब्द का जो मूल धर्म है, जो मूल उसकी प्रॉपर्टी है, वो उसको बताता है. यदि मान लीजिए हमारे यहाँ पर जो जाति की जैसे बात अभी चल रही थी, तो त्व लगाने पर जिसे क्या कहते हैं, हम कहते हैं संस्कृत में गोत्व, मनुष्यत्व, पशुत्व, ऐसे अनेक प्रकार के हम हर शब्द में त्व प्रत्यय लगा देते हैं. और त्व प्रत्यय जो होता है वह उस व्यक्ति का जो मूल धर्म, मान लीजिए क्या है कि अब यहाँ पर इतने सारे मनुष्य का आपको बोध हो गया, तो जो सबके अंदर एक यूनिटी है, जो सबके अंदर आपको एक जैसा, किसी भी देश का, विदेश का, कहीं का भी पूरे संसार में आपको एक बार नॉलेज हो गया कि ये मनुष्य है, तो एक उसके अंदर ऐसा धर्म है जिसको देखते ही आपके अंदर ये बोध होता है कि अच्छा ये मनुष्य है, ये गाय है, ये वो पशु है. तो ये जो त्व है हमारे यहाँ पर जाति की अवधारणा शास्त्रों में इस रूप में बताई गई थी.
हिंदू अलग और हिंदुत्व अलग हो सकता है क्या?
नहीं, तो हिंदू और हिंदुत्व जो है ये अपने एक अलग नहीं हो सकते हैं, लेकिन जिसे क्या कहते हैं, लोगों ने उस चीज़ को जिसे क्या कहते हैं कि मिस इंटरप्रिटेशन जिसे कहते हैं, आप उसकी गलत व्याख्याएं लोगों के सामने प्रस्तुत कर दी, जिससे क्या है कि हम जिसे दोनों में भेद समझने लग गए.
तो आपका हिंदुत्व अलग है, मेरा हिंदुइज्म अलग है. ये इसका
I'll explain this a little bit further by elucidating. So there is a word Christian, and the essence of being a Christian is Christianity.
Correct.
Right. So in English there is this suffix ity, which indicates that essence. Likewise, you have a Hindu, and the essence of being a Hindu is Hindutva.
So TVA. So Tat and Tattva, Sat and Sattva, Hindu and Hindutva.
So TVA is equal to ITY in English. It's not
so
more
simplifying it like that.
It's very simple and straight. So it's not a very complicated word. It's just that because of political imperatives, we have tried to complicate but the understanding is very clear if you look at that.
Now we've had
coming back to Hinduism.
Yeah,
Hinduism. This is very important.
This ism.
Ism.
You're saying TVA is ITY.
Ism.
So what is ISM?
ISM. But before you talk about ISM, you should think that you have Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Shintoism, communism, socialism, capitalism, Judaism. All these have been labeled as isms, except Islam and Christianity. So we have to think why that has happened. Actually, earlier
you can't say Islamism.
You cannot say Islamism. Earlier,
say Islamic. Here I want to just add to Nachketa. There was a time, 50-60-year-old literature you study, they used to write Mohammedanism.
Mohammedanism.
Then these people objected, don't write Mohammedanism, we are Islam. And now everybody is forced to use the word Islam. But same thing we have not done with the word Hindu. Nachketa can go
So
on.
coming back, so ism, when you go back and look at the dictionary, it has two connotations. One as a noun, another one as a suffix. If you see it as a noun, then it is a set of beliefs. Most of the times it is a set of beliefs is considered as an ism if it is not logical and it is incoherent, and it is any set of beliefs when it has to be portrayed in a negative way and that it's not going to last for a long time, then it is labeled as ism.
No, but ये तो सनातन है, तो this is Adi to Anand, so how can it be Hindu? It has to be Hindutva.
So this word Hinduism was invented in late 19th century. It has been used in modern context. First time it was used in this present context, in this the way we use it is by Monier Williams. And this gentleman, he invented it, he wrote a monograph on this word Hinduism. And it was a pejorative way of describing the entire set of Hindu thoughts and all that. And we should know this, that it was published by a society known as Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge.
Christian knowledge, okay.
So, Handbook of Hinduism.
Handbook of Hinduism. And that was what was pushed by a Society for Promoting Christian knowledge. Okay.
So that provides a context. I mean,
so there could be an inherent prejudice itself in the way it was represented.
Yes, and then actually it was even more mischievous than that, because when you talk about an ism, then one common feature is that it should have a common book, it should have a prophet, a common god, a common set of codes, or belief system. Now, in Hindu Dharma, there is nothing like that.
So, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti is junked altogether.
It's junked altogether. So, he said, what do I do? So, he actually invented two words. The first one was Hinduism, and he said that, all these guys who are following Puran and Puranic practices and who are doing Tika and who are doing this Pran Pratishtha, which we are talking about today, and all these Puranic Hindus, they were said that you guys belong to this Hinduism, followers of Hinduism. And then and this is his imagination. So then there are other set of persons who are Upanishadic, who are more philosophical, who talk about Atma, Paramatma and Adhyatma. And he said that these guys are followers of Brahmanism. So, and then this Brahmanism got later appropriated or misappropriated by their successors, left and all that, and then you have this Brahmanical.
So clearly a Society for Promoting Christian knowledge pushes these two thoughts about and says, let's divide a stream that is supposed to unite based on this one.
That is correct.
पर हिंदू शब्द, इसका अर्थ हमने इसके पहले इस पर शास्त्रार्थ किया है, आपने बहुत कुछ समझाया है, पर प्रोफेसर साहब से मैं पूछ के फिर आपके पास आता हूँ स्वामी जी, कि हिंदू शब्द की व्याख्या क्या संस्कृत में है, हमारे स्क्रिप्चर्स में है,
देखिए,
और किस तरीके से है?
देखिए, जो हिंदू शब्द है, यदि आप पुराने उसमें जाएंगे, जो हमारा लिटरेचर है, उसमें ये आपको शब्द एज इट इज़ तो हिंदू आपको नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन क्या है कि कहीं ना कहीं जो हमारा जो सिंधु शब्द है, उसी से क्या है कि आपको ये हिंदू, क्योंकि विपर्य कह लीजिए, जैसे हमारे संस्कृत में भी बहुत सारे ऐसे स कहा ऐसे मतलब उदाहरण स्वामी जी आपको बताए होंगे बिल्कुल, तो वो होता है, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं उसी से वो बदला। और कह लीजिए पूरे जो आर्यवर्त हम जैसे कहते हैं कि आर्यवर्त हमारा पूरा पुराना नाम था, और उसी के रिप्लेसमेंट में जो कह लीजिए दूसरे लोगों ने, जैसे अब मान लीजिए क्या है कि अब दूसरा वहाँ से मुस्लिम या अरब कंट्री, उन्होंने हमें कहना शुरू किया हिंदू,
अल हिंदी,
अल हिंदी से क्या, फिर अल हिंदी से होते होते वो हिंदू तक पहुंचा। लेकिन उसका मतलब ये नहीं था कि कोई उनमें वो पूरे उसके लिए जो भी इस हिंदू समाज, इस पूरे कह लीजिए पूरे क्षेत्र में जो लोग भी रहने वाले थे, चाहे उसमें वो जैन हो, बौद्ध हो, सिख हो, वे सभी लोगों के लिए कहीं ना कहीं जो है जो भी रहता था उसके लिए उन्होंने पूरा हिंदू के रूप में यूज किया। उनके मन में ये कोई ऐसा भाव नहीं था कि ऐसे प्रैक्टिस करने वाला या ऐसे करने वाला, क्योंकि उनके अंदर ये भाव, ये तो बाद में सारी चीजें जिससे क्या कहते हैं लोगों ने जबरदस्ती डेवलप की। तो ये इस प्रकार से शब्द का डेवलपमेंट।
तो इसका भौगोलिक व्याकरण या व्याख्या होनी चाहिए या फिर आध्यात्मिक व्याख्या?
क्या होता है, हिंदू शब्द देखो लिंग्विस्टिक में जाओगे तो अनबाउंडेड वर्ड है, उसको आप डिफाइन नहीं कर सकते। तो हिंदू शब्द क्या है, ओरिजिनली स्टार्टेड एज ए ज्योग्राफिकल टर्म है ना, जो क्या आप समझो, मैंने कई बार बताया कि हिंदू का अर्थ है सिंधु नदी है ना, सिंध है, वो नॉर्थ, वो भी कैलाश मानसरोवर के आसपास से निकलता है, नॉर्थ और वेस्ट भारत का सीमा का एरिया बताता है। ब्रह्मपुत्र का नाम भी सिंधु है, वो भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट, और समुद्र को भी सिंधु कहते हैं। तो ऐसा लैंड जो चारों ओर से पानी से घिरा हुआ हो, वो सिंधु से हिंदू बना। मैंने आपको बोला हमारा सिंह को हिंस धातु से सिंह होना, सिंपल तरीके से मैंने बोला था हिंस धातु है, वहां वर्ण भी पर्याय हुआ है, तो स की जगह हुआ, ह की जगह स हुआ, तो वैसे ही सिंधु से हिंदू हुआ है। ये हमारी अपनी भाषा का शब्द है, तो यहाँ से पहले ज्योग्राफिकल टर्म के रूप में यूज हुआ। बाद में जब हिंदू सिविलाइजेशन बढ़ने लगा, तो अब देखो हिंदू साउथ अमेरिका में है, हिस्पैनिक भी है, अफ्रीकन भी हिंदू है, यूरोपियन हिंदू, अब एक्सपैंड कर रहा है मीनिंग, है ना। इसलिए मैं इसको कहता हूँ आप उसको लिमिट नहीं कर सकते, है ना। ज्योग्राफिकल टर्म से अब निकल के बाहर आ गया। जैसे आपने देखा होगा, मैं लिंग्विस्टिक में तेल शब्द क्या है, तिल के ही तेल को तेल बोलते हैं, लेकिन आज तेल इतना एक्सपैंड हो गया है, सभी तरह के फ्लूइड, गैसोलीन, पेट्रोल, सब कुछ तेल हो गया है ना। वैसे ही शब्द के मीनिंग नेचुरली एक्सपैंड होते हैं और श्रिंक होते हैं। जैसे आपने एक शब्द है मृग, मृग मैंने डियर बोलते हैं ना, लेकिन मृगेंद्र है तो लायन को बोलते हैं, तो वो मृग का तो राजा नहीं है, किंग, वो तो एक्चुअली किंग ऑफ द बीस्ट है। लेकिन मृग शब्द जो पहले वाइल्ड एनिमल के लिए था, श्रिंक होकर के डियर के रूप में आ गया। वैसे ही तिल का जो था, तिल का तेल था, लेकिन वो एक्सपैंड होकर सभी तरह के फ्लूइड, गैसोलीन, पेट्रोल सबको जाने लगा। वैसे ही हिंदू शब्द क्या है, ओरिजिनली स्टार्टेड ए ज्योग्राफिकल टर्म, लेकिन अब उसके अंदर पूरा जिसको बोलते हैं ना हिंदू धर्म की आत्मा, जिसको कहते हैं एशियन, जिसको वेद, शास्त्र, नास्तिक, आस्तिक, है ना, श्रमण, वैदिक, सभी परंपराओं को समाहित करते हुए थॉट एक्सपैंड कर रहा है।
पर एक चीज ऐड करना चाहूंगा जो स्वामी जी ने बताया कि ये हम सोचते हैं कि ये विश्व हिंदू परिषद है, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ का डेफिनेशन नहीं है कि हिंदू में सब शामिल होते हैं और जैन, बौद्ध। आपको दो उदाहरण दूंगा। एक पुस्तक लिखी गई जहांगीर के समय, दास्तान मजहब, तो उसमें 12 चैप्टर्स हैं और हर चैप्टर में एक रिलीजियस सिस्टम का इट हैज अ डिस्क्रिप्शन, व्याख्या। आई थिंक इन सेकंड और थर्ड चैप्टर द ऑथर डिस्क्राइब्स इज टाइटल्ड हिंदूज, और हिंदुओं में वो सबको इंक्लूड करते हैं, उसमें शैव, वैष्णव, जैन, बौद्ध, मूर्ति पूजक, तर्किका अर्थात जो तर्क न्याय दर्शन वाले हैं, एंड देन इट्स अ वेरी लॉन्ग लिस्ट, जंगम, योगी,
so everybody is a Hindu,
चंद्र भक्त, पवन भक्त, और अंत में ही इंक्लूड्स नानक पंथी। तो उस समय का जो परिभाषा थी हिंदू शब्द की, this reflects
so दास्तान मजहब during the time of Jahangir you're saying, so Nanak Panthi are also included as
Nanak Panthi. Nachketa, you should also emphasize that कि वो कहता है कि ये आपस में डिबेट करते हैं, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है।
दूसरा वो बोलता है कि मैं इन सबको हिंदू क्यों कह रहा हूँ, जो लेखक है उसका ऑथर, why am I calling them Hindus? Then he comes up with a very interesting example or explanation. He says that Hindus have a lot of intellectual differences amongst them. For instance, Brahmins, that is, have significant differences with Jains, and sometimes they do not like each other. He uses the term they cordially hate each other. Cordially hate each other. But he says that despite this dislike, they have been arguing over intellectual differences over last several centuries, actually thousands of years. And they try to sort out everything based on discussions and debates. And then finally he says, but such discussions have not been occurring between Hindus and Muslims, because the worldviews are different, the frameworks are different, the terminologies are different. The Hindus have their own intellectual framework and the Muslims have their own framework, and these are incompatible. So these debates between these two groups are not happening.
Not happening. So he said that, which is the second mention you said. दूसरा mention कौन सा है? दो बार अब
हाँ, दूसरा mention आता है Al-Biruni का. See, these are all not Sanghi persons. So Al-Biruni
संघ तो तब था भी नहीं.
Al-Biruni says that Hindus have lots and lots of differences amongst themselves. And then he goes on and explaining that some believe this and others believe this, and some things that the universe is born like this and the others say that universe has been born like that, and so on and so on. But he says, I still call them, all of them Hindus. And then his analysis is that I call all of them as Hindus because they all believe or they all agree with this idea of Punarjan. Which is again, he's correct.
The journey of the Atma continues.
Journey of the Atma continues. So in modern context, Sikhs, Bauddha, Jain, Vedic, all these main four streams, they
all
abide with this.
So anybody who believes in the
एक्चुअली ये फिलोसफिकल स्कूल था ओरिजिनली. देखो हमारे यहाँ क्या है, इसको बोला जाता है दर्शन, है ना, सिक्स स्कूल. उसमें है मीमांसा, है ना, मीमांसा, न्याय, वैशेषिक, सांख्य, जैन और बौद्ध. ये 6 दर्शन थे जिसको हरिभद्र सूरी ने सबसे पहले सरदर समुच्चय में एक्सप्लेन किया है.
हरिभद्र सूरी जी जैन थे,
जैन स्कॉलर थे. और इस चीज को मैं कई बार लोगों को बताता हूँ कि हमारा कितना बड़ा इंटीग्रेशन इस तरह की चीज़ें का कि मैं पाणिनि का, हम लोग वैयाकरण है, पाणिनि के वैयाकरण के ऊपर सबसे बड़ा कमेंट्री लिखने वाले 2 विद्वान हुए, वामन और जयादित्य. दोनों बौद्ध हैं. बौद्ध हैं. अब उन जिसको काशिका कहते, काशिका वृत्ति, उसके ऊपर फिर कमेंट्री लिखने वाले पर हरदत्त जो है ना, पद्मंजरी कार्य को कहते, पद्मंजरी लिखा हुआ वो हरदत्त है, वो वैदिक विद्वान है. फिर उसके ऊपर फिर कमेंट्री लिखने वाला जिनेंद्र बुद्धि हो, जैन है, न्यासकार जिसको बोलते हैं. तो ये हमारी परंपरा है, नॉलेज की परंपरा, जिसको नचिकेता बोल रहे हैं. आपस में हम खूब हेल्दी तरीके से डिबेट करते रहते हैं, एक दूसरे को इनकॉर्पोरेट करते रहते हैं.
Interesting conversation, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to pause here on this series where we try to understand Ram, Bharat and Hindutva. But is Hindutva also patriarchal? Is it gender biased? That conversation coming up soon. Stay with us. Namaste.
Hey, pal pal mein, yug yug mein, har kshan mein Ram, har kan mein, har man mein, kan kan mein Ram. Ram siya Ram.
Kuber Tila for the convenience of the pilgrims who can go and visit the Kuber Tila. So along with Lord Ram, Lord Bholenath has also got a concrete chat above his head, finally under Ram Janambhoomi premises. What we know about the Kuber Tila is that it is one of the major pilgrimage sites which have been discussed in the dialogue between Parvati and Lord Shankar under the Ayodhya Mahatma section in Sri Rudramal, which includes 43 mythological places, including the Sri Ram Janambhoomi within the Ramkot area. Kuber Tila is one of them. It has been called the Sri Navratna in ancient tradition. The ancient Shivalinga is established on the Kuber Tila itself. It is believed that Mahadev is present near the birthplace of Sri Ram from time immemorial. It is also believed, just as the same way Lord Shiv is present there in the vicinity of Lord Ram's birthplace, just as Lord Brahma came and resided in the Brahmakund on the arrival of Ma Sita. It is also believed that on Kuber Mount, the Sri Kuber, the incarnation of Sri Vishnu is seated as a servant of Lord Ram in his kingdom Ayodhya in the form of symbol of glory and wealth. There is also a new Jatayu statue, a bronze statue that the PM could pay tributes at the Kuber Tila. This is a bronze statue which was installed on Kuber Tila of the bird king Jatayu just last month. And we all know how Jatayu had a very, very significant role in the Ramayana, trying to save Ma Sita from the clutches of Ravana while Ravana abducted her and took her to Lanka. After all these programs at 3:30 p.m., the Prime Minister is expected to depart from Ayodhya, concluding his 5-hour-long historic and a very, very religious and a very, very important visit on January 22nd for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to spend nearly 5 hours in Ayodhya on January 22nd when he is coming here for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Sri Ram Temple. His schedule so far, which we have accessed, shows that the Prime Minister will be arriving straight from Delhi to the Ayodhya airport, landing at the Ayodhya airport at about 10:25 a.m. So at 10:55 a.m., the Prime Minister is expected to reach the Ram Janambhoomi premises by flying in a chopper from the Ayodhya airport to a spot near the Ram Temple. From 11 a.m. to noon 12, the Prime Minister will be inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. Nobody really knows what exactly the Prime Minister will do for that 1 hour. But what our sources are telling us that the Prime Minister could take a complete round of the Ram Janambhoomi premises and also meet those workers and laborers who have toiled very, very hard for the last 3 years to ensure that the ground floor and the first floor of the Ram Temple are now complete. And the second floor of the entire temple, in fact, will be complete by the end of this year. The Prime Minister will be interacting with these Shramjeevis, the laborers and the workers who worked so hard on constructing the Ram Temple. He would also briefly do some jap before he enters the Ram Temple Garbhagriha for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Almost an hour before the PM arrives at the Ram Janambhoomi premises, all the 8,000 invited guests will already be seated inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. There will be leading voices from leading stars in Bollywood, leading stars, leading voices from the industry, the leading saints and seers of the country will all be in attendance. From 12 noon to about 12:50 p.m., the Prime Minister will be inside the Garbhagriha of the Ram Temple for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony along with a few other dignitaries. Prime Minister will the patti over the eyes of the new Lord Ram idol will be removed in the presence of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will then be putting kajal in the eyes of Lord Ram and also showing him the mirror, a ritual for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony amidst a chants of hymns and other Sanatan Dharma rituals will be done while the Prime Minister is inside for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. After that, the Prime Minister will come out for a public program from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. where he will be addressing all the invitees and people from across the world and people across the country who will be watching on their TV screens that day. There will be first a speech by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, followed by a speech by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, and then the Prime Minister will give his sambodhan to the people, recounting the long struggle for the Ram Janambhoomi temple and how the dream and the wish of thousands and millions and crores of people has come true. From there, the Prime Minister will be going on an interesting visit. He will go and visit the Kuber Tila inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. At about 2:10 p.m., the PM will proceed for Kuber Tila. This is situated inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises, and there is an ancient Shiv temple on the top of the Kuber Tila, which has also been refurbished with a ramp being built right up till Kuber Tila for the convenience of the pilgrims who can go and visit the Kuber Tila. So along with Lord Ram, Lord Bholenath has also got a concrete
Good evening, I'm Pallavi Ghosh and the countdown for the Pran Pratishtha has begun.
स्वागत गान गाए जिसके लिए मन में गंगा जिसके हाथ में है जीते भी मरते भी काम काज करते भी सुख में दुख में हर एक मुख में गर जाएगी ना
Well, the countdown to the divine Pran Pratishtha in Ram Mandir in Ayodhya has begun. And in a few years, Ram Lalla will grace the Garbhagriha. Tomorrow marks the end of a long wait for the inauguration of the grand Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with several other dignitaries, will attend this ceremony. More than 50 captivating musical instruments from various states will be played at the grand event. Nendra Mishra of Ayodhya is the designer and organizer of this grand Mangal Vadan. The sacred rituals, including a divine bath with 114 urns and the Shaya Divas ritual for Ram Lalla, will also be held later today. Well, ahead of the Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha, Ayodhya Development Authority has launched a new Holy Ayodhya app and registered about 500 homestays for visitors. CNN News 18's Shivani Gupta takes a sneak peek inside one such homestay to see what it has to offer to the tourists and the pilgrims who are in Ayodhya.
The Uttar Pradesh government has launched the Holy Ayodhya app and has registered 500 homestays for the convenience of visitors coming to the holy city. Behind me is one such homestay called the Parijat Homestay. It is registered on the official Ayodhya app, which has been launched by the Ayodhya Development Authority. The unique factor of these homestays is that while they are very, very pocket friendly, they are also extremely close to the actual Ram temple, walking distance to the Ram temple, making it very convenient for visitors who want to come here, want to do darshan, to stay very close in homely and friendly conditions which do not pinch your budget. नमस्ते, नमस्ते. हम आपका होम स्टे देखने के लिए आए हैं. आइए. कब से आप विजिटर्स को यहाँ पे होस्ट कर रहे हो?
जुलाई से.
जुलाई से. तो आपने अपना घर स्पेशली रजिस्टर कराया है?
रजिस्टर कराया है.
तो होली अयोध्या ऐप में भी आपका रजिस्टर्ड है?
जी.
तो कितने विजिटर्स आपके पास रह चुके हैं अभी तक?
मेरे ख्याल से 200-250.
अच्छा. और सारी बुकिंग्स आगे की कैसी चल रही है?
अच्छी चल रही है.
फुल है?
फुल है.
अभी कितने कमरे हैं आपके पास?
अभी मेरे पास 5 कमरे हैं और हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं.
जी. और अभी फुली बुक्ड है?
बुक्ड है.
जी. तो क्या दर्शन की वजह से या प्राण प्रतिष्ठान की वजह से ज्यादा बुकिंग्स मिल रही हैं?
हाँ.
अच्छा.
ये सरकार की जो योजना है होम स्टे वाली, ये बहुत अच्छी है.
जी.
हम लोग को भी रोजगार मिल गया है.
चलिए हम अंदर जाके कमरे देखते हैं. आप क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज देते हैं अपने विजिटर्स को?
बिल्कुल. अभी तो बाकी बुक है, 1-2 कमरे खाली हैं. आपको दिखाते हैं आगे.
So there is some open space here, as you can see. There are obviously flowers and almost a garden-like situation. We'll go up to the floor and see what the rooms look like. So we've come to the first floor of this homestay. This is a good-sized balcony area. This is where they make their visitors stay. There is an outdoor area where they can sit and eat. Today actually is a sunny day in Ayodhya. It's been pretty overcast. Let's go inside and look at one of these rooms as well. So this is a gallery where a lot of rooms are connected, and this is one of the rooms for the guests. So it's a very decent sized room with a double bed, chairs, there are side tables, there is an almirah. I can see there's an AC, there's a TV, and of course a mirror that has been provided. And खाने की भी कोई
प्रोविजन? ब्रेकफास्ट इंक्लूड रहता है. खाने का होममेड खाना मंगाते हैं.
अच्छा.
जी.
तो जो आपके यहाँ पे विजिटर्स हैं वो आपको ऑर्डर दे सकते हैं?
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. घर का खाना और बहुत अच्छा खाना रहता है.
आज तो मोहन भागवत जी ने भी एक लेख लिखा है, बोला है कि देखिए जो पुरानी बातें हो गई उनको भूला जाए, कटुता भूली जाए, एक तरह से पुराने विवाद अब ये जो है इस पे खत्म हो, क्योंकि एक बड़ा दिन आ रहा है.
बिल्कुल सही है. बीती ताही विसारना, ये तो हमें कहावतों में बताया गया है. अपने ही दांतों में अपनी जीभ कट गई, ऐसा जो युग था उसको याद करके दांत तोड़ देने की बात कोई करेगा तो वो तो मूर्ख होगा. इसलिए हम प्रेम से, स्नेह से सबको आमंत्रित करते हैं. अखिलेश जी ने कहा वो बाद में आएंगे, हम स्वागत करते हैं. शरद यादव ने कहा, केजरीवाल ने कहा,
शरद
पवार जी ने कहा आएंगे. सबका स्वागत है. सब आइए और राम जी की कृपा से, उनके प्रेम से अभिभूत होइए और मिलकर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे.
तो अखिलेश जी ने और शरद पवार जी ने एक तरह से कहा हम आएंगे, पर कांग्रेस ने कुछ नहीं कहा.
कांग्रेस ने कहा बहुत जोर से. मुझे लगता है कि डिस्कनेक्ट है. ऊपर के लोग अहंकार की भाषा में बोलते हैं वी डिक्लाइन, पर उत्तर प्रदेश का सारा यूनिट इकट्ठा आता है, सरयू जी में स्नान करके रामलला के दर्शन करता है. तो मुझे लगता है कि लीडरशिप का इट हैज़ लॉस्ट इट्स टच विद इट्स रैंक एंड फाइल. द रैंक एंड फाइल इज विद रामलला.
Well, it's not just in Ayodhya and not just in India, but people from world over are looking at the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, which is going to begin in a few hours from now in Ayodhya. In fact, my colleague Aman Sharma caught up with some devotees who've come all the way from London to take a look at the Pran Pratishtha ceremony tomorrow.
How big is this day, do you think, in the context of what all the history has been of Ram Janambhoomi? How big a day is this for not just Indians, maybe Hindus across the world?
So it is a very, very huge day. You might have seen that there's certain days that shook the world, and this is one of those days. So on the 22nd of January 2024, it is a groundbreaking day, and for those Sanatani, because for so many years there's been a struggle to openly be able to celebrate your dharma, your religion, and now we're getting that on a world stage. The whole world is here, and it is absolutely a wonderful opportunity for us all.
Don't you think the journey from London to Ayodhya is very long? Is this devotion which brings you, or is this the urge to be here on the big day?
You could say it was devotion that brought me here. The thing that attracted me to India was the fact that I needed a guru, right? I needed Brahmanish Tattva Veda guru. And I was very lucky that I met one, Her Holiness Master Shambhiji. And it's really amazing that here in Ayodhya, the energy, the positivity here, because everyone's talking about Lord Ram, right? And majority of the time people are talking about wealthy things, other things, but now everyone's talking about Lord Ram. They're talking about the Ramayana, they're talking about Hindu Sanskriti, Veds, Mandir, the ancient texts that have guided us through so many ages, not just thousands of years, but ages. And it's really amazing to see here in Ayodhya that there seems to be this divine light that just seems to be shining throughout.
Well, just recently the Prime Minister had released a book and book of stamps as well to make the point that it's not just in India but the world over which is connected to each other and with India because of the Ram Bhakti. The people Aman Sharma caught up with from London exemplifies that. But not just this, there's much which is happening in Ayodhya. My colleague Payal Mehta has been reporting from Ayodhya, and in fact she went into a crowd kitchen of the ISKCON and who have decided to feed 10,000 people per day for 3 days. Let's take a look.
Hare Krishna sir, you have been serving food for people. How many days is this camp going to continue?
Yes, we are thinking that we are planning to feed for 3 months continuously because many people are coming here, lot of people. So 3 months we thought we will continue this camp.
And since when have you been running the campus?
Last 1 week we have started already.
And how many people are deployed here for work?
Here almost 50 people are working. We have 3 counters each, and all the counters we are feeding people. And last 7 days it is started. So we are getting very good response. A lot of people are coming and having food from our
I will show our viewers what this entire kitchen looks like, sir, if you can walk along with us. It's very, very organized. It looks like it's all planned as well. Very interesting that we can see the way they're really functioning. My video journalist,
because it is based on exactly the topic we're discussing today. I do want to ask you, last time when were you in Ayodhya? How different was the atmosphere when you came last to today?
I came in 2021 last. And before that I came 2014 and 15.
Right.
Absolutely 360-degree change I'm looking actually right now. The way the airport is, the railway station, it's out of this world. I'm telling you, जो रास्ते हैं, जो रोड्स हैं, वो इतने अद्भुत हैं कि जो संकरे रोड थे वो प्रशस्त हो गए. It's 90 feet roads, and this is and today's Vatavaran of Ayodhya.
Actually, more than that, more than the roads or the or the airport or the railway station, जो एटमॉस्फेयर आज अयोध्या में है वो सबसे बड़ी बात है.
वो अयोध्या का जो वातावरण है आज का, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि त्रेता युग में जो अयोध्या का वातावरण रहा होगा जी, उसका ये अंश है. कि क्या है. एंड आई एम विटनेसिंग कि भारत के जितने भी उत्सव हैं वो सारे एक साथ मना रहे हैं लोग. कि कल राम लल्ला की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रही है भव्य मंदिर में. एंड द ड्रीम इज कमिंग, मतलब वो अपनी आंखों से देखने वाले हैं उस स्टेज को. सो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो वातावरण है, ये जो एटमॉस्फियर है, वी कैन डिफाइन इनटू वर्ड्स. वर्ड्स are very small actually in front of the situation and in front of the whole thing right now we are witnessing.
But अगर आप कोशिश करें तो किस तरह से डिस्क्राइब करेंगे, क्योंकि आपकी जो लेटेस्ट फिल्म भी आई है उसमें भी 500 साल की जो स्ट्रगल है उसको डिनोट किया गया है। 695 फिल्म है, 6 दिसंबर, 9 नवंबर और 5 अगस्त, ये 5 डेट्स जो बहुत की डेट्स हैं। लेकिन जो लोग अभी पिछले 20-30 सालों से देख रहे हैं उनको शायद थोड़ा बहुत समझ में भी आता होगा, नहीं आता होगा। आपको लगता है कि यंग जनरेशन को पता है कि ये क्या स्ट्रगल रही है?
नहीं पता है, इतनी पता नहीं है जो 25 साल के या 30 साल के हैं, क्योंकि ये आंदोलन तो मतलब 505 वर्ष की ऐतिहासिक संघर्ष की गाथा है ये फिल्म। लेकिन 86 से लेकर 80 से लेके 90 तक का जो वो कार्यकाल रहा, और उसके बाद जो कोर्ट केस का जो संघर्ष रहा, वो सारा संघर्ष जो है वो आज की यूथ को पता नहीं है। टुडे जनरेशन इज नॉट अवेयर व्हाट हैपेंड एग्जैक्टली। सो आई थिंक राम जन्मभूमि और उसकी जो संघर्ष गाथा है उसको वाचा देने वाली, उसके लिए बात करने वाली ये फिल्म है, जो आज की पीढ़ी को समझना भी चाहिए कि क्या क्या हुआ था, कितनी भयानक तरीके से क्या क्या चीजें हुई थी। वो प्रणाम प्रणाम दीदी, प्रणाम।
जी जी जी, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि
तो वो यूथ को पता चले आज की जनरेशन की।
हाँ हाँ, वो मैसेज उनके पास जाना
वो
चाहिए।
मैसेज जाना चाहिए कि क्या हुआ था।
हाँ।
तो इसीलिए ये फिल्म देखना जरूरी है, क्योंकि ये संघर्ष गाथा केवल हर भारतीय के मन की संघर्ष गाथा है। क्योंकि राम जो है वो, मैं हमेशा एक बात मैं दृढ़ता से मानता हूँ कि राम मेरे भारत की श्रद्धा स्थान है, राम मेरे भारत का मूलाधार चक्र है। मेरी जो रीढ़ की हड्डी है वो राम है, मूलाधार चक्र है मेरा राम। तो राम और रामत्व के बारे में और राम जन्म स्थान के लिए कितना संघर्ष हुआ इतने वर्षों तक, वो संघर्ष लोगों के समझ में आए कि और इसलिए ये फिल्म बनाई गई है। एंड आई एम प्लेइंग द रोल ऑफ पराशरन, जो जिन्होंने रामलला का पक्ष रखा सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, और उसके लिए उन्होंने मतलब क्या क्या अभ्यास, पूर्ण तर्क, मतलब लॉजिकल जो बातें रखी कि जो विदेशी लेखकों ने लिखी हुई चीजें हैं, कुछ पांडुलिपियां हैं, कुछ पुराणों के प्रमाण, कुछ वेदों के प्रमाण, ये सारे प्रमाण उन्होंने तर्कबद्धता से माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट
जो लीगल हिस्ट्री है इस केस की, उसमें बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है कि बहुत से फैक्ट्स बाहर आने तक बहुत टाइम लग गया और बहुत से फैक्ट्स छुपाए भी गए। जो हिस्टोरियंस थे हमारे देश के, उन्होंने बहुत से फैक्ट्स छुपाए भी है। बट मैं आपसे ये भी पूछना चाहती हूँ कि इस टॉपिक्स पे, इन टॉपिक्स में जिनको हिंदू टॉपिक समझा जाता है, हिंदुत्व टॉपिक समझा जाता है, उन पे ज्यादा मूवीज बनती नहीं थी। अब वो ट्रेंड चेंज हुआ है, तो आपको लगता है माहौल बदल गया है?
मैं ये बात कहता हूं, क्या है हिंदू और हिंदुत्व? व्यक्ति व्यक्तित्व, मातृ मातृत्व, श्रेष्ठ श्रेष्ठत्व। जिसे संस्कृत भाषा का ज्ञान है वो समझ में आएगा कि यहाँ का कण कण वो हिंदू है। हिंदू ये जीवन शैली है। सनातन का मतलब है नित्य नूतन, जो नया है उसको एक्सेप्ट करते जाओ, ये जीवन शैली है। तो इसके लिए जो एक अंदर दीवार बना के रखी थी और उसको जिस परिप्रेक्ष्य में लोगों के सामने रखा गया था इतने वर्षों से, कि जो आक्रमणताओं ने किया, जो ब्रिटिशों ने किया, वही उसके बाद जो आने वाले सत्ताधीश थी उन्होंने भी वही किया। तो इसको हम यहाँ जो रहने वाले हैं, इसीलिए उसको नाम, जितने भी लोग आते थे वो हिंदुस्तान कहते थे। यहाँ जो रहने वाला है वो वही है। तो मैं ये बात बोलता हूँ कि इसको कोई विशिष्ट विचारों के परिप्रेक्ष्य में न रखा जाए। ये भारत है।
नहीं, बट लोग नहीं मानते थे ना, शायद फिल्मकार भी
मान नहीं रहे थे, क्योंकि ये थोपी गई चीज थी। मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ। तो ये जो आपने कहा ना, खैर उसके विषय में बहुत, वो तो डिटेल विषय है, बट मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि इस चीज को भी, ऐतिहासिक तथ्यों को छुपाया गया, सबको छुपाया गया, कि जो उत्खनन में चीजें आई थी उसको भी छुपाया गया। ओके, जिस प्रकार की साक्ष्य देते थे, चाहे वो प्रयागराज कोर्ट में जो थे, उसका भी अगर अभ्यास करेंगे तो पता चलेगा कि क्या क्या हुआ था। उसके बाद में भी राम को, राम सेतु को, रामायण को भी काल्पनिक कहा गया। अरे वाल्मीकि जी ने अगर कल्पना भी थी तो कल्पना में भी राम थे ना। तो राम ये भारत का श्वास है, राम इस भारत का ध्यास है, राम इस भारत का जो है वो आस्था केंद्र है। इसको आप कोई भी छीनने का प्रयत्न करेगा, छीन नहीं सकता।
तो आप ये मानते हैं कि अब वो दौर खत्म हो गया है? जब
निश्चित वो ये आप देख रहे हैं, आज अयोध्या में देखिए या भारत के कोने कोने में देखिए, 25, 30, 35 साल के युवा, आप अयोध्या में भी देखेंगे, आप खुद साक्षी हैं, कितना युवा है आज। मतलब भक्तिमय हो गया है, राममय हो गया है। न केवल अयोध्या, संपूर्ण भारत और पूरे विश्व में ये राममयता दिखती है।
तो जो इस प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के इवेंट को, सेरेमनी को पॉलिटिकल नजर से देख रहे हैं या उसका बहिष्कार कर रहे हैं, बॉयकॉट कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि नहीं ये तो बीजेपी आरएसएस ने अपना बना लिया है, पॉलिटिकल कर दिया है, आप कैसे देखते हैं?
भैया ऐसा है, मैं एक बात बोलता हूं कि जिसको जो बोलना है बोले। राम सब में जो बोलते हैं ऐसा उनमें भी राम है, ऐसा हम मानते हैं, है ना। अब उनके दिल में राम की व्याख्या ही यही है कि जो भीतर के रावण को नष्ट करता है, समाप्त करता है, वो उसका नाम राम है। तो मैं प्रार्थना करूंगा कि जो ऐसा कहते हैं, बोलते हैं, उनके भीतर के रावण को भगवान राम जो है वो समाप्त करें, यही प्रार्थना करूंगा। क्योंकि ऐसा है कि अगर रामचरित्र पढ़ेंगे तो व्यक्ति धर्म, यानी किसी भी व्यक्ति ने, धर्म यानी रिलीजन नहीं, याद रखना, ड्यूटी, नॉट ड्यूटी, ड्यूटी इज ऑल्सो वेरी वेरी कंटेंटेड, बहुत छोटा शब्द है। जो समाज को धारण करता है वो धर्म है। धर्म की व्याख्या अंग्रेजी में ट्रांसलेट नहीं हो सकती मैडम। मैं एक बात बताता हूं कि धर्म जो है वो धारण करता है, सारे समाजों को धारण करता है। इसलिए रामायण में देखिए, राम भगवान ने भाषा, प्रांतवाद, जातिवाद, इस सबको साइड ट्रैक कर दिया है। आप देखिए, भगवान राम केवट को भी पास में लेते हैं, शबरी जी को भी पास में लेते हैं और निषाद राज को भी साथ में लेते हैं। तो मेरा भारत, मेरा राम कभी भी जातिवाद को कभी बढ़ावा नहीं दिया है। ये सब आक्रांताओं ने और पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन ने ये क्रिएट किया हुआ है। तो वो जोड़ते हैं, राम तोड़ते नहीं हैं। तो ये जो लोग कह रहे थे कि ये काल्पनिक है, ऐसा है, वैसा है, और ये झूठ फैला रहे हैं, इसको पॉलिटिकल है ऐसा कह रहे हैं, वो खुद पॉलिटिकल है। वो जो लोग काल्पनिक कह रहे थे वो आज काल्पनिक होने जा रहे हैं, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
जी जी, तो सिचुएशन बहुत बदल गई है। अयोध्या में आके ही पता चल रहा है जय श्री राम के नारे लग रहे हैं। तो अब आप मानते हैं कि उस तरह की पॉलिटिक्स अब दोबारा इस देश में नहीं चलेगी?
ये दिख रहा है ना, और आने वाला समय भी ये दिखाएगा।
जी
देखिए, जो सत्य है वो सत्य, क्योंकि हमारे देश का बृहदवाक्य है सत्यमेव जयते। तो सत्य सनातन है ना। तो सत्य कभी छुपता नहीं है। इतने वर्षों तक छुपाने की कोशिश की, दबाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन राम जो है ना, राम के नाम का पत्थर भी राम सेतु में ऊपर तैरा, तो राम जो है वो ऊपर ही है सबके। तो वो कभी छुपने वाला नहीं है। और आने वाला काल भी, आने वाला समय भी ये सत्य जो है वो प्रमाणित कह के दिखाएगा।
जी बिल्कुल, प्रमाणित तो अब ये भी हो गया है कि रामलला का मंदिर बन गया है, रामलला विराजमान हो गए हैं और रामलला की प्राण प्रतिष्ठान होगी 22 जनवरी को। उसी के लिए पूरा अयोध्या अब सजा हुआ है। मनोज जोशी, अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मुझे भी अच्छा लगा। मैं केवल ये जो आपने सवाल पूछा ना, ये पॉलिटिकल लोगों का, तो अगर वो रामचरित्र पढ़ेंगे तो व्यक्ति धर्म क्या है वो समझाता है रामचरित्र, राजधर्म क्या है वो भी समझाता है ना, नीति धर्म क्या है वो भी समझाता है, और यति धर्म क्या है ये भी समझाता है। तो वो अगर पढ़ेंगे तो इस प्रकार की बातें नहीं करेंगे।
बिल्कुल, धन्यवाद। चलिए, धन्यवाद। थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर स्पीकिंग टू अस।
हर क्षण मेरा
head finally under Ram Janambhoomi premises. What we know about the Kuber Tila is that it is one of the major pilgrimage sites which have been discussed in the dialogue between Parvati and Lord Shankar under the Ayodhya Mahatma section in Sri Rudramal, which includes 43 mythological places, including the Sri Ram Janambhoomi within the Ramkot area. Kuber Tila is one of them. It has been called the Sri Navratna in ancient tradition. The ancient Shivalinga is established on the Kuber Tila itself. It is believed that Mahadev is present near the birthplace of Sri Ram from time immemorial. It is also believed, just as the same way Lord Shiv is present there in the vicinity of Lord Ram's birthplace, just as Lord Brahma came and resided in the Brahmakund on the arrival of Ma Sita. It is also believed that on Kuber Mount, the Sri Kuber, the incarnation of Sri Vishnu is seated as a servant of Lord Ram in his kingdom Ayodhya in the form of symbol of glory and wealth. There is also a new Jatayu statue, a bronze statue that the PM could pay tributes at the Kuber Tila. This is a bronze statue which was installed on Kuber Tila of the bird king Jatayu just last month. And we all know how Jatayu had a very, very significant role in the Ramayana, trying to save Ma Sita from the clutches of Ravana while Ravana abducted her and took her to Lanka. After all these programs at 3:30 p.m., the Prime Minister is expected to depart from Ayodhya, concluding his five-hour long historic and a very, very religious and a very, very important visit on January 22nd for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to spend nearly 5 hours in Ayodhya on January 22nd when he is coming here for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Sri Ram Temple. His schedule so far, which we have accessed, shows that the Prime Minister will be arriving straight from Delhi to the Ayodhya airport, landing at the Ayodhya airport at about 10:25 a.m. So at 10:55 a.m., the Prime Minister is expected to reach the Ram Janambhoomi premises by flying in a chopper from the Ayodhya airport to a spot near the Ram Temple. From 11 a.m. to noon 12, the Prime Minister will be inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. Nobody really knows what exactly the Prime Minister will do for that 1 hour. But what our sources are telling us that the Prime Minister could take a complete round of the Ram Janambhoomi premises and also meet those workers and
पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम। जय
who have toiled very, very hard for the last 3 years to ensure that the ground floor and the first floor of the Ram temple are now complete, and the second floor of the entire temple in fact will be complete by the end of this year. The Prime Minister will be interacting with these Shramjeevis, the laborers and the workers who worked so hard on constructing the Ram temple. He would also briefly do some jap before he enters the Ram temple Garbhagriha for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Almost an hour before the PM arrives at the Ram Janambhoomi premises, all the 8,000 invited guests will already be seated inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. There will be leading voices from leading stars in Bollywood, leading stars, leading voices from the industry, the leading saints and seers of the country will all be in attendance. From 12 noon to about 12:50 p.m., the Prime Minister will be inside the Garbhagriha of the Ram temple for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony along with a few other dignitaries. Prime Minister will, the patti over the eyes of the new Lord Ram idol will be removed in the presence of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will then be putting kajal in the eyes of Lord Ram and also showing him the mirror, a ritual for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony amidst a chants of hymns and other Sanatan Dharma rituals will be done while the Prime Minister is inside for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. After that, the Prime Minister will come out for a public program from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. where he will be addressing all the invitees and people from across the world and people across the country who will be watching on their TV screens that day.
There will be first a speech by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, followed by a speech by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, and then the Prime Minister will give his sambodhan to the people, recounting the long struggle for the Ram Janambhoomi temple and how the dream and the wish of thousands and millions and crores of people has come true. From there, the Prime Minister will be going on an interesting visit. He will go and visit the Kuber Tila inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. At about 2:10 p.m., the PM will proceed for Kuber Tila. This is situated inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises, and there is an ancient Shiv temple on the top of the Kuber Tila, which has also been refurbished with a ramp being built right up till Kuber Tila for the convenience of the pilgrims who can go and visit the Kuber Tila. So along with Lord Ram, Lord Bholenath has also got a concrete...
Namaste, Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen, and this is a very, very special broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. A struggle that has gone on for 566 years. It's perhaps the longest legal battle that went on, where a deity had to fight for his own Janmbhumi via the bhaks, the devotees. And as this countdown for the Pran Pratishtha continues, ladies and gentlemen, in this very special effort, what we're going to go through is the legal struggle. Try to chronicle the legal struggle, not just before partition but after partition, who all pushed for it, and at what all stages, how the effort was to stall. Was there a certain level of virtue signaling? And at what point did Ram Bhakts or those who are representing Ram Lala Virajman believe that they will get justice, or there is perhaps closure in sight? We'll try and revisit all of this with a very, very special panel. Some who have been part of this legal struggle, others who have followed the legal struggle and have also, sitting on the sidelines, witnessed what they believed was nothing but travesty. Let's go straight across to them and we'll get them to do the talking. From the far corner, advocate in the Supreme Court, staunch member of the BJP and also worked with the RSS, but more importantly, plies his wares as a lawyer. Aman Sinha ji, good to have you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Anand.
So Ram Lala brings us together.
My greetings to all the viewers. Jai Shri Ram.
We came together, if I remember, many years ago on this very case.
Yes.
And this has brought us back again together. Anand Ranganathan needs no introduction. I prefer to call him the Darwinian atheist, who is also a political commentator and author, and who believes Hindus in Hindustan are perhaps the 8th class citizens. His book is doing very well. Some great facts there. But when you talk about facts, and somebody who's endured Tarikh pe Tarikh, not just him, his father too, is Vishnu Shankar Jain. And with due respects and namaste to Hari Shankar Jain ji, Vishnu Shankar Jain, I'm going to start with you and please tell us, 1947 se pehle bhi was this fight in courts?
See, the first case for this rights of the deity was filed by Mahant Raghuvar Das in 1885, and that case was dismissed by the District Court of Faizabad on the footing, and this is very, very interesting to note, the finding of the court was that yes, it is correct that Babar has demolished the temple here in 1528, but it's too late to remedy, and the British court said that we are not competent to rectify the historical wrong which was done by Babar in 1528. After that, the first case which was filed by the Hindu side was which was suit number 1, was by Mr. Gopal Singh Visharad in 1950, and he said that on 22 Bate, on 22nd and 23rd December, the murtis are there inside the so-called mosque, and the darshan and puja should not stop. And the District Court of Faizabad passed an order in 1950 itself, interim order, saying that the puja and worship should continue uninterruptedly, and there should be no, and the status quo should be maintained. So that was a very, very clinching point, and I would say it was a turning point in this entire case, and the role played by the then District Magistrate of Faizabad, Mr. K.K. Nayyar, and his passing of orders under section 145 of CRPC was very, very crucial and very, very important. And after that, the next very, very important date is 1st February 1986, when Justice K.M. Pandey passed an order for opening of locks of Ram Temple, and that was the, I can say and I can term it as the beginning of this entire Andolan. and this entire message reached all the Ram Bhakts that now you can go and worship there. After that, if you remember, on 6th December 1992, the so-called structure was demolished, and on 1st January 1993, Justice Harinath Tilahri passed an order that Ram Lalla is a constitutional entity, Ram Lalla is a constitutional deity, and therefore his worship and darshan should not stop. And that judgment actually made Ram temple into Ram Lalla deity shift into a tent. And from 1st January 1993 till 9th November 2019, all the devotees were worshipping Ram Lalla in a tent. So I can just say very gracefully on your show today that we are coming from a generation where we have seen Ram Lalla being worshipped on a chabutra, we have seen Ram Lalla being worshipped in a tent, and today on 22nd of January we are going to see Ram Lalla being Pran Pratishtha in a Bhavya temple.
But it's a chronology which is very interesting, but there are also gaps. Aman Sinha, why were there gaps? When did this matter first come to the Supreme Court?
Anand, let me start off by saying that the unanimous judgment of the Supreme Court was a historic landmark verdict. It was a momentous verdict, and it resolved the longest pending case in history of independent India. The case was initiated around 1950 somewhere, and it travelled through the courts, as my learned friend Vishnu was just explaining. Thereafter, from 1950 onwards to 2019 and then 2020, when the review was also dismissed, till that time, for 70 years, it remained the longest pending legal matter before courts, and it was finally resolved in 2019 when the unanimous 5 judges bench of the Supreme Court passed a unanimous verdict. Thereafter, Anand, I can tell you, not only it has been the longest pending case, but for 5 centuries this dispute was going on. So in that sense, it was the longest running dispute in past 1000 years or so. And for Supreme Court to put a closure, amicable closure to all that, that also reflected judicial statesmanship and intellectual maturity of a very high standard. And it was commendable the way the Supreme Court judges came up with a unanimous judgment. And that also set a path, promoted unity, harmony, brotherhood in the society. And therefore, all appreciation for the unanimous judgment. In addition to that, but I would still like to add, Anand, and say, Anand, I'd like to add here and say that this battle of 500 years, about 3 lakh Hindu men, women and children sacrificed their lives. They gave supreme sacrifice for this cause. And it was not a fight or a battle for mere piece of land. It was a cultural, civilizational battle between 2 sets of values. One represented by barbaric values of Babar, who came and committed large number of atrocities, killed lakhs and lakhs of people and demolished thousands of temples. And on the other hand, the Sanatan, the eternal values which are epitomized and led by Maryada Purushottam Prabhu Sri Ramchandra, who even after winning Lanka, he did not subjugate it or annex it. He gave it to Vibhishan. That is the spirit of Vasudeva Kutumbakam. This was the contrast between 2 sets of values, and it's a remarkable day for all of us.
1992, you say that there was a presidential note asking the Honorable Supreme Court whether or not there was a pre-existing temple under that structure. Then you say that it was in 2002 that was an order. So 10 years.
10 years.
And let me ask you, both of you practice in the Honorable Supreme Court. Could the Supreme Court have decided that or not?
Anand,
could they have decided this in 1990? With due respect to all the judges, could they have decided this? Could they have answered the presidential note in 1992 or not?
Anand, sometimes judges are not the only ones who are responsible for delay or deferment of cases. What has happened in this particular matter, Anand, is that there was a large amount of indifference and negligence on part of some of the governments which were pursuing it initially. And therefore you have seen the impetus that it got after 2014 was remarkable. No, I am telling you what has happened. Now there are large number of documents, say for instance in Farsi, in Pali Prakrit. Nobody volunteered to translate them. It was the union and the state government which volunteered to translate all these, lakhs of pages so that they could be relied upon as evidence. And therefore, this was one of the primary reasons why it kept getting delayed. And the indifference of the earlier governments which was there was one of the reasons why it got deferred and delayed. Thereafter, large number of parties, and then, at different stages, different legal questions come up of legal.
No, but Amanjit, see, I don't want to put you in the spot. But tell me, aren't there cases where the Supreme Court has intervened? It has overruled the lower courts and said this is what needs to be done. In this case, the president of the country is asking for an opinion and the court says, sorry, civil court will tell me.
Yes.
Is it palatable?
For me, it isn't. And thanks to my good friend Jay Sai, I have won the criminal contempt of court, so I can be a little bit more freer than I was probably 2 weeks ago. No, but Anand, to be very serious, a couple of points to be made here. And first of all, it's such an honor to be sitting next to, well, everyone here, but especially Vishnu. Every time I meet him, there is an aura and an energy that I can't explain that he transmits. So thank you. Maybe it's coming from you, of your father as well, Vishnu. So it really is a pleasure and an honor. Anand, I personally feel that we need to thank in no small measure the Islamist extremists of this country for the consecration or building of the Ram Temple. Because had it not been for their protests against the Supreme Court Shah Bano judgment, had it not been Rajiv Gandhi and the Congress trying to appease them, the locks of Ram Lalla would never have been opened.
But that was a court order. Why would there be a political motive to it?
Vishnu is...
Pranab Mukherjee has written in his book, The Turbulent Years, page number 128, and I challenged it in the court. He said that Rajiv Gandhi की बहुत बड़ी गलती थी राम मंदिर का ताला खुलवाने की. I challenged it in the Delhi High Court and I said, and you know who filed the petition? Petition was filed by Mr. Umesh Pandey. He said, on my petition these locks have been opened. How can Rajiv Gandhi open the locks? So what you are trying to portray that the Rajiv Gandhi called the honorable judges and get the locks opened. It was by the order of the court. Justice K.M. Pandey has opened the locks.
Under Congress rule, under Rajiv Gandhi and all, courts were independent.
Yeah, so that's what.
It is under the current disposition that the courts are being influenced.
The democracy has been sold out and we've lost the democracy of the institutions of Supreme Court. No. So anyway, I mean, it's as they say, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. The fact of the matter is there are 2 points I'd like to make. One is civilizational, and it is. Let me deal with that first. I think it's very unbecoming of our leaders to not recognize this as not a Hindu or a Muslim issue. It is a civilizational issue. Correct. It's got nothing to, our ancestors were hard done by. They demanded justice. They were meted out a historical injustice. For 500 years, 20 generations, they were forced to look at a mosque where a temple stood before 20 generations. And I just don't mean our ancestors, meaning ancestors of 1 billion Hindus, ancestors of 250 million Muslims, Indian Muslims as well. They're all the same. So for political parties, and I commend the BJP for taking this struggle up, and Shiv Sena as well, that must not be forgotten, Bala Saheb Thackeray. And I don't know if any other party, Amanji, would probably illuminate me other than BJP and the Shiv Sena, if they took forward this struggle. I doubt it. But I find it inexplicable that this so-called secular centrist parties did not take part in this struggle at all. What can be worse than that?
But abhi to Pranab Da ne kaha ki Rajiv Gandhi ne tala khulwaya. You said that was a turning point.
Well, I was being extremely cynical there, because he wouldn't have done it had he not wanted to appease the Hindus after he had appeased the Muslims. So it was a direct result of overturning the Shah Bano judgment. But coming back to the civilizational issue, and you've already called me correctly a Darwinian atheist, so I don't have any skin in the religious game, let me put it, be very honest. But this is one of the most important matters as far as I'm concerned, as far as every Indian is concerned. So for Congress to say this is a Hindu issue, for Mulayam Singh to say it's not a Hindu-Muslim issue at all. And I want to extend that, because now comes the second part, which is the virtue signaling by the Supreme Court. I'm sorry to say this. itself, and Vishnu would corroborate me, in the 2019 Ayodhya judgment, where was the need for the Supreme Court, I know you maybe are not in a position to comment, to ratify the Places of Worship Act, to say that this speaks great for our nation, this is going to protect the secular and fabric of our country. We need, where was the need to do that? That is, in my words, another appeasement, because the Supreme Court realized it's going to give 5-0 judgment in favor of the so-called Hindus, so it has to balance it out.
When the farm laws came, look at the opposition to which it happened in courts. When the 370 abrogation came, when there are laws which were passed by this government, look at the challenge, CAA, how it was challenged in the courts. My question is, the opposition, political opposition of that day, when Places of Worship Act 1991 was done in a haphazard manner, in a hasty manner, was passed in Parliament, why didn't anybody challenge it? Why did they say it's okay to keep the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh out of it? Why is it that even today, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh are out of it?
But I just want to make one small point, if I can. Look at the irony here, and Vishnuji would corroborate me on this. In fact, I learnt it from him. It is not the Hindus who have violated the Places of Worship Act. The Places of Worship Act, especially in Kashi, has been violated against the Hindus.
Correct.
So Vyas Parivar has been forbidden.
Yes, in November 1993.
Is that not violation of the Places of Worship Act? It is. They are accusing the Hindus of violating it. They themselves have violated it.
My point is, sir,
every
line, सुनिए, उसमें उस act में विष्णु जी, worship is unique only to the Sanatan Pratha.
Yes.
Jains, Baudh and the Hindu way of practicing faith, they do worship, the rest pray.
See,
so word worship and pray cannot be equated. It has been nicely equated. It has been equated there. 15th August 1947, religious character of Gyanvapi was what?
People tree kata, sacred people tree kata, Hanuman ki murti hataiye,
Ganesh ji ki murti
is that not violation?
So then Shingar Gauri
puja kar rahe hain,
just like Jews in Jerusalem.
So nobody, why didn't anybody challenge it, Vishnu ji?
See, I just tell you, first of all, in 1991 this draconian law was passed. And in Ram Mandir case, I would agree with Mr. Anand Ranganathan that the Supreme Court, and let me tell you with lot of sense of responsibility, in this 42 days of hearing before the Supreme Court, there was not even a whisper of argument by both the sides on the validity or question of Places of Worship Act.
Correct.
Places of Worship Act was not even argued by the members of Muslim community, by the
so judges को wisdom कहीं से आया? Allahabad High Court 2010 judgment में भी किसी judge का
Justice Dharamveer Sharma had commented upon the Places of Worship Act. It was an arbiter verdict, and that arbiter was set aside by another arbiter, which was the judgment of the Supreme Court. But can you appreciate one very interesting part? Under section 5 of the Places of Worship Act, Ram Mandir was exempted. So when the Ram Mandir entire dispute was exempted by the act itself, there was no question of entering into that validity of the act in Ram Mandir case. Because section 5 had section 5 had exempted Ram Mandir dispute. So it was unfortunate for the Allahabad High Court to comment upon the validity of Places of Worship Act in 2010, and that arbiter finding was again set aside by another arbiter finding of the Supreme Court.
Correct.
But the point is this here, this be that as it may, I am definitely criticizing the judgment of the Supreme Court because reasonable criticism is welcomed by the Supreme Court itself. But I would also appreciate,
is the safety valve of democracy.
Yes, but I would also appreciate one very interesting thing. I have mixed feelings on the judgments of the Supreme Court. See, if you will examine the dispute of Jerusalem from past 2000 years, all the three Abrahamic religions who have given us the word secularism, they are fighting for a 35 acres piece of land, which they all believe is sacred to them.
Yeah, the most contested piece
of land
on the surface of the earth.
And the entire world judiciary, the United Nations, all the big nations of this entire world have not been able to solve that dispute. But it is the strength of Indian judiciary that even after 69 years we are able to solve the Ram Temple dispute, and both the parties have agreed to it. We may differ with the judgment. I also differ with the judgment. I have my lot of reservations with the judgment. I still believe that the 5 acres which was given to UP Sunni Central Waqf Board was erroneous. I was one of the Hindu parties to file a review before the Supreme Court. Out of 12 reviews, 11 reviews were by Muslims and 1 review was by me. that this 5 acres which has been given as an alternate land is erroneous. Because ultimately what Babur did in 1528, it cannot be compensated by 5 acres of land. But be that as it may, the judgment of the Supreme Court has come, we agree with it. But I'll tell you something very interesting. The very interesting feature of this case which nobody talks about it, and if you closely examine the judgment of the Supreme Court from 5th, and Anand, I would request you that if ever you get a chance, please ask this question to anyone who says that this judgment was on आस्था. ये तो आस्था के आधार पे फैसला दे दिया ये कहते हैं. I'll just give you some very important facts. From 1528, and this is not me saying, it is recorded in the judgment of the Supreme Court. From 1528 till 1855, and it has been admitted by UP Sunni Central Waqf Board, there is not even a whisper of offering namaz at that place. They admitted before the Supreme Court.
So nearly
325 years.
25 years.
325 years from 1528 till 1855. No evidence, no document, historical or oral, to show that they were offering namaz there.
And it's part of the judgment.
It is part of the judgment. Supreme Court, this has weighed for the Supreme Court to give suit number 5, to decree suit number 5. Plus another सबसे important event in 1510. Guru Nanak Dev had visited Ram Temple. Yes. He had took bath in Saryu River and offered worship at Ram Temple. 18 years before demolition. After 1528, the very first document which you find is 1592. Aine Akbari, Abul Fazal, Akbar's own court master, who writes that the Hindus are worshipping here. After that, the travelers come, Tryphon Thaler, Buchanan, Martin, Montgomery Martin, Carnegie, everyone has written that there are 14, जो अभी आप प्ले कर रहे हैं, 14 कसौटी के खंबे हैं जिसके लोग हिंदू पूजा कर रहे हैं. यहाँ पे बराबर हिंदू समाज के लोग राम मंदिर और रामनवमी को पूजा पाठ करते हैं. सारे ट्रैवलर्स ने लिखा है. And then the report of the ASI comes.
Historian after quack leftist historian said that there was no temple underneath. Historian after historian. Allahabad High Court on reference, on point, has blasted each one of them, has exposed their perfidy. People like Irfan Habib and so many other, I don't want to name because it sullies the whole atmosphere. I can almost smell sulfur here. They were saying that the Vishnu, the relief was stolen from the Lucknow Museum and brought there to show that they were idols and other reliefs excavated by people like Bibi Lal and KK Muhammad there in 1976. Such lies. And why does this happen? Let me now quote Babur verbatim. For the sake of Islam, I became a wanderer. I battled infidels and Hindus. I was determined to become a martyr. Thanks be to Allah, I became a Ghazi. These are words of Babur from Baburnama. These were the kind of people that the leftist quack historians have been eulogizing. Now you tell me, what does a Hindu do? The Hindu at least would legitimately like to approach the court. My lord, you may give a verdict against me, but how can you stop me from asking for the verdict? This is what the Places of Worship Act does.
So I want to tell certain untold stories about Ram Temple. One very interesting thing, we are talking about the judiciary and influence of the politicians over the judiciary. I strongly believe that judiciary of this country is very strong and they cannot be influenced by any other power or any other you can say segment of the constitutional regime. But the point is, let me give you an example. On 1st February 1986, as I told you, Justice K.M. Pandey ordered for opening of locks. In those times, the practice was that if a district judge has to be promoted to the High Court, the file goes to two places. One to the state government and other to the Chief Justice of the High Court. And both of them have to give their marks or their remarks on the file. Will you imagine, Anand, Mulayam Singh Yadav, and I am telling you on your show today on authority, Mulayam Singh Yadav was the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. When the file of Justice K.M. Pandey went to him, and I am telling you verbatim what he wrote, Justice K.M. Pandey बहुत ही ईमानदार और निर्भीक न्यायाधीश हैं, पर चूंकि इन्होंने राम मंदिर के ताला खुलने का ऑर्डर किया है, मैं इनके नाम की संस्तुति नहीं करता हूं. I don't recommend his name for promotion to the High Court judge. This was the note of Mulayam Singh Yadav, and it is on affidavit. I am telling you on your show. Apart from that, this is just one piece of it. In 1990, car sevaks were killed, and the government did not give compensation to the car sevaks. Forget about compensation. They did not even agree on the total numbers of car sevaks who actually were killed, brutally massacred. They said that 16 had been killed in firing, while the number was much more than that. And a writ petition was filed in 1990 by my senior Mr. Harishankar Jain saying 362 people have died. Please go and have a commission into it. Nothing was done. Then apart from that, I'll tell you on your channel today, in this Ram Mandir case, one minister who was the revenue minister of Uttar Pradesh did interpolations in the revenue record, and in the revenue record जहां पे लिखा हुआ था जन्म स्थान, उसके ऊपर interpolation करके लिख दिया मस्जिद जन्म स्थान, मस्जिद वर्ड ऐड कर दिया गया. So all these things were done.
Would there have been equanimous observation or noting of the behavior, or was it influenced by different individuals?
Of course not. Had Vishnu torn the Eidgah map, he would still be in Tihar.
So I just want to say that it's lot to learn from this 69 years of legal battle. We are still members of
I have to wind up, but I quickly want to know, when was it that you got a sense that there is closure going to happen, especially in the courts?
See, from when the 5 judges bench of the Honorable Supreme Court started day-to-day hearing, when they used this term that we are going to do day-to-day hearing of Ram Temple from 2nd of August, I had a feeling that there will be a quietus to the dispute. And the way the hearing went on for 42 days, and I felt that it will be solved, and when Justice Gogoi reserved the judgment and he said that it will be miraculous that in 40 days we will give a verdict, I had a feeling that it will be resolved.
It will be resolved. But Amanji, could the Hindu Paksh have been more united in its approach in the courts? Because there were varied suits, many suits. Could there have been a more cohesive representation by the Hindu Paksh? Final question, 30 seconds, I have to wind up.
No, I believe initially there were large number of suits, but later on when it came to appearing before the Supreme Court, there was some amount of coordination and cooperation also, and we put up a united front.
I just want to say there is a reason why I love this country. It is because the majority population in this country, 1 billion, left it in the hands of just 5 people to decide the fate of the most sacred of places. Which other country, which other religion will people belonging to those countries and religions do this?
True. And that's why we are Bharat. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Fantastic. I'm way over on the show, but it was a phenomenal conversation. Thank you to all our guests. Thank you very much.
Above his head, finally, under Ram Janambhoomi premises. What we know about the Kuber Tila is that it is one of the major pilgrimage sites which have been discussed in the dialogue between Parvati and Lord Shankar under the Ayodhya Mahatma section in Sri Rudramal, which includes 43 mythological places, including the Sri Ram Janambhoomi within the Ramkot area. Kuber Tila is one of them. It has been called the Sri Navratna in ancient tradition. The ancient Shivalinga is established on the Kuber Tila itself. It is believed that Mahadev is present near the birthplace of Sri Ram from time immemorial. It is also believed, just as the same way Lord Shiv is present there in the vicinity of Lord Ram's birthplace, just as Lord Brahma came and resided in the Brahmakund on the arrival of Ma Sita. It is also believed that on Kuber Mount, the Sri Kuber, the incarnation of Sri Vishnu is seated as a servant of Lord Ram in his kingdom Ayodhya in the form of symbol of glory and wealth. There is also a new Jatayu statue, a bronze statue that the PM could pay tributes at the Kuber Tila. This is a bronze statue which was installed on Kuber Tila of the bird king Jatayu just last month. And we all know how Jatayu had a very significant role in the Ramayana, trying to save Ma Sita from the clutches of Ravana while Ravana abducted her and took her to Lanka. After all these programs at 3:30 p.m., the Prime Minister is expected to depart from Ayodhya, concluding his 5-hour-long historic and a very religious and a very important visit on January 22nd for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to spend nearly 5 hours in Ayodhya on January 22nd when he is coming here for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Sri Ram Temple. His schedule so far, which we have accessed, shows that the Prime Minister will be arriving straight from Delhi to the Ayodhya airport, landing at the Ayodhya airport at about 10:25 a.m. So at 10:55 a.m., the Prime Minister is expected to reach the Ram Janambhoomi premises by flying in a chopper from the Ayodhya airport to a spot near the Ram Temple. From 11 a.m. to noon 12, the Prime Minister will be inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. Nobody really knows what exactly the Prime Minister will do for that 1 hour. But what our sources are telling us that the Prime Minister could take a complete round of the Ram Janambhoomi premises and also meet those workers and laborers who have toiled very hard for the last 3 years to ensure that the ground floor and the first floor of the Ram temple are now complete, and the second floor of the entire temple in fact will be complete by the end of this year. The Prime Minister will be interacting with these Shramjeevis, the laborers and the workers who worked so hard on constructing the Ram temple. He would also briefly do some jap before he enters the Ram temple Garbhagriha for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Almost an hour before the PM arrives at the Ram Janam premises, all the 8,000 invited guests will already be seated inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. There will be leading voices from leading stars in Bollywood, leading stars, leading voices from the industry, the leading saints and seers of the country will all be in attendance. From 12 noon to about 12:50 p.m., the Prime Minister will be inside the Garbhagriha of the Ram temple for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony along with a few other dignitaries. Prime Minister will the patti over the eyes of the new Lord Ram idol will be removed in the presence of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will then be putting kajal in the eyes of Lord Ram and also showing him the mirror, a ritual for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony amidst a chants of hymns and other Sanatan Dharma rituals will be done while the Prime Minister is inside for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. After that, the Prime Minister will come out for a public...
Good evening, I'm Pallavi Ghosh. Less than 12 hours left to go for the moment we all have been waiting for. After 5 centuries, the Ram Lalla will now be getting the Pran Pratishtha. That's going to be tomorrow afternoon, and we are going to get you all those details from Ayodhya.
स्वागत गान गाए जिसके लिए मन में गंगा जिसके हाथ में है जीते भी मरते भी काम काज करते भी सुख में दुख में हर एक मुख में गर जाएगी ना
Well, the countdown to the divine Pran Pratishtha in Ram Mandir of Ayodhya has begun, and in a few hours, Ram Lalla will grace the Garbhagriha. Tomorrow marks the end of a long wait for the inauguration of the grand Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with several other dignitaries, will attend this ceremony. More than 50 captivating musical instruments from various states will be played at the grand event. Nendra Mishra of Ayodhya is the designer and organizer of this grand Mangal Vadan. The sacred rituals, including a divine bath with 114 urns and the Shaya Divas ritual for Ram Lalla, will also be held today. In fact, all my colleagues are very much there on the ground getting us all those details. My colleague Anand Narasimha in fact spoke to ISKCON temple volunteers who came all the way from the national capital to Ayodhya. Now, these volunteers are preparing food for all the devotees in their community kitchen. Let's take a look.
नमस्ते, जय हिंद। खबरों का अखाड़ा नहीं है, आज भक्ति सेवा का अखाड़ा है, क्योंकि श्री अयोध्या धाम से मैं आपके साथ लाइव जुड़ रहा हूँ और एक ऐसी जगह से जुड़ रहा हूँ जहाँ ये हैं तो कृष्ण भक्त और गुरुदेव श्रीला प्रभुपाद के शिष्य हैं। इस्कॉन की ये परंपरा रही है कि जहाँ जाते हैं सेवा करते हैं, खाना खिलाते हैं, क्योंकि उनकी तरफ से ये कहा जाता है कि कोई भी भूखा नहीं जाना चाहिए। और भगवान कृष्ण को तो एक अन्न का दाना काफ़ी था कि समस्त संसार ब्रह्मांड ही तृप्त हो गया, लेकिन यहाँ तृप्ति के लिए कि किसी की पेट में जब तक पेट में भूख होगी तब तक भक्ति नहीं आ सकती, इस भाव से यहाँ पर भी एक बहुत बड़ा लंगर बना है। अगर आप देखें तो ये रथ दिल्ली से चलकर आया है, राधे कृष्ण के साथ साथ श्रीला प्रभुपाद की सुंदर मूर्ति भी है। इसके बारे में जानने के लिए सीधा यहीं पर चलते हैं। बड़े वरिष्ठ लोग हैं इस्कॉन से जुड़े हुए, युधिष्ठिर गोविंद दास जी हैं और गौरंग दास प्रभु हैं। नमस्ते। मैं हरे कृष्ण कहूँ कि हरे राम कहूँ?
दोनों का ही है।
जय श्री राम। जय श्री राम कहूँ। जय श्री राम। तो कृष्ण के उपासक राम की नगरी में राम के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
हम तो कृष्ण के भी उपासक, राम के भी उपासक हैं, दोनों एक ही हैं। क्योंकि जब आप देखिए भगवान कृष्ण भी जब यहाँ स्वयं अयोध्या पधारे थे, और ये एक ऐतिहासिक पल है जहाँ पे हम भगवान कृष्ण और भगवान राम का जो दोनों ही हम हरे कृष्ण जब जपते हैं, हरे राम भी जपते हैं। हाँ। तो उन दोनों का प्रचार प्रसार करने और उनका यहाँ पे आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करने के लिए पूरे विश्व से भक्त यहाँ आए हैं।
तो ये हरे कृष्ण का कीर्तन आप सब जगह करते हैं, यहाँ आप क्या कर रहे हैं?
यहाँ पे हमारा 1 महीने का कैंप होगा इस्कॉन का। तो यहाँ पे प्रतिदिन कई सारे अलग अलग एक्टिविटीज़ होंगे। पहला तो यहाँ पे 5000 भक्तों को जो भी यहाँ भारतवर्ष से आएंगे दर्शन के लिए उनको भरपेट प्रसाद दे के भेजेंगे।
प्रसाद खिला रहे 5000 लोगों को हर रोज और निशुल्क,
बिल्कुल निशुल्क, और मेन्यू भी एकदम अच्छा खासा।
ये साइंटिस्ट जो है विज्ञान पढ़ने वाले आध्यात्म में कैसे आ गए? विज्ञान और अध्यात्म कहते हैं एक दूसरे के पूरक नहीं, एक दूसरे के ऑपोजिट हैं। आप क्या मानते हैं, एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं? चलिए थोड़ा आश्रम भी घूमते हैं इसी तरह।
यूनाइटेड नेशंस ने रिसेंटली एक अपना वर्टिकल चालू किया। यूनाइटेड नेशंस ने कहा कि फेथ फॉर अर्थ हम स्टार्ट करेंगे। हमने कहा फेथ फॉर अर्थ, यूनाइटेड नेशंस तो साइंस वाला है, तो रिलीजन के साथ क्यों जुड़ना चाहता है? तो कहता है कि भाई साइंस का सब ज्ञान और नॉलेज सुन के सबका इंफॉर्मेशन मिलता है, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन नहीं होता, इसलिए हम चाहते हैं रिलीजन वाले साथ में जुड़े।
Okay, as I said, all my colleagues are very much on the ground. They are going to get us all those details. They have been. Joining us first is Payal Mehta, who's there in Ayodhya. Payal, so the arrangements are done. The countdown has begun. Just a couple of hours left to go, and the dignitaries have begun to arrive. Well, I can imagine why Payal has not been able to get through to me. But Payal, if you can hear me, the dignitaries have already begun to arrive.
Yes, the dignitaries have begun to arrive, and it is actually a festival of sorts. If you see over here on the streets of Ayodhya and the lead up to that Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha ceremony, there's a celebration mode which is all around. Everybody's got their phone on Pallavi. Everybody's trying to record some of their performances that are taking place. There are these mini stages that have been set up in various places as well. People are very excited. Let's try and ask them a couple of questions. Sir, आप कहाँ से आए हो?
अयोध्या के ही हैं।
कैसा लग रहा है ये देख के?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है। बहुत खुश हम लोग अयोध्यावासी, विकास हो रहा है, इतना सब कुछ हो रहा है, बहुत अच्छा है।
आप आए हो राम भगवान के दर्शन करने?
नहीं, यहीं के रहने वाले हैं।
आप बताइए अयोध्या का किस तरह से काया पलट होने वाला है, उसको किस तरह से देखते हैं?
जी,
अयोध्या का पूरा चेहरा पलट हो रहा है।
जी, हम लोग यहीं के रहने वाले हैं, लेकिन हाँ, पहले से बहुत अच्छा हो गया। पहले तो यहाँ पे क्या पोजीशन था, आज से 5 साल 6 साल पहले तो अयोध्या एकदम जैसे छोटी मोटी नगरी रहती थी वैसे थे, लेकिन अब विश्व का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे इसका ख्याति हुआ, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। अब ये अयोध्या बढ़ रही है, विश्व में इसका अपना आकार ले रही है, विश्व के चेहरे पे अयोध्या सबसे नंबर 1 पे आ रही है।
The entire set of rituals that is supposed to take place aside is actually a celebration of South Pallavi. If my video journalists can show you, then this is what is happening on the streets. People are enjoying. Everybody has a mobile phone in their hands. They are all trying to soak in the fervor, try to soak in the celebration because it's a huge occasion. Something that Ayodhya has waited for years together to see their favorite Lord Ram return back to his home. And this time around, just less than 24 hours left for that to really happen. So security is also taken over a major part of the arrangement over here. I can very quickly show you that there's a rapid action force which has been deployed over here. They are asking everybody to go back to their homes, asking people not to crowd onto the streets. In fact, directions also given to media to make sure that they do not crowd certain areas. So all preparations in store, essentially waiting for that consecration ceremony that will take place tomorrow noon. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a host of other dignitaries expected. Most of the dignitaries, Pallavi, are expected to land in Lucknow and then come by road from there. It makes it a lot easier for them than to come here and try and arrange for a place to stay, because Ayodhya is still trying to prep up to see this kind of footfall.
Okay, so yeah, very festive mood, and certainly for the Ayodhya Vasis, this is an unprecedented and not to forget moment. Siddhant is also joining me from the Dharma-based. You know, Siddhant, obviously dignitaries have begun to arrive and sanitization process must be taking place because the Prime Minister is going to be there tomorrow. But this is also going to be a movement which is going to be a complete makeover and several opportunities in future for Ayodhya.
Well, that's right, Pallavi. In fact, if you ask my perspective, I've been coming to Ayodhya from last 2 years since the judgment from the Supreme Court, and I have witnessed the development that has taken place in Ayodhya. In fact, this is the Dharma-based, and you can see this entire stretch has been decked up. Pallavi, more than 11 lakh flowers have been brought in Ayodhya for the decoration purpose. You can see flowers and you know the kind of decor, the kind of look that has been given to Ayodhya, also keeping in mind the Puranik Praman of India,
this development, this facelift and the development has taken. This is Dharampad, the entry to Ayodhya. In fact, these special walls have been prepared which depicts the scenes from Ramayana. So this is very unique. When you will come to Ayodhya, you will find these walls on both left and the right hand side. In fact, these cutouts of Ramchandji has also been placed on every pole you will find after entering Ayodhya. So the level and the vibe is completely different. There is a sea of people coming to Ayodhya for the Pran Pratishtha, even those who are not invited. People from the Sadhu Samaj, celebrities, journalists, all are here in Ayodhya. In fact, you can see there are small stages which have been made, and the performances are right now going on there. So it's completely a festive vibe, and it looks like that Ayodhya is set to celebrate its biggest Diwali ever. And this is a vibe, and you can see there Indian Air Force helicopter choppers doing air patrolling ahead of Prime Minister's arrival. So that is how Ayodhya is looking today, this winter evening.
Okay.
Back to you.
Okay. So Siddhant, Payal, do hold on. I'm also going to go across to Aman. Aman, as Siddhant was showing us, Payal was showing us, full arrangements in place. Security, beefed up, drones. Obviously, because a big thing to also look forward to is the Prime Minister. Can you just take us very briefly through what really is going to be the program of the Prime Minister and what is going to be the sequence of events tomorrow?
Well, Pallavi, there will be two important events. One is tonight, that around 8 o'clock after the Shayan Aarti, the old idol, the original idol of Ram Lalla Virajman will be shifted to the new temple. That is going to happen tonight because, Ram Lalla Virajman and his idols of his three brothers, Bharat, Lakshman and Shatrughan, as well as Lord Hanuman. You have seen these idols on a Singhasan under the tent and now under a makeshift structure. These original Ram Lalla Virajman idols will tonight be shifted to the new temple at around 8 p.m. and tomorrow morning both the idols will be placed together. There will be a standing idol of the new Lord Ram idol in the Garbhagriha, and in the front of the new Lord Ram idol there will be the Singhasan, and Ram Lalla Virajman and his three brothers and Lord Hanuman will be on that Singhasan in front of the new statue. So when the Pran Pratishtha happens, the original idol will also be a part of the entire ceremony. About the Prime Minister, what we know, his schedule so far, at the Prime Minister is arriving about 10:25 a.m. directly at the Ayodhya airport. From there he takes a chopper to arrive at the Ram Janambhoomi premises at around 11 a.m. From 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. there is no clarity on what the Prime Minister will be doing, but it is expected that he may meet some of the Shramjeevis, the labourers and the workers who have gone into construction of this temple, who have the last 3 years have been working very, very tirelessly here. He will enter the Garbhagriha at around noon, when there will be the Pran Pratishtha ceremony will start for about 40 to 45 minutes, and there will be Mr. Mohan Bhagwat and the Chief Minister of UP, priests from Varanasi will be there during the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. The PM will be putting kajal in the eyes of Lord Ram after the patti over the Lord Ram's eyes is removed, and he will be showing Lord Ram the mirror. That is the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. After that he comes out of the Garbhagriha. Then there will be a public function for about an hour, where the Prime Minister will be making a speech to the invitees and of course to people across India and across the world who will be watching this telecast live. PM will be speaking on the occasion, so will Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, as well as the UP Chief Minister.
Okay.
After that there's an interesting program where the Prime Minister will be going to the Kuber Tila at around 2:15 p.m. Kuber Tila is the abode of Lord Shiv. There's a famous Shiv temple there. The PM will be going there as well to the Shiv temple. There's a history of that Kuber Tila and that Shiv temple and its connection with Lord Ram. So the Prime Minister making a point to also go to Bholenath's Mandir along with the Mandir of Ram Lalla, and the PM leaves PM leaves Ayodhya around 3:30 p.m. Pallavi. A total of 5-hour program of the PM in Ayodhya.
Okay, total of 5 hours program of the Prime Minister, and the countdown has begun to that big moment. Many thanks, Payal, Siddhant, as well as Aman. Of course, tomorrow also we're going to keep coming back to you to get all the details. Well, all our reporters, my colleagues have been on the ground, and there's a long list of people who have been invited, 8,000 of them all, who are going to be a part of the Pran Pratishtha. And one among them is filmmaker Madhur Bhandarkar. Anand Narasimhan spoke to him earlier in the day.
खुश तो बहुत होंगे आप. Yeah, Anand, absolutely thrilled, great euphoria and very happy.
You are also Ramamay. You also won lovely.
Yeah,
this
this
Ram.
basically the hotel people, when I came over here, so they gave me this, and it was a welcome scarf, and very happy. It's written Jai Shri Ram all over, Shri Ram and all. Very nice.
How big is this moment? Were you ever involved with this entire struggle for Ram Janmabhoomi in your heart as a filmmaker, as an Indian citizen? Did you ever want to support it? Did you oppose it? Were you neutral to it?
No, it was like that. See, the faith and the conviction which all Hindus believed. We always wanted a Ram temple to be over there. And जैसे कहते हैं आस्था का ये है कि आस्था है इतने सालों से. And since 1991-92, when we hearing this about the Ram temple, and definitely everybody wanted a Ram temple to be over there in Ayodhya, because I think it's one of the very important thing in the Indian history for Ram, the kind of belief we have, the kind of respect we have for Maryada Purushottam Ram. So I think that was very, very essential. And I think it's a great, tomorrow is going to be a historical day, and I'm very happy, very privileged to be part of this event, going to witness. And I had come earlier also, in 2020 I came, when the temple was there in making, and 2023 also, last year, when I came for a UP summit, that time also I visited the Ram temple. So this is my third time, and this is the full time, like first time I'll be watching the full Ram temple inauguration.
पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम. पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम. राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम. राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम.
PM to 2 PM, where he will be addressing all the invitees and people from across the world and people across the country who will be watching on their TV screens that day. There will be first a speech by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, followed by a speech by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, and then the Prime Minister will give his sambodhan to the people, recounting the long struggle for the Ram Janmabhoomi temple and how the dream and the wish of thousands and millions and crores of people has come true. From there, the Prime Minister will be going on an interesting visit. He will go and visit the Kuber Tila inside the Ram Janmabhoomi premises. At about 2:10 PM, the PM will proceed for Kuber Tila. This is situated inside the Ram Janmabhoomi premises, and there is an ancient Shiv temple on the top of the Kuber Tila, which has also been refurbished with a ramp being built right up till Kuber Tila for the convenience of the pilgrims who can go and visit the Kuber Tila. So along with Lord Ram, Lord Bholenath has also got a concrete chat above his head, finally under Ram Janmabhoomi premises. What we know about the Kuber Tila is that it is one of the major pilgrimage sites which have been discussed in the dialogue between Parvati and Lord Shankar under the Ayodhya Mahatma section in Sri Rudramal, which includes 43 mythological places, including the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi within the Ramkot area. Kuber Tila is one of them. It has been called the Sri Navratna in ancient tradition. The ancient Shivalinga is established on the Kuber Tila itself. It is believed that Mahadev is present near the birthplace of Sri Ram from time immemorial. It is also believed, just as the same way Lord Shiv is present there in the vicinity of Lord Ram's birthplace, just as Lord Brahma came and resided in the Brahmakund on the arrival of Ma Sita. It is also believed that on Kuber Mount, the Sri Kuber, the incarnation of Sri Vishnu is seated as a servant of Lord Ram in his kingdom Ayodhya in the form of symbol of glory and wealth. There is also
Okay, not just in India, but the world over, there's a lot of anticipation for the Pran Pratishtha movement. In fact, as Sanjay Suri, my colleague, is reporting from London, there's this huge excitement as well as devotion as we are doing the countdown to that big moment tomorrow.
Very extensive preparations are underway all around Britain to celebrate the opening of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Simultaneous celebrations will be held at more than 300 temples across the country, and more than 200 Hindu organizations have issued a joint statement expressing joy and solidarity with the opening of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Celebrations then at temples in Aberdeen in Scotland, in Cardiff in Wales, and Northern Ireland, all over London, all over Britain, right here in Wembley, and of course in Leicester, which is near Haridwar in Britain. This level of celebration is perhaps the biggest that we have seen among Hindus ever in Britain.
So we are so happy for the inauguration of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. 500 years we waited for this day, 76 battles or so. And so in the celebration and in happiness, all the Hindu communities of East London decided that we'll get together. Let's do a celebration where everyone enjoys.
So happy होने का पर्व है, ये प्रश्न आपका गलत है. आज तो हमारे राम भगवान हमारे घर पधारे हैं. मेरी चौखट पे यार चल के राम आए हैं.
We're extremely proud of what's happening in India. We're extremely proud that the mandir is being built. The mandir has been built in India, and we're here to celebrate, to let India know the whole of the world is with them.
अयोध्या में राम पधारे, मेरे पितामह पधारे, ये उनका निमंत्रण है सबके लिए. अयोध्या से अक्षत यहाँ तक आए, वो चाहते हैं कि हम सब उनकी यहाँ पर बुलाएं अपने अपने घर में, और ये अक्षत का 2-2 दाना अपने जेब में रखें, हमेशा उनका आशीर्वाद रहेगा.
Okay, so not just in London, many devotees have actually come from London to Ayodhya, and Aman Sharma caught up with them. Let's take a look.
How big is this day, do you think, in the context of what all the history has been of Ram Janambhoomi? How big a day is this for not just Indians, maybe Hindus across the world?
So it is a very, very huge day. You might have seen that there's certain days that shook the world, and this is one of those days. So on the 22nd of January 2024, it is a groundbreaking day, and for those Sanatani, because for so many years there's been a struggle to openly be able to celebrate your dharma, your religion, and now we're getting that on a world stage. The whole world is here, and it is absolutely a wonderful opportunity for us all.
Don't you think the journey from London to Ayodhya is very long? Is this devotion which brings you, or is this the urge to be here on the big day?
You could say it was devotion that brought me here. The thing that attracted me to India was the fact that I needed a guru, right? I needed Brahmanism Tattva Veda guru. And I was very lucky that I met one, Her Holiness Master Shamiji. And it's really amazing that here in Ayodhya, the energy, the positivity here, because everyone's talking about Lord Ram, right? And majority of the time people are talking about worldly things, other things, but now everyone's talking about Lord Ram. They're talking about the Ramayana, they're talking about Hindu Sanskriti, Veds, Mandir, the ancient texts that have guided us through so many ages, not just thousands of years, but ages. And it's really amazing to see here in Ayodhya that there seems to be this divine light that just seems to be shining throughout.
And the UP government has made several arrangements to ensure that pilgrims have a smooth ride in Ayodhya. And in fact, Aman rides on one such electric bus. Let's take a look.
So we are starting in this electric bus from the Ram temple premises, and this electric bus will take us right till the Lata Mangeshkar Chowk. This is the bus which devotees are using to travel in Ayodhya because other restrictions have come up. So everybody is traveling in these buses. तो एक बार पहले हो जाए जय श्री राम। भाई साहब कैसा माहौल है अयोध्या में?
बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है भाई साहब, और हम लोग माँ विंध्यवासिनी के धाम से आए हुए हैं, और हमारे यहाँ से देवराहा हंस बाबा की तरफ से 1111 मन लड्डू का परसों रामलला को भोग लगेगा।
क्या बात है।
जिसमें 8 चांदी की थाल में जाएगा और 10,000 VIP लोगों को झोले में, उसमें बाबा जी का साहित्य और 11 लड्डू का स्टील का टिफिन का डिब्बा।
क्या बात है।
और उसके साथ साथ उसमें चुनरी, जिसमें रामलला की पूरी बाबा की वाली लिखी है। उन्होंने 33 साल पहले भविष्यवाणी की थी कि राम जन्मभूमि राम की है, राम की होके रहेगी, और ये शांति से बनेगा और सभी धर्मों की सहमति से बनेगा।
कहाँ से आए हैं और क्या?
मिर्जापुर से आए हैं।
मिर्जापुर से आए हैं।
हाँ, हमारे पूज्य देवराहा बाबा जी का लड्डू बनेगा 11
जी हाँ, गए थे हम वहाँ 13 लाख लड्डू बन रहा है।
हाँ, 13 लाख लड्डू बन रहा है। उसको
आप वेट में लीजिएगा तो 11 से 11 मन होता है, एक मन में 40 किलो होता है।
जी, क्या बात है। आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं और रामलला के दर्शन के लिए क्या तैयारी है? 23 तारीख तक रुकेंगे?
27 तक है, हम यहाँ पे मुंबई से आए हैं, तो 17 को आ गए। भगवत गीता हम बांट रहे हैं, इस्कॉन की तरफ से आ रहे हैं, फ्री में भगवत गीता बांट रहे सबको
जी।
तो कल हमने 208 भगवत गीता बांट दिए और वही प्रोग्राम जब कर रहे हैं और 1 महीना तक हम करते रहेंगे।
Hare Krishna sir, you have been serving food for people. How many days is this camp going to continue?
Yes, we are thinking that we are planning to feed for 3 months continuously because many people are coming here, lot of people. So 3 months we thought we will continue this camp.
And since when have you been running the campus?
Last 1 week we have started already.
And how many people are deployed here for work?
Here almost 50 people are working. We have 3 counter. Each and everywhere, all the counters we are feeding people, and last 7 days it is started, so we are getting very good response. A lot of people are coming and having food from our
I will show our viewers what this entire kitchen looks like, sir, if you can walk along with us. It's very, very organized. It looks like it's all planned as well. Very interesting that we can see the way they're really functioning. My video journalist will show you as to how this roti machine is dishing out rotis, because remember, rotis are very, very difficult to make and takes a lot of process. So this is the machine which has been brought in. So what really happens on this machine, sir?
So we have roti machine here. Here we put all the attas, dough, and this dough we put on the top.
And then the dough goes into that machine.
Yes. And from there you can see. And
from this dough, the roti gets
cooked. Yes.
गाए जिसके लिए मन में करुणा जिसके हाथ में है, जीते भी मरते भी काम काज करते भी, सुख में दुख में हर एक मुख में कर जाएगी राम। पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम सिया
a bronze statue that the PM could pay tributes at the Kuber Tila. This is a bronze statue which was installed on Kuber Tila of the bird king Jatayu just last month. And we all know how Jatayu had a very, very significant role in the Ramayana, trying to save Ma Sita from the clutches of Ravana while Ravana abducted her and took her to Lanka. After all these programs, at 3:30 p.m., the Prime Minister is expected to depart from Ayodhya, concluding his 5-hour long historic and a very, very religious and a very, very important visit on January 22nd for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to spend nearly 5 hours in Ayodhya on January 22nd when he is coming here for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Sri Ram Temple. His schedule so far, which we have accessed, shows that the Prime Minister will be arriving straight from Delhi to the Ayodhya airport, landing at the Ayodhya airport at about 10:25 a.m. So at 10:55 a.m., the Prime Minister is expected to reach the Ram Janambhoomi premises by flying in a chopper from the Ayodhya airport to a spot near the Ram Temple. From 11 a.m. to noon 12, the Prime Minister will be inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. Nobody really knows what exactly the Prime Minister will do for that 1 hour. But what our sources are telling us, that the Prime Minister could take a complete round of the Ram Janambhoomi premises and also meet those workers and laborers who have toiled very, very hard for the last 3 years to ensure that the ground floor and the first floor of the Ram temple are now complete, and the second floor of the entire temple in fact will be complete by the end of this year. The Prime Minister will be interacting with these Shramjeevis, the laborers and the workers who worked so hard on constructing the Ram temple. He would also briefly do some jap before he enters the Ram temple Garbhagriha for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Almost an hour before the PM arrives at the Ram Janam premises, all the 8,000 invited guests will already be seated inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. There will be leading voices from leading stars in Bollywood, leading stars, leading voices from the industry, the leading saints and seers of the country will all be in attendance. From 12 noon to about 12:50 p.m., the Prime Minister will be inside the Garbhagriha of the Ram temple for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony along with a few other dignitaries. Prime Minister will, the patti over the eyes of the new Lord Ram idol will be removed in the presence of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will then be putting kajal in the eyes of Lord Ram and also showing him the mirror, a ritual for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony amidst a chants of hymns and other Sanatan Dharma rituals will be done while the Prime Minister is inside for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. After that, the Prime Minister will come out for a public program from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. where he will be addressing all the invitees.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to yet another conversation around Ram Mandir for India, but with somebody who's not just a personal favorite of mine as an author, but he's also a lovely human being, and it's good to sit one-on-one and not via virtually. So, should I say Jai Sri Ram or Jai Baba Bholenath?
Jai Sri Ram.
Or should I say Namaste?
Jai Sri Ram, Har Har Mahadev.
Har Har Mahadev.
You must remember, Lord Ram was also a devotee of Lord Shiva.
Lord Shiva. So, but let's start there. See, when you say Ram and Ravan, both were Shiv Bhakts, correct? And Ravan is counted amongst the foremost of Shiva Bhaktas. What was different between the two of them?
Good question. I think one of the key differences was in the devotion that Ravan had towards Lord Shiva. There was a lot of ego. I don't know if you remember that story. There was one thing where Ravan decided that Lord Shiva should not live on Kailash mountain. He has to live with me in Lanka. Now, okay, there's some love and devotion in that. I don't deny that. But the arrogance, that he asked Lord Shiva that, you have to come. He said, no, I'm happy with my wife out here. He actually picked up that full mountain and was trying to, take it back.
That's where the Shiv Tandav Stotram
exactly.
happened.
Now, that shows arrogance, right, in devotion. Whereas Lord Ram, I think one of the key traits that he had, despite such tremendous capability, was his humility and calmness. Think of the way he worshipped Lord Shiva at the Rameshwaram. The calmness and humility, that he had. I remember there was a documentary I was shooting once called Legends of the Ramayana, which was Ram Vangaman Path. And we stopped at Lanka, where again Lord Ram had prayed to Lord Shiva for cleansing him of the sins of killing all these people. And again, the humility that he had. And to me, that's something that we can learn from Lord Ram, the value of humility. So Ravan had capabilities, but his ego was a curse to not just to those around him, but to himself also. Whereas Lord Ram, because he was humble, he was an inspiration to everyone around him.
You spoke about the entire Ram Rath and the Ram Yatra, the whole thing from Ayodhya all the way to Sri Lanka, right? The Vanagaman and all of that. So, what did that convince you of? Was this a myth? Was this kalpanik? Or is Ram real?
Look, it's like this. Look, I'm not a scholar. We need proper scholars to research this. The real scandal is this has never been researched properly, right? But just as a lay individual, as a storyteller, as a public intellectual, whatever you want to call it, there are things that I found and that our entire crew found, which actually shocked us. Like, for example, you would have read also in the Valmiki Ramayana, Valmiki ji had said that in Chitrakoot there was an underground river. Now, when you read that, I'm sure you must have thought, at least I thought, कि यार underground river, ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो रहा है. What is this? We actually in Chitrakoot, we found a cavern with a river, with a tiny river, a stream flowing underground. And we actually shot out there. This is there in the documentary, right? And you really can't. And then we got a geologist along, and he was trying to explain कि भाई पानी आ कहाँ से रहा है, जहाँ कहाँ रहा है. And there are various other things like this which showed that Valmiki ji was actually describing actual places.
So is it Ram Setu or not?
Well, actually we showed that in the documentary as well, and this was released a year and a half back. So, there are, like for example, we were told that there are stones which float.
Correct.
Right? On the sea. And again, everyone were stones that float, like, yeah, sure, I'm not really so sure. Okay, we found stones at Rameshwar. Again, we had a geologist, right, out there, explaining it to us. You've heard of coral, of course.
Yes.
And when coral die, they dry up and become rocks. And because of the very nature of coral, they are very light rocks because they are porous inside, but they are very strong. Right? They can be load bearing. So in Rameshwaram, for example, this geologist took us to churches that had been built there during a colonial era, where these stones had been used. And these stones were strong enough, they were load bearing for these churches. But they were so light that such a big rock, I picked it up, just like that. Right? And these stones are found only in that area. Now, the point is this needs scholarly research. That's all that I'm saying. There's enough things in there.
So if churches were built, then it's Adam's Bridge. How is it Ram Setu then?
That Adam's Bridge is very clearly, the British came up with that name. But the point is that parts of the Valmiki Ramayana, you can clearly see evidence of it. What I would request is scholars should study it and then tell us, that is this true or not. At least I find enough evidence to think that perhaps the core of the story was, it did take place, and to me I find that very inspiring. That Lord, that Lord Ram, was in a way our ancestor, and we should be worthy of that blood. I find that very inspiring.
As an author and someone who's diving into history, plus also doing a certain level of objective research, did you ever question this fact that why are Mahadev, Durga, Ganesh, Ram so integral to Bharat and also beyond? There must be kuch to reason hoga na? Have you ever been able to put a finger on? Because on the other hand, people would say, and from there we'll come into the book, the latest one, but people would say, this is all somebody's figment of imagination, you're just fanning the flames. How would you respond to that? Have you ever been able to put a finger on why these people and these deities, these entities continue to be among our consciousness and amongst our culture thousands of years down the line, if not lakhs?
I had made this speech recently at the Oxford University, in the Oxford Union debate. And we were debating, this is the same one that Dr. Shashi Tharoor had spoken at the British Rajwan. So there was a debate on whether God is a delusion or not. And I was obviously on the side saying, God is not a delusion. We won the debate. Not bad in Oxford University, quite left-wing place. You can imagine the audience. But the point that I made was that the Hindu conception of God is very different from the Abrahamic conception of God. And there is of course a Nirgun Nirakar God who exists outside of the universe. But we also believe that the divine comes close to us to work as a role model for us, to work as an archetype for us, to help us evolve. Because the true journey is for us to discover the divine within us.
Correct.
That's what it's at the root of Aham Brahmasmi.
And
I am God, Tattvamasi, you are that. Or Namaste, I bow to the divine within you. This thought that there is a divine in every single one of us, and our spiritual journey is to discover the divine within, is at the heart of all the dharmic religions. And so therefore the gods work for us like role models. Lord Ram works on the role model of the Maryada Purushottam. Sita Ma works on a different role model. Lord Shiva works on a different role model. Lord Krishna works on a different role model, which is why they connect to us so much. Because all of us find the archetype that we get inspired by. So those of us who are slightly anti-elitist and rebellious, as I am, we naturally get attracted to Lord Shiva. And that is the path for us to discover the divine within. I think this is why all our gods and goddesses animate us so deeply. And it's also the reason why our culture has remained alive.
This is the latest book. I've not plugged it in so far because we're building up to it. And he's called it Idols, but it's all about Murti Puja. Idols, Murti, Vigraha, Pran Pratishtha. Many would say what's happening on the 22nd of January, a lot of them are calling it Consecration, whereas it's not. The place is holy already, so it's Pran. So what's the difference? And why the need to write this?
Look, consecration is a Western concept where a place is made sacred, right? And what is the philosophy at the heart of that? That the universe, the world, is actually not sacred. It's a product of original sin. Because what is sacred, the divine, is outside of the universe. The earth is a product of the original sin. All of us human beings are carriers of the original sin. So consecration means at least this part you make it sacred. That's not the dharmic way. The dharmic way is that everything is already divine. You and I are divine. The animals, birds, trees, the earth, everything is already divine. So it's not that we make that place divine or we make the murti divine. We essentially bring the force of Lord Ram into that murti.
And when you say that you are infusing life via a particular vidhi and vidhan into a vigraha or into a murti and turning it into a vigraha, a living deity, but which is achal, it is one place. You mention it also in your book. So are you expecting people to take that jump and say, take it in the name of faith?
Good question. Part of it can be you choosing to follow it on faith. Part of it is actually use real life examples. There are many of us who sadly may have lost one or both parents, right? Many of us keep their pictures with us at our homes and everywhere, and at least most Indian kids will not do something like smoking in front of their parents or drinking you won't do that. There are many you will find even in front of the pictures of their parents they will not do it, or they pass by the pictures of their parents or those they idolize and look up to. Could be their brothers-in-law, could be their father. They'll touch the feet. Now someone can say, bhai ye to picture hai, what's wrong with you, right? But your emotions are invested in that picture. You draw strength from that picture. It's your devotion which gives that divinity into that picture. Right? And what happens in a temple, in a vigraha, is that over centuries, millions of devotees put their faith, put their energy, their jagruti, their astha into that vigraha, into that murti. And then when you go out there, you get the benefit of that too. You'll find that there are temples you go to for some reason, they just deeply just connect with you. There's no logic to it, it just does, right? Because it just happens that you resonate with that murti at that point of time.
So there is that. So you're saying there is a science also in this because the energies and the frequency match.
That's a belief in the dharmic way. So for example, this is school physics. You remember when an army marches over a suspension bridge, they break step. You know that, right?
Yeah, correct.
Why do they do that? Because when they are marching, if their frequency matches the natural frequency of the bridge will start resonating even more strongly. Right? And then the bridge might break, people will fall down, they may drown, etc., right? It's the same thing with a murti. It's the same thing with being in love. You know, you meet someone and there's that strong resonance, right?
वो इसीलिए कहते हैं दिल के तार जुड़ गए. अब ये तार हैं कहाँ? वो frequency matching is a scientific.
It's something that you just feel, right? So there's a Sankat Mochan temple in Kashi. I'm not the kind who cries very easily. But at the Sankat Mochan temple, the morning aarti is at 4:30. I just
आंसू आ गया.
It all just comes out.
But you also say that a lot of our deities are vigrahas, Ishta Devata. So you lean towards or gravitate towards somebody and eventually even move on. So you hold on to somebody, but you also start. It's happened with me personally.
Right.
But you also say that this is perhaps a manifestation of some of our own qualities. Why do you say that?
It's not just a manifestation of your own qualities. It's also what you're going through in life.
Okay.
My sister, for example, our entire family, we passed through a very difficult 7-8 years in our personal lives, we lost a lot of people, some very tragically. It was a very, very difficult phase. And for all of us, bizarrely, the career kept going better and better, but the personal life, what is most important to us, we were really suffering, and there was no one to blame. It was just fate, hitting us. It's not that, that there was someone, we were fighting with someone or something. It's just cancer hits or art. What do you do, right? There was this phase when my sister was, her husband, my brother-in-law, he fought cancer very bravely for 2.5 years, and my sister was very devoted to Lord Shiva, and for those 2.5 years, Mata was giving her peace, because she was just, she was desperate, she was grief-struck, but she couldn't show anything in front of her husband, right? They were both fighting, this terrible disease. She used to keep going to a Mata temple, and she would just cry continuously for half an hour. All her desperation.
So the outpouring of emotion happened with Shakti.
It was like Mata was just helping her, and then she would come back and then and get into the battle once again. And she said this, that her husband, she lost her, and we lost him in 2018, and then she found herself drawing back to Lord Shiva. It's like the Mother Goddess was there, and there was just, at that point of time, that is what she needed. And that's the entire point, that you get the God or the Goddess who can help you at that point of time. And if that gives you the strength to go through life, I don't see what's wrong with it. In fact, I find it something very beautiful.
So the best part is you've written it in a very conversational style of family, from friends, doctors. So there is a scientist, there is a cop, there is a educator, husband, wife, all of this. Then they're it's written in very conversational style. But somewhere through the course, did you realize that there is a lot of science to our philosophy and also our faith? Because I remember Immortals had a yantra that you had used, and you make a mention of it here also, and I was wondering if it would be answered. So you've done a little bit of a plug of Amish also. It's smartly, but yeah.
It's a balance. Our way of life was a balance of science and spirituality. You don't actually have to pick one or the other. And this is a paradigm that the West tries to thopo on everyone else. We need to reject that paradigm. It's not that you have to reject science to be a religious person, or it's not that you have to start breaking temples to prove that you're a scientist. That's kind of stupid. And in our way, you can find a balance of both.
And it comes towards the end. It's not right at the beginning. It's towards the end.
And the reason why we put this book as a conversation as well, because if we wrote it like a textbook quoting Sanskrit, it would just scare people, right? What happens with a conversation is that it just comes across to you in an easy, relaxed way. It's like a drawing room conversation.
And you have also given chat breakers.
Yeah.
So yahan par I can also go get myself something and take a break from the book, internalize it, and then come back and sit down.
Correct. And we followed what was actually the Upanishadic traditions. The Upanishads, practically all our Upanishads, are structured as conversations. They're not structured as textbooks. One, it becomes much easier to absorb. Secondly, you can show different points of view. Because in this, if you notice, we don't try and say this is the right point of view, you better believe it or you'll burn in hell. We don't make that point. There are different people expressing different points of view.
You're working on a documentary. What is that about? And through the course of understanding the entire fight, struggle, etc., have you been able to figure out why is it that Ram Lalla has to prove his legitimacy even in the court of law in a Bharat that is steeped in Astha and respects all religions?
Look, this documentary is essentially the story of the Ram Janmabhoomi Temple from the beginning to now. So from the birth of Lord Ram till now. And we go through the entire piece and how different groups look at him from across castes, across communities, Hindus, Muslims, transgenders, right? The lessons were, for me, the following. One, the fact that it was proven in court. I think Chief Justice Bobde in our documentary put it perfectly, that this in a sense becomes a role model because there are other disputes like this across the world. I'm sure you're aware of the dispute of Hagia Sophia and various others, because remember there were pagan temples across the world, idol worshipping temples, they were all destroyed largely by European Christians and Turkic Muslims. And then there were fights between European Christians and Turkic Muslims, and things were, destroyed or built over. Now this is across the world.
Yeah, even in Latin America, so many.
These are wounds of history. And these wounds of history have to be addressed. If you address them through aggression and violence, it just leads to an endless cycle of violence, counter-violence, right? But if you address them through truth, through proof, through debates, as was done here, then you hopefully solve that problem to the satisfaction of everyone. Because when the evidence proves it, even one of the litigants is convinced. Right? And you have a solution where everyone is happy. And we go through the court case as well in this documentary, all the evidence that was presented. And you'll notice that the people who presented the evidence on the side of Ram Lalla were Hindus and Muslims, by the way. K.K. Mohammed Saab, his work actually helped. And he made this very beautiful sentence in this line in the documentary, I'm paraphrasing. He'd said that I'm an Indian Muslim. Babar and Mir Baki were foreigners. What do I have to do with them?
वो हिंदी में कहते हैं ना प्रत्यक्ष को प्रमाण क्या. If you go there and stand, whether it is Gyanvapi, whether it is Ram Janmabhoomi, or whether it is Krishna Janmabhoomi, or even at Qutub Minar, Vishnu Stambha, it's all there. Point is, why does that have to be what is visible to the naked eye? Why does that have to be proven in a court of law? Why I am asking you this, Amiji? Because you write this in the last, that those who worshipped or who believed in Murti Puja never tried to eradicate those who didn't believe in it. It's the other way around. That means, and even Upanishad means, come, let's sit and talk. So there has to be reception. If it is one-way traffic and the other person is blocking and saying, I see it but I don't want to accept it, how do you resolve it?
One of the things that we discovered in this documentary is how much of the evidence was hidden. I remember, and in this documentary we discovered there were Muslim leaders in the 1980s who said, provide us evidence and we ourselves will give this site up. There were some, regrettably, some historians who hid that evidence or misled the investigation. And that's the benefit of a court process, because the process itself ensures that the truth emerges, right? So, and there are things that many people aren't aware of, even now in the mass space. Like, for example, there was a stone discovered, at the site. It's written in Sanskrit. It begins with Om Namah Shivaya. It says this was a temple built to that Vishnu who killed Dashanand, the 10-headed
king, and who also killed Bali.
Who is that? Lord Ram. Now this is an evidence that's there.
In Hindustan, a Hindu has to prove what is their Ishtadev's place. In 1993, till 1993, the Nyas was there, present at Gyanvapi. Shringar Gauri Puja is chronicled. It's all stopped. Everybody knows. But still, what is then the mindset of the person who says, I know it is your place of Astha, but I am going to continue to sit on it. I know if I pray here, my prayer is not going to be accepted as per my own scripture and my own holy book, but I will still continue to do it. That is not Bharatiya way. That is not somebody who wants to resolve conflict. And then you have statements which is saying, Masjid Shaheed ho gaya. That itself is idolatry. Because you are making Masjid a living being when you say Shaheed. But that kind of comments are coming.
Look, there are comments made by some silly comments made by some silly people, that I'll not deny that. Why, and this was a learning for me from this documentary, why this process was good. It's longer, right? But essentially, what is dharma? You try and dharma is that which sustains,
correct,
that which lasts, that which balances. If you go about it this way, which is longer and harder, but in a way actually balances everyone along, then the solution will actually last. If you think about it, even the way Lord Ram fought Ravan, according to how invaders used to be in ancient times and even in medieval era, if they conquered a kingdom, they would pillage everything,
Destroy it,
destroy
yeah.
everything, and remove that royal family. Lord Ram did nothing of that, right? Ravan had done adharma, so he defeated him. But even Ravan's body was treated with respect. Ravan's brother was made the king. Ravan's royal family was, and that to me is the example of Lord Ram. Which is why even the king who replaced Ravan, Vibhishan, was a follower of Lord Ram. That is a dharmic way of doing things. That's why I think what Chief Justice Bobde said in the documentary, you'll see it in the documentary, was very insightful. He said this can be a role model for the resolution of such disputes across the world.
My final question, Amishji. You're also the author of Suhail Dev, so there is a vision of Bharat. The Pran Pratishtha, is this a turning point? Is there a Bharat moment? Would you want to see it like that? Or where does Bharat go from here? Or is this largely a political and a matter of astha, and beyond that, let's not talk too much about it?
Let me say the turning point for India was around the late 80s, early 90s. Through some of those television serials and through, most importantly, the economic liberalization. Because at the root, and this Chanakya had said that, Acharya Chanakya, that the heart of everything is artha. If you don't have wealth, if you don't have power, nothing else matters really. Your culture, this thing, everything gets destroyed. That was our turning point. I see this Jan 22nd, 2024 as our takeoff point. It's been a long turning point. We are actually rising. You know, just in the 1980s, our GDP was smaller than the turnover, gross sales turnover of a few American car companies. Today, we are number 5 in the entire world. Very soon, we'll be number 3. Our research, our culture, everything is at takeoff point. And which is why I genuinely believe this is one of the best times to be born an Indian. But at that same time, we shouldn't assume that this success is just written. We all have to work hard. We shouldn't assume that, ye to ho hi jayega. We all have to be united. We all have to work hard with dedication. And we can take India back to the way it was. Mother India can be in the Committee of Nations, be right at number 1, the way she was for most of human history.
Well, let's hope and here's to that.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, do have a read. It's a nice conversational one which you can spread over a few days and perhaps chew upon. Murti Puja, it actually works. Thank you very, very much, Amizi. Lovely conversation.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Namaste.
Across the world and people across the country who will be watching on their TV screens that day. There will be first a speech by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, followed by a speech by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, and then the Prime Minister will give his sambodhan to the people, recounting the long struggle for the Ram Janambhoomi temple and how the dream and the wish of thousands and millions and crores of people has come true. From there, the Prime Minister will be going on an interesting visit. He will go and visit the Kuber Tila inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises. At about 2:10 p.m, the PM will proceed for Kuber Tila. This is situated inside the Ram Janambhoomi premises, and there is an ancient Shiv temple on the top of the Kuber Tila, which has also been refurbished with a ramp being built right up till Kuber Tila for the convenience of the pilgrims who can go and visit the Kuber Tila. So along with Lord Ram, Lord Bholenath has also got a concrete chat above his head, finally under Ram Janambhoomi premises. What we know about the Kuber Tila is that it is one of the major pilgrimage sites which have been discussed in the dialogue between Parvati and Lord Shankar under the Ayodhya Mahatma section in Sri Rudramal, which includes 43 mythological places, including the Sri Ram Janambhoomi within the Ramkot area. Kuber Tila is one of them. It has been called the Sri Navratna in ancient tradition. The ancient Shivalinga is established on the Kuber Tila itself. It is believed that Mahadev is present near the birthplace of Sri Ram from time immemorial. It is also believed, just as the same way Lord Shiv is present there in the vicinity of Lord Ram's birthplace, just as Lord Brahma came and resided in the Brahmakund on the arrival of Ma Sita. It is also believed that on Kuber Mount, the Sri Kuber, the incarnation of Sri Vishnu is seated as a servant of Lord Ram in his kingdom Ayodhya in the form of symbol of glory and wealth. There is also a new Jatayu statue, a bronze statue that the PM could pay tributes at the Kuber Tila. This is a bronze statue which was installed on Kuber Tila of the bird king Jatayu just last month. And we all know how Jatayu had a very, very significant role in the Ramayana, trying to save Ma Sita from the clutches of Ravana while Ravana abducted her and took her to Lanka. After all these programs at 3:30 p.m., the Prime Minister is expected to depart from Ayodhya, concluding his five-hour long historic and a very, very religious and a very, very important visit on January 22nd for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to spend nearly 5 hours in Ayodhya on January 22nd when he is coming here for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Sri Ram Temple. His schedule so far, which we have accessed, shows that the Prime Minister will be arriving straight from Delhi to the Ayodhya airport, landing at the Ayodhya airport at about 10:20.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching a very special edition of Plain Speech with me, Shivani Gupta. We're joining you from right at Ram Ki Pedi in Ayodhya. And this is on the eve of the Pran Pratishtha that is supposed to take place in the new Ram Temple. The new Ram idol has been placed. The existing Chalmurti of Ram Lala will also be placed in the Garbhagriha. And tomorrow, both are going to be worshipped together for the very first time. It's been a wait of 500 years. It is difficult to express in words what this moment means for a whole host of people and for an entire country. But over the next half hour, we'll delve into the other question, the more current question. Exactly how will this Pran Pratishtha affect upcoming general elections, if at all? It is being called a political event by the opposition that is boycotting it en masse. Is that going to impact their fortunes, or is the Pran Pratishtha going to impact the fortunes of Modi and company? We'll take that question with our guests in just a bit. But here's a glimpse of how Ayodhya is preparing on the eve of the big ceremony tomorrow.
गान गाए जिसके लिए मन में गंगा जिसके हाथ में है, जीते भी मरते भी काम काज करते भी सुख में दुख में हर एक मुख में गर जाएगी ना। जय श्री राम।
If so, how? Let's take that forward with our guests joining us. With me in our studios here at the Ram Ki Pedi in Ayodhya is Acharya Pramod, Congress leader. Also joining me Sanjay Kumar, who's a psephologist. We'll take to him a question or two as well. But Acharya Pramod, I want to begin with you. आपने तो आज पहले ही कह दिया है कि अगर नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं होते प्रधानमंत्री तो ये मंदिर नहीं बनता और ये प्राण प्रतिष्ठान नहीं होता। तो ये तो कांग्रेस की लाइन से बिल्कुल अलग आप बोल रहे हैं।
देखिए, सच बोलने के लिए किसी लाइन को अडॉप्ट करना जरूरी नहीं है। हमारा शास्त्र, हमारी संस्कृति, हमारी सभ्यता ये सिखाती है और हमारे शास्त्रों में स्पष्ट लिखा है कि सत्य सार्थक सर्वदा। तो जो दिख रहा है मैंने वो बोल दिया।
तो आप ऐसा क्यों मानते हैं कि अगर नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं होते तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट से ये जजमेंट भी नहीं आता? ये तो बहुत बड़ी बात बोल रहे हैं आप।
शिवानी, देखिए, इस देश में जब देश आजाद हुआ उसके बाद से लेके बहुत सरकारें बनी, अलग अलग पार्टियों की सरकारें बनी। हमने बहुत प्रधानमंत्रियों का कार्यकाल देखा, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू से लेकर के नरेंद्र मोदी जी तक कई प्राइम मिनिस्टर बने, कई सरकारें बनी, लेकिन मंदिर तब बना जब नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री बने।
तो आप ये मानते हैं कि ये श्रेय उनको जाता है? क्योंकि कांग्रेस, मैं फिर से बोल रही हूँ, आप कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता हैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी कहती है कि नरेंद्र मोदी इसका श्रेय लेना चाह रहे हैं, उनको नहीं मिलना चाहिए श्रेय, मोदी और बीजेपी को।
1971 में देश की प्रधानमंत्री थी इंदिरा गांधी पाकिस्तान भारत को बहुत तंग करता था। भारत को जब बहुत तंग करने लगा, आतंकवाद बढ़ाने लगा और रोज नई नई घटनाएं हो रही थी, तो इंदिरा गांधी ने पाकिस्तान का इलाज करने के लिए पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े कर दिए और बांग्लादेश बना दिया। जब पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े किए इंदिरा गांधी जी ने, तो इंदिरा गांधी प्राइम मिनिस्टर थी और देश में इंदिरा गांधी जी की नीतियों के घोर विरोधी थे पंडित अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी। उन्होंने संसद में खड़े होकर कहा था कि इंदिरा गांधी दुर्गा हैं। तो सच बोलने के लिए किसी दल में होना जरूरी नहीं है। आज देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, आरएसएस, विश्व हिंदू परिषद, ऋषि मुनि, संत महात्मा, तमाम राम भक्तों का बहुत बड़ा बलिदान है, सबका अपना अपना सहयोग है। लेकिन मंदिर का जो फैसला है, मंदिर का फैसला अदालत ने किया, अदालत के फैसले से मंदिर बन रहा है। लेकिन अगर नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री ना होते तो ये अदालत का फैसला ना होता।
तो पार्टी को ये, हर पार्टी को, हर दल को ये श्रेय देना चाहिए नरेंद्र मोदी को या नहीं? लड़ाई तो उसी बात पे हो रही है कि इलेक्शन की वजह से ये हो रहा है।
देखिए, कौन किसे श्रेय देना चाहता है, कौन किसी का श्रेय लेना चाहता है, कौन देगा कौन नहीं लेगा, ये मेरा विषय नहीं है। मेरा विषय ये है कि मैं अयोध्या की पावन धरती पर, सरजू के तट पर अपनी अंतरात्मा से परमात्मा को साक्षी रख के, तमाम अयोध्या वासियों को साक्षी रख के, निसंदेह निर्भीक होकर के ये ऐलान के साथ डंके की चोट पे कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं होते तो ये मंदिर का फैसला नहीं होता।
मेरे साथ बीजेपी की चारू प्रज्ञा एंड सैयद असद अब्बास भी जुड़ रहे हैं। Sayyid Asad Abbas, this is Pramod Acharya saying what opposition parties are not willing to say, and he is not a BJP leader. This is not Charu Pragya speaking. This is a Congress leader speaking. Is it time to accept that what is happening today, the prominence that Lord Ram is getting today, is only possible because there is Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister today? Will the opposition accept?
Shivani, first and foremost, let me address 2 things. I'm very well aware of Acharya Pramod Krishnam ji. He's been to my city of Bangalore and I have had the occasion of sharing the stage with him. But let me tell you, the way he used to speak about Bhajpa and Narendra Modi is starkly different now. I understand politics and more politics, but let me give you my view as an Indian young progressive Muslim. Allama Iqbal very beautifully inspired the great Lord Sri Ram as Imam-e-Hind, which means leader of India. I do not think, or the opposition does not think, that it is because of Narendra Modi. It is the Supreme Court's verdict which has come through, and largely the majority of the Indian Muslims have very gladly accepted the Supreme Court's verdict and they have hailed this looking forward to. We need to understand it is only Aviation and the likes of the political party which want to do Hindu-Muslim will not be okay with it. But the large Muslim front of India did not protest against this. Even the petitioners against this gladly, willfully accepted the Supreme Court's verdict. So therefore, I would certainly look this as Maryada Purushottam Ram, who is undoubtedly greatly respected. My religion teaches me, Lakum dinakum waliyuddin. Hamara deen hamare saath, aapka deen aapke saath. Which means to me is my religion, to you is your religion, and together unity. We are equal in faith or a brother in humanity. As per Imam Ali, who beautifully described this. I truly believe, as a young Indian Muslim, we should learn to exist with each other, respect each other's religious beliefs, and look forward to. As a matter of fact, Shivani ji, let me tell you, Kerala, Samasta Maulvis of Kerala came out and said that we will not be hurt if any political parties attends the consecration or the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. This is a huge verdict. Now politicians might play. Acharya Pramod Krishnam ji, who used to speak against Modi time and again, who used to speak against BJP, might turn. But that does not believe that everybody will turn. Undoubtedly there is politics, but to me, I look forward to as something which unites the people and does not divide. And let me tell you, that over the large front, we need to understand that unity is the way to go for India.
Just hold on. You've made a charge against Acharya Pramod. I want to give an opportunity to you to respond. 2 things. वो कह रहे हैं कि आप पहले नरेंद्र मोदी को अटैक करते थे, लेकिन आज आप उनको श्रेय दे रहे हैं, आप पलट गए हैं।
देखिए, कौन पलट गया, कौन अलट गया, कौन उलट गया, ये मेरा विषय नहीं है। सवाल इस बात का है मैं एक बात सारे अपोजिशन से कहना चाहता हूं कि राम को किसी एक पार्टी का समझ लेना ये ठीक नहीं है। राम किसी एक दल के नहीं हो सकते हैं, राम किसी एक पार्टी के नहीं हो सकते हैं, राम किसी एक वर्ग के नहीं हो सकते हैं, राम किसी एक जाति के, राम किसी एक राज्य के, और भगवान श्री राम को किसी देश की एक परिधि में भी